A warm welcome to all of you here present at Change Now. Please put your headphones on so you can hear what's going on up here on stage. And a warm welcome to all of you watching this online. I'm Katarina Rolfsdotter-Johnson. I am a journalist, expert moderator, and also an EU Climate Pact ambassador. And I'm delighted to be here to facilitate the start of this event. We are here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the landmark Paris Climate Agreement. It was built on the backs of tens of thousands of scientists. It was convened by the United Nations, and it was chosen by all of our governments. And yet now, science is under threat. Science is being pushed back. In the past, some powerful organizations from representing the oil and gas lobbying, they pushed back, they denied climate science. They used disinformation and covert lobbying to really sow seeds of doubt about climate change and climate science. And they did this in order to slow down the transition and to make things not really happen fast enough indeed. After that, they, together with denier politicians, they muddied the waters. They moved to accept climate change, but they kept on delaying climate change. It's climate science and hence not the climate action happening fast enough. And they also overestimated the cost of this climate transition. And they also, of course, did all sorts of things to make this slow down. And now we are confronted in the second term of the United States President Donald Trump. We are confronted with cancel science culture. This is a word that we really need to focus on, learn more about. Cancel science culture. And this is what we're going to talk about at this event. We have fantastic experts lined up. We will dig deeper into this. And before we move to the panel, we have an exciting announcement here on stage. It's my pleasure to introduce the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time, Ingmar Renshag, for a special announcement that all of you can join in. So enjoy, take action.
Thank you, Katarina. I used to work in the finance industry, where I was head of one of the largest investor relation firms in the Nordic. But I'm not doing that anymore, because when I became a father myself, I realized I wanted to use my skills in communication to protect our future instead. And I'm not alone in that. According to a UN study, more than 80% of people globally want stronger climate action from their leaders. Still, we don't see enough change. How come? Because there exist some powers, some special interests that are working against change. And for many years, they have tried to deny the problem. That is not really working anymore, because everyone can feel the heat when they go outside. So they changed tactics and started to delay climate action instead. That is also not working so good anymore, because we here are scaling the solution at unprecedented scale. So they are now leveling up their game by starting to cancel science itself. And I have an example. This is the observatory in Mauna Loa. It has been measuring carbon dioxide in the atmosphere every single day since the 1960s. And last week, we were at record high, never happened before, 440 ppm. That is very much room for concern. We should have an emergency in UN. What are the new US administration doing about this? They try to cancel the observatory by ending the land lease to it, so we lose the data instead. That's crazy. And it's not only in US that science are under attack. In Europe, German far-right AfD threatens to tear down all wind turbines, to just close them. Why is that? Why is this happening? It's happening because one reason, and that is fossil fuel interests are starting to lose. In Europe, last year, renewables were outpacing fossil fuel, and it's not going to grow bigger fossil fuel, it's only going to lose more. And in US, 96% of all new electricity power produced last year were fossil-free. And it's unprecedented speed. You have all seen the exponential curves. New solar, EV, battery is going exponentially. So this is very positive. And scientists know how fast things go when it goes exponential. But for everyone else, I want to give an example of how fast exponential change actually feels. In 2004, it took the year to build 1 gigawatt of solar power a year. In 2010, it took under a month. In 2015, it took just a week. In 2023, it took a day. Last year, it took an hour. This is the speed of the green transition. This is what they are afraid of. They're afraid of losing. And it will have a lot of consequences. For example, when we go fossil-free, if we switch to renewable energy, the number of ships crossing the ocean will fall almost in half, because they're just transporting oil, coal, and gas. So if you're on the wrong side in business, you will be a loser. And some losers, they try everything to protect their position instead of change. And this action is also getting results that we want. In EU 2023, after the pandemic, emissions were falling down with 8%. That's very good news. And in China, it hasn't fallen down yet, but it's starting to flat out. And the economy are growing. So we can scale down the emission and grow the economy. But we need more, because according to science, we need to cut the emission in half every decade. And flattening out is not good enough. So why is this not happening? I am totally convinced it's not happening because we don't want it to happen. It's happening because some interests are fighting against change. If we remove them fighting against change, we will do this curve, no problem. And what have been on their side have actually been some scientist community. I'm talking about an example here, Harvard University. 5 years ago, there was big rebellion on their campus because they thought, the students thought it was a very bad idea to teach climate science, that we need to transition away from fossil fuel, while their own university are spending their money investing in fossil fuel. This is a campaign we ran that we don't have time. And the good news, Harvard listened. So they divested from fossil fuel. They don't do that anymore. And that's why they are on the shit list of the US administration currently, trying to shut them down. And Harvard are taking that fight, and we are here to make them win. So this is what we don't have time to do. We are the world's largest media platform for climate action. Our job is to scale the action out there and get more people on board. We want to democratize knowledge about climate solutions. And on our platform, we have today 120,000 climate professionals working to drive change every day. They work together with more than 400 organizations, companies, and civil society organizations. And in order to push it out there to those not yet on board, we are broadcasting to more than 10 million people every single month. And it's the important people that are using our platform. It's media, it's policymakers, it's climate influencers, it's scientists, business leaders. Those are the people helping scaling the action. And I want to ask this audience, how many of you here have seen this picture of Greta Thunberg? This was We Don't Have Time photographer. It's the first picture taken of Greta Thunberg ever. We helped that message go viral to the world. We didn't do the action. We just made sure that more people know about it. Greta did action. And now everyone knows that we are in a climate crisis. So this is how we can create wave with communication. And what we need to do now is that we need to do something similar by making science great again. And how are we going to do that? First, we need to defend science. Wherever it's under attack, we need to tell that story. The observatory in Mauna Loa is not yet closed. Let's make millions of people fight for keeping it open. We will win that fight if we do it before it closes. If we only read mainstream media, they will report about it after it has closed and the fight is lost. So we need to defend science wherever it's attacked. But we also need to amplify the science we need. For example, how many here knows that we can cool the planet by 0.5 degrees quite fast if we limit emission of short-lived climate gases? That is an example of solution. We need more people on board and educate, especially the policymakers, because they don't know about the solution enough. And lastly, we also need to have dialogue with those that we don't agree with. That's very important, because that's how we can move things forward. We can't just cancel what we don't like out. And what we have been doing successfully in real time is to put corporates and political leaders, have a dialogue with them and ask them why are they talking about science and not following the science. One example is that we had a dialogue with the largest pension fund in Sweden because they invested in Saudi Aramco oil. They were one of the largest investors in Saudi Aramco oil. So we put them online, we asked them why, and 2 months later they didn't have so good arguments because they sold that. So you can create change with dialogue. But this will only work if you help us. So we need you. We need everyone to help us. So you can scan this QR code, and we need two things to succeed with this. We need a lot of people engaging with their time, and we need some money. If we get that, we will make sure that the special interest will not win the third time either. So warmly welcome and join us. And if you join us, you can also get a cap.
Thank you so much, Ingmar Benstog. I'm just now delighted to hand over to my dear colleague Nick Nuttall to moderate this panel with experts that will talk more about how we can man up here in the global community.
Man and woman up. Okay, let's bring this wonderful panel onto the stage. Gentlemen and ladies, please, it's like EasyJet, it's free seating. Please come on board, come on down. Super. All right. Thanks very much. Well done, Ingmar. That was great. I'd like to call on our first guest, who's busy organizing her hat. And this is Sandrine Dixon de Clèves. She's the former chair of the Club of Rome, an author and executive chair of the Earth for All Landmark Report. Sandrine, I don't really have to give you a prompt to talk about this, but why do we actually need a campaign like Make Science Great Again? What do we need to do? What is your perspective of what's happening?
So thank you, Nick. And first of all, can I thank Ingmar? And also, we don't have time. Do I need to...
You need a handheld microphone.
I do need a handheld microphone. There we go. Is that better? Okay. Listen, people. I think the reality is that we are facing the greatest cancel culture that we have ever faced since the fascism that we saw of the Third Reich. And we need to be very careful. This goes very, very fast. In January, with We Don't Have Time, several scientists, including myself, with Johan Rockström, brought forward the prominence of science once again at the top of Davos, saying we cannot cancel science. Science gives us meaning. Knowledge is power. And that is fundamental. Let's not forget that. There is a reason why some people who are in power today, whether it be fossil fuel companies or whether it be certain leaders, want to cancel any knowledge that we have. We already see that in the United States, for example, 50% of citizens have a literacy rate of 6th grade. Do we want to become like that? Because we will if we do not enable continuous knowledge to circulate. But let's be very clear when it comes to climate change. The fact of the matter is that we are on a full-on assault here in Europe at the same time. We are right now defending an omnibus bill that is talking about reporting requirements, the CSDD, the CSD, the CSRD, and the taxonomy that for the first time linked up science with criteria for green projects in the European Green Deal. Who are the ones that are trying to cancel that as fast as possible? American multinationals. Because if they're able to stop European standardization in the area of climate science and environmental science, then they're able to make sure that their goods and products will continue to go onto European markets. And so let me bring in the last point. We have to remember that our institutional structures at the European level through the 90s and 2000, because I participated in the body of environmental legislation, has been built on sound science. But today in the European Parliament, there are discussions of eradicating that type of knowledge in a variety of different ways. This is not only hard sciences, it's also social sciences. So that is why myself and Johan Rockström, Christiana Figueres, and others called for also reform of the international institutions to ensure that science is anchored in all decision-making. You wouldn't believe this, but at the COPs, which Nick has participated in so many ways, we do not have continuous science integration in the decision-making. So it can go very fast. And that is why this campaign is absolutely fundamental. If we are complacent, we are complicit. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Sandrine. We are very honored to have with us Dr. Antoine Triller. He's with the French Academy of Sciences, and also he's research director for the Institut National de la Santé et de la Recherche Médicale. If you don't speak French, then you have no idea what that means. But obviously, I clearly do very fluently. Antoine, Dr. Triller, this cancelling of science in the USA has triggered quite a reaction from the French Academy of Sciences and scientific academies worldwide. That's great. But you, Dr. Triller, you're especially worried about the impact of the cancelling or cutting of the funding of the US overseas aid budget, USAID, on centers in developing and poorer countries that monitor for the emergence or the re-emergence of diseases, pandemics potentially, some of which, of course, might be linked with climate change affecting that factor. Can you please enlighten us about your concerns here? Thank you.
Yes, first, I'm not a very good communicant, so you will forgive me. I'll do my best. I'm a scientist. I just want to share with you a news from yesterday, which struck me. Seturaman Pachapnatan, he's the chairman, the director of the National Science Foundation. He resigned because of 50% cut in budget. He resigned yesterday. And this is a very, very important sign, I think, on the aggressivity of the Trump administration on science. And this is linked exactly to what you've said just before. I mean, there is a cancellation of truth. I want to come back to another point before I start rapidly on this issue of epidemic. Which is, I think, that there is a kind of, science is an ecosystem. When you start pulling somewhere, you are killing the whole ecosystem. And in fact, there is such a link, such strong links between science everywhere, between Europe and the States, that what we see is really something which is destroying a complete ecosystem. And, and it is also challenging academic freedom. What I'm fearing is a contamination of this attitude over academic freedom that may reach all the other countries. And concerning one point which is related to the climate change, there is also the issue on data banks. The issue on data banks is one of the most critical issues that we are facing today. Because indeed, what are in the data banks are in fact data coming from many countries. It's not only American, and it does not belong to the place where the computer is, where the center of the data are. I mean, they belong to the whole community which have been feeding their own data in the computer. So I think there is something here which is absolutely frightening. Now let's come back to the point that was raised just before. You know that there are in many countries, in Africa, in East Asia, in the Caribbean island, there are centers, research centers, which are funded by money coming from different sources, from Europe, but also from USAID, from WHO, from many sources of fundings. And the fact that some sources are now lacking, the one coming from USAID, you already know that Trump just decided to quit WHO. This will create a terrible situation in two instances. Both, first, in public security, because indeed these centers are controlling the emergence of new disease or ancient disease. And if these diseases, which are increasing with global warming, are not controlled anymore, there are two issues. First, local populations, which are not followed the way they should be. And second, the propagation of the disease and the emergence of new epidemic. And we know very well that there will be new epidemic like AIDS at one time, like COVID later on, like chikungunya today, and few others that are under scrutiny. The other point is that these centers have to find money to secure the funding, to secure the fact that they have people working there, to secure the data, the bank of germs that they are keeping. And this has a very high cost. And so they are going to try to find money elsewhere. And who is going to enter into the funding system? These are the BRICS. And this make a big change in the global economy on which we are relying today. And the BRICS are fine, okay, why not? But the Chinese are going to fund, but the Russian as well, but the Iranian, why not? And this is this raises another issue of security, because indeed rogue states can enter into the system and go and try to put their hands on the banks of germs that may be very dangerous. And there is also biosecurity problems related to bioterrorism that may raise from that situation. So it's a very, very difficult moment that we are facing today. There are also charities, indeed. I try not to forget the charities which are involved in trying to fund. But it will not be. We will not be able. We are losing the control because of that, and losing the control is one of the most threatening aspect, I think, of it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much indeed. That's a very fresh perspective on this cancel culture of science that's happening through the removal of US funding. I'm going to come to Emily Steinmark. She's the Economist's science correspondent. And she was also formerly part of its United States news desk. So that's kind of an interesting perspective. You know, you're a science correspondent. Also, you were covering the US. Emily, maybe just briefly, I mean, what do you think is happening here from your perspective? I mean, it is really quite a development. And what kind of mindset do you think, or do colleagues think, is happening that leads the world's richest economy, or maybe still the world's richest economy, away from the scientific principle, which underpinned like the economic growth, like from the beginning, since Benjamin Franklin was knocking around? Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, I think there are two things here at play. I mean, there's the climate skepticism, which has been going on for a while, and America is not the only place in the world where that happens. But I think, and I think as we've already heard, like that is influenced by large lobby organizations and industry. I mean, we've seen it with tobacco, we've seen it with certain kinds of foods, we see it with the petrochemical industry. But I think what is happening at the moment is a real strong dose of anti-intellectualism. So that hits science more broadly. It obviously also hits climate and climate research. And I think the reason why different we can call them regimes, we can call them administrations or whatever, turn to anti-intellectualism, a lot of the time that's to do with a strong authoritarian streak, right? I mean, the institutions that produce science or research in general, doesn't have to be science. It can be in the social sciences or in the humanities. They are the sort of incubators for critical thinking, for challenging the policies and the status quo. And so when you have a government that does not like to be challenged in any way, one of the easiest ways to get rid of that is by hitting out against the institutions. And I think that's very much what we're seeing with the kind of the weaponized funding cuts that various institutions are having to deal with. I mean, Harvard and Columbia and so on are having to deal with at the moment. But I think what's really happened in America is that Trump's Republican Party has really managed to galvanize some underlying or perhaps long-dwelling resentments in their base. So the Make America Great Again movement, there might have been some a feeling that they were, I mean, we've spoken about this lots over the years, right, since 2016, but that, you know, they were people left behind, they were people in rural areas, they weren't necessarily benefiting from, in general, the real expansion of university education, and they somehow felt like they were being overlooked and not included in this progressive society. And I think what they're doing is that they're fanning the flames of this resentment, and that means that science, and also climate science, has become part of a culture war, right? So now we're not just, I mean, the attack on scientific institutions, yes, there's climate, but there's also race, there's gender, there's everything that kind of challenges these sort of traditional conservative views in American society. And so really now what we have is the base being just incredibly hostile towards scientists in general. I mean, also with COVID, right? So you have like health professionals and immunologists and people who are perhaps in the past less controversial. And yeah, that is also happening in climate. So I think, to answer your question on why would they turn back on this thing that's worked out really well for them for a long time, is that is their means to power, right? The Trump Republican Party survives on the personality cult of Trump. And that means that you have to have a really inflamed base that is willing to not just defend him at all costs, but also agree with most of the things that he does. And so I think that is the reason it's because of power. It's not for any logical reason.
I mean, I know we have a very short session here, sorry, so I also have a rather sexy, husky voice at the moment. But living in Germany as I do, living in Berlin, of course, I was required to read things like the history of Adolf Hitler, and it strikes me that in the 1920s, the politicians ignored the rural areas where people were living, but the National Socialists went to the rural areas where people felt they had been left behind and neglected. and got their votes, which formed a base for a certain new politics in Germany. Anyway, let's not overdo this, but there's clearly things going on. Let me now turn to Shruta Chakrabarti. She's a US-based behavioral scientist. She's a global risks expert and an advisory to the New York Academy of Sciences, if it still exists, Shruta. Tell me, is there a behavioral component to this? Does it echo a little to what perhaps Emily from The Economist was saying? This kind of political polarization we see in the US being kind of now echoed in this kind of for or against science mentality.
It's definitely explained by sociology. It's tribal. So once you pick a party, you fall into line with all aspects of that party. And I just want to say, my panelists have nailed it so far. This is really explaining what's going on and where we are right now. I might be the only American on this panel. Is that true? Are you worried about...
Are you really an American?
I have 2 passports until I decide not to anymore, and I've been told I may not be able to have 2 passports.
I will get you a British passport.
Okay,
it's
thank
okay.
you. If they want me.
Okay, I'm the only American on this panel with only an American passport, so I don't have options, and you know I like options. So I've been told to not be inflammatory on this trip. I'm going from here to Innovation Zero. I'm going to be speaking, and I've been told by very trusted, credible colleagues and peers and friends and family for different reasons to just keep my tenor reasonable. That ship has sailed. I was on the stage yesterday, and I was just getting myself fired up. I did some media today, and I am so over, because I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I was also part of the Kamala Harris campaign. This is not where I should be right now, right? We should have Kamala Harris in the White House, and I should have been supporting her on her climate policies and actions. Obviously, that's not where I am right now. I'm so angry, and for so many reasons, personally, professionally, and for this dismantling of American democracy in front of our faces and multilateral dismantling around the world. We are not just hurting Americans. Of course, that's happening. And like you're saying, NSF losing the funding, I mean, it's mind-blowing that the epicenter of the world's ingenuity, the engineering marvels that have come out of the United States, that have attracted the best and the brightest from around the world, there is a systematic dismantling of that very American ideal that's happening right in front of our faces. And it made me sad initially. It's made a lot of my friends and colleagues sad, especially those of us that were part of the Kamala Harris campaign. But it's really just made us so angry that the White House leader and clown is doing this right now in a world that is so desperately in need of the best and the brightest and federal funding to move ingenuity towards solving these global challenges like climate change, like infectious and emerging diseases. This is not the time that we do the opposite and go backwards to a bullshit, nostalgic American past that no longer exists. There's no such thing as manufacturing in the United States the way there was back in the day that the conservative right is holding on to. That ship has sailed as well, just like me getting back into the United States next week. So here we are. But anyway, I will leave it at that.
It would be a really good story,
I'm going to make you a Belgian citizen very soon, my dear. You can join me in Belgium.
No, so the UK ones are going much cheaper, so yeah, okay. So Bertram Piccard must be known to millions of you in this room. There aren't millions in the room, but millions around the world, right? And this is also being broadcast live, so there probably are millions watching this. Of course, he was one of 2 amazing people who flew around the world in the Solar Impulse solar-powered aircraft. What a thing. And he's also also now has a new initiative called Climate Impulse and a previous initiative, which is also still going, called Solar Impulse. And this is about bringing, through these 2 foundations, to the attention of the world, amazing solutions and technologies to tackle climate change. And what I wanted to ask you, Bertrand, is just very simply, do you fear that the shutting down or the cancelling or the big cuts in American science means the pipeline of science leading to technological developments that, you know, give us answers to some of the big problems we're facing in the world and solutions might start slowing down at the very time it needs to speed up?
Yes.
Okay, that was a short answer.
You know, everybody seems very surprised to see that science is under attack. But it has been like this for thousands of years. For thousands of years, the scientists were tortured, were burned by the church, who knew very well that the only way to keep the power was to have the population in the ignorance. And we had in France and in Europe the siècle des Lumières, the century of the light, which brought science, intellectual thinking, challenging the certitudes, fashionable again. So the question is not, why is science under attack? Because it has always been. The question is, why is it under attack now? Why is it under attack today? And what is our own responsibility in what is happening? Since more than 10 years, I'm saying that it is very dangerous to say that protection of the environment, climate action, ecology is expensive, is sacrificial, is detrimental to economic growth. We have today the responsibility of what is happening. The people who want profit, who want growth, who want comfort, who want mobility, hate ecology because of the message that ecology has brought for years. People don't want to make a sacrifice. People want to have an easy life. And today, we had the wrong narrative that explains why the people who don't want to make a sacrifice, who don't want to pay money for the environment, are making the counterattack. And they are now wiping out everything that deals with ecology and climate action, because we had the wrong narrative. So today, the question, of course, is how to make science great again. But the other question is how to make climate action sexy again, fashionable again. And this is why we need another narrative. And at the Solar Impulse Foundation that you mentioned, we have worked on identifying solutions that exist today that are economically profitable, that create jobs, that can be used by the industry, that are really interesting and attractive for finance, and that also protect the environment. And I have always kept in mind this idea, how can I speak to a climate negationist? How can I speak to him? I cannot prove him that there is too much CO2. He doesn't care. He doesn't understand that it's human-made. Okay, so let's tell him that renewable energies are cheaper than gas, oil, and coal. Let's explain that when you go on efficient solutions, you waste less, but also less money, and your profit margin is higher. You can explain that if you go in circularity, you create more jobs, you make more money, you develop new business opportunities. And I think this type of narrative is what can really help to keep the economy of a big country interested by all the opportunities that we have. You know, this is a way to stop speaking of decarbonization, for example, and speak about modernization. If you modernize the world will have cheaper sources of clean energy. It will be efficient. It will not have all the outdated industrial processes, thermal engines, and all that. And if you modernize, then you have everybody in favor of modernization. And decarbonization will become the logical consequence of modernization. And this is something we have to keep in mind. Today, it is finished to speak about degrowth. It's finished to speak about expensive ecology. We are arming our cause when we're doing that. We are destroying our action. And when we understand that, then we can speak to the climate change deniers and tell them, I'm going to talk to you without mentioning climate, without mentioning environment, without mentioning ecology. But I will mention the clean energies that are cheaper. I will mention energy efficiency, circularity, recycling, all these industrial processes that make sense today. And then I think we can reconcile the two extremes, and not before.
Okay, thank you, Bertrand. Let's turn to Greg de Timmerman. He's a physicist, an associate researcher at Minds Paris Tech PSL, and co-head of the Quadrature Foundation in London. Science is always coming up with new things, right? Science can come up with dangerous things like the spread of diseases, but then we can act on them. But then sometimes science illuminates something really extraordinary. And in the case of climate change, in the last 20 years, it's been illuminating the fact that half of climate change are so-called superpollutants. Methane, fluorinated gases and others, that could, if we act very quickly, put an emergency brake on the growing global warming. Tell us how you feel about cancelling science and new science informing action like the superpollutants, because it's an amazing story. And what is the role of philanthropy, Greg, in this really tricky moment?
That's an interesting question. I think, first of all, everything we know about climate and the environment is about decades of research, right? It's accumulation of knowledge, it's testing a hypothesis, it's kind of getting wrong, then we're getting back into the right direction. And I think it's important because as long as you stop or pause research, it's not only a 2-year blip or a 4-year blip, it's a big infrastructure that you are actually damaging. I think you mentioned it, databases. I mean, things which are not sexy and perhaps people don't think about when we think about science, infrastructure, databases, monitoring, the fact that we are actually able to have satellites in space, monitoring the planet basically, and telling us what's going on with oceans, what's going on with gases and so on. This is what is at stake right now, and this is extremely expensive because it's decades of investments. So science is why we know climate is changing. Science has been used by oil companies and then hidden for decades because they knew climate was changing and they didn't want it to actually be public, right? So it's important there. And this is also how we can devise all the solutions we need. Bertrand's mentioned it. I mean, it's decades of research and innovation. Now, what we know, for example, we are right now at the time where we can monitor methane. Methane is 1/3 of the total warming we are observing right now. We all talk about CO2. CO2 is important. On the long run, CO2 is what wins everything. But right now, 1/3 of the global warming is caused by methane. Methane is caused by enteric emissions, so cows, basically. 25% of it is oil and gas. We now finally have tools to actually being able to hold accountable oil and gas companies for leaks in pipelines. Leaks which are costing absolutely nothing to be fixed, right? Just because people don't give a damn about that. Now you're cutting infrastructure, which means you're not able to see that anymore. And this is satellites which have been developed, again, about decades of research. So just important to realize all of that. And if you shut them down, it takes a long time to actually restart this infrastructure. Now, research, in my view, should be funded by states because this is a public good, right? And it has to be available to most people. Now, we are a foundation, we are philanthropy, so right now, our mailboxes, and some of my colleagues are here, our mailboxes are just being flooded by people asking us to actually help, and we can and we try, but our budget is just a small drop in the ocean. So right now, we are even trying to understand what's going on in the US and what kind of critical infrastructure we can help safeguard, and then try to see what else can be done. And I think this initiative is very interesting because I think it's also an opportunity now to perhaps gear up research in the UK and Europe. I'll make the distinction, sorry. But also in other countries, right? I mean, it's a time where governments have to step up because they should be convinced that science is important and they should put enough money onto the table to actually safeguard infrastructure, but also perhaps redirect science and make it even more useful for society. So philanthropy has a role to play. But I think it's just bridging a gap which is gigantic. And I don't know if people realize in this room how much we are going to lose in the science infrastructure. It's a bloodbath right now. And these are billions of dollars per year which are being cut. Nobody except a country can actually step up and actually try and safeguard some of that.
It's a very interesting perspective. Thank you very much indeed, Greg. One last final speaker, and then we just might have a short bit of time for a general chat, if our dear colleagues on the tech crew over there allow us. No, they're all having their lunch. Okay, good. Last but not least, Johan Falk. Johan is the head and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. The initiative unites companies that are innovators, disruptors, transformers to drive exponential action to halve emissions by 2030 in line with the climate science. So Johan, briefly, how are these companies responding to the current climate challenges? I think that's a polite thing to say, current climate challenges, these acute disruptions going on right now. And how are you trying to support them?
I would say the companies we work with on the front line, they are staying on the course. And that I think is incredibly important. Stay on course. They are delivering tremendous results as well in terms of driving the transformation through the value chains, both the energy transformation, the material transformation. Where we need to support the companies is to communicate the strong results, what they're doing, that they stay absolutely committed to the 1.5 ambition to science, and that it makes perfectly business sense, that it's a way to build business advantage, to also inspire all other companies. So here we have a lot of work to do. Companies cannot get silent, but they have to work and communicate together to make people also understand that progress is happening and businesses stay on course.
And secondly, you're launching something new called the Exponential Solutions Movement. Can you explain why this is needed? Yeah, was it it was the Exponential Solutions Movement, Sandrine?
It's also connected to what Bertrand said. All the focus so far, or most of the focus, has been on the down curves, basically how the big companies are cutting emissions. And the Science-Based Target Initiative is incredibly important to build up thousands of companies setting science-aligned targets, how to decarbonize their value chains. However, to shift out the fossil economy, a key point is to scale up the solutions exponentially so we can shift out the old energy, the fossil energy system, the linear economy, moving to a circular economy, moving to regenerative agriculture, close to nature forestry, and so on. We already did the first Exponential Roadmap 2018, showing that we had solutions to take us to the first halving. I would say that we have the solutions to take us even to the second and the third halving. We might be close to bending the curve, but we do need to do much, much more now on accelerating the solutions, which will take us to much modern economy, a wealthier economy, and driving both the economy and wealth and new jobs, and connect that with business opportunities.
So we've heard from everybody, and I just think that's rather an important point that Johan says. He said en passant, we have the solutions for the first halving of greenhouse gases in line with the science, and maybe for the next halving and the next halving. So is this why this attack on science by perhaps many of the businesses who funded Donald Trump's, very publicly funded Donald Trump's second term, suddenly start making sense to those that want to keep their business models going for another 1,000 years?
Absolutely. This has never been an issue about solutions. And we keep on focusing on technology as if technology is going to solve everything. It won't, because we haven't fundamentally changed the systems. The drivers behind our economy are shareholder value. It's all about profit. Right now I talk about the 3 M's: money, materials, and molecules. It's all linked to the AI revolution. The fact of the matter is, why is it that our fossil energy companies have pulled out of their net zero requirements, because they know that with AI, we need every possible energy, whether electrons or molecules, and whether they're polluting or not. We have to understand the onslaught that we are living right now in terms of our clean revolution versus their AI revolution. And they will do everything to make sure that we do not move forward, including canceling the science, canceling the knowledge, undermining every single company that's doing the right thing. And the biggest issue is they've bought out our governments too. So this is why I really want to be clear. When we leave this room, we cannot leave inactive. Exactly as Sveta says, because her ass is on the line when she goes back to the States. And so is mine, by the way, because I'm obviously pretty blacklisted as well. There are, just 2 days ago, 2 researchers from France were stopped as they tried to get into the United States and sent back. This is going to happen time and time again. We have to wake up. We have to not only make science great again, but humanity great again. And that's our problem.
I think we can just have another 4 or 5 minutes. So first, Dr.
Just one word, because there is one country where science is really leading. It's in China. And when you visit labs in China, you see also useless science being done, not always science for profit. And they are really having the idea that the future is in science. So we are facing a real big crisis of civilization.
And of course, China just putting down their new climate action plan, which seems to be quite ambitious. So maybe they might fill the vacuum there a little bit. Greg.
I just wanted to come back on one point on climate, because one might wonder why we need more climate science, right? And we know climate is changing, we know why, but something we haven't talked about here is we need to adapt to a changing world, a world which is changing extremely quickly. And if anything, one thing which is not happening enough is us to actually looking at what does it mean to be resilient in 30, 50, 100 years in a climate which is 2 to 3 degrees warmer. And there is a whole lot of science there just to make sure we understand a bit better what the projections are. And we designed the solution for that, because we have the solutions for decarbonizing, most of them. Adapting to a 3-degree world is an interesting challenge for us here. Just think about all the countries which need to develop at the same time, because climate change is by nature an unfair thing. The least responsible are going to be the people who are going to suffer the most, and science is needed to actually get there.
Good point. Bertrand.
I find it very interesting what you said, Sandrine, the fight between climate and artificial intelligence. But I don't think it's a real fight if we are clever. If we speak about efficiency, today, all the cities of the world have to produce hot water, and half of them have to produce heat to heat the buildings. The data centers produce only one thing with the energy you put in. It's heat. Heat. It's nothing. It's heat. Which means that if you put the data centers close to the cities, you don't increase the quantity of energy that you need in the world. You just use the energy first for the data center, and then you use the heat for the city. That's called efficiency. And it is twice cheaper than what we do today. Today we pay the energy for the data center and we pay the energy to heat the city. It's ridiculous. You can use the same energy twice. It's half of the cost for each party. But we don't do it. So it's just complete stupidity. And this is where I say that we have to come back to efficiency. If we come back to efficiency and we can do more with less resources, there is no fight anymore between climate action, industry, economy, finance, and AI.
Thank you very much. I can see that Sandrine is picking up her lance. right now to take on the fight. But we may not have time for that, Sandrine, but let's see. Let's ask Shuta.
Really quickly on China. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Villar Summit in Villar, Switzerland, this was just a few months, or last month, that they hosted their third annual meeting of global philanthropists. And I see some of you in the audience were definitely there. And so you had major recipients of global philanthropy, like Conservation International, like the Nature Conservancy, which are headquartered in the United States, would traditionally be receiving that type of funding. But there was a very clear shift of moving funding from US-based nonprofits to China. And that shift is extremely telling, that nonprofits in China are actually potentially more impactful than recipients out of the United States, especially in this new administration. So this is a real movement that's happening.
So we're going to come very much to the close here, with especially my voice at the moment. I just want to say one thing by Bertrand. Science has now led to engineering, which has now got a generation of industrial heat pumps that are hitting 250 degrees, hitting 300 degrees. This is a revolution through science and engineering, and they're just about to come onto the market. There's so much good stuff. So I'm just echoing what you said. This is energy saving
Can I
on
just say, though,
steroids.
that we all, that's why I'm saying, the technology is there, the smarts are there. What's the problem? The greed, the money, the profit. We have lost sense. That's why I say we need to make science great again, but we need to make humanity great again. What's our legacy as human beings on this planet? We've lost sense. Even research is all driven by money. We have to come back to money for whom? Research for what? That is fundamental.
Bertrand, if you've got a quick point, fire away.
Human nature is about short-term personal interest and greed. I think this is human nature in general, not us particular, but in general. So we have to take this into consideration. We cannot fight human nature and think everybody should be respectful and compassionate in one click. So if we can give more money to the people who are greedy, thanks to the solutions that can protect the environment in an economically profitable way, let's do it. Let's create jobs. Let's make money. Let's stop to believe that on one side there is the expensive ecology and on the other side you have the polluting industry. It's not like this anymore. It was like this, but not anymore.
It's now, the expensive fossil fuels and the cheap renewable energy. That's great.
Well, now you have profitable ecology and you can have clean industry. And the proof is what we have behind us here at ChangeNOW. But the people who should know about it are not here. We're all convinced of that. So the job doesn't start with the beginning of ChangeNOW. It starts when we end the weekend here, we go back home, we give interviews, we meet people, we make advocacy, and we have to tell about the solutions that exist, because most of the people don't know that these solutions exist. And the word solution and the word efficiency is what we need to spread everywhere. And the question of science will follow.
I've got you. I think we've got you there. All right. Look, Ingmar, could you just come and try and just wrap this thing up quickly? Because I'm sure these guys want a cup of coffee over there.
I can, and I want to make it quick. Bertrand, you're absolutely right. And the reason why We Don't Have Time exists is that we are broadcasting what's happening from ChangeNOW exactly right now to the people not in the room. They need to hear it. They are the ones needing to learn about all the solutions. I would also like to pick up another thing discussed here and on other stages. Yes, we need sustainable solution sexy, and we need them to be profitable. But what we need at most is to not stay silent. We're fighting for our future. I don't care if it's sexy or profitable. I want to survive, and I think you too will. And there's a very interesting study, science-based study in UK, published in The Guardian recently, where they have asked the population if they want to act more on the climate. And everyone
Sorry,
asked
can
yes.
you fix this mic? Can you fix this mic?
You don't hear me?
All right.
You don't hear me?
It's okay.
A majority said, yes, we want to act on the climate crisis. But a majority also thought that their neighbors didn't want stronger climate action. That's why they're not acting. That's why they're not speaking up, because they think everyone else are not speaking up. So put on those hats. Don't be green and nice. Be red and mean and speak up. Because if we don't speak up now, there will be no future where we can speak up. That's important. And I would like to end with this. This is a meeting in Mar-a-Lago before the US election. Donald Trump invited all his friends in the fossil fuel industry. He had one message. Give me $1 billion and I will win the US election and I will cancel climate science and policy. And he did. What the fuck? Why are we not doing the same? I open with my children. Shouldn't we raise money for them and everyone else, children in here and everyone here as well? It's our future. Let's mobilize, not work in silos. And this is important. When truth becomes a threat, science becomes resistance. So join us. Scan that QR code. Put on those caps. You can donate some money and you get some caps, but I will do what a drug dealer do now. If I give away some for free, I will create a demand for more. So here you go.
Okay. Yes, they could be, yeah. So I want to
So scan the code, and thanks to all the great people on stage.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody who's been on stage. I thought it was very interesting. And Dr. Triller, especially to you, because you were speaking almost in a slightly different area, but actually contributed as well to the overall dialogue. And so thank you very much. Thank you, Emily, for coming on. I hope your friends at The Economist are still going to love you after being on the show. And Sandrine, with your powerful voice, Bertrand, with your very powerful voice. Greg, somebody new I've met, but a great speaker and very articulate. Thank you so much. Shutter as well. And Johan with his impeccable analysis of the company. So thanks very much indeed, everyone, for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maeve Campbell, if you haven't met me already. I'm a climate journalist from London, and I'm pleased to be hosting this next session, which is all about the challenges and the potential of communicating climate. So what I'm going to say first is just, we all are here because we know the science, we agree with the science, crucially, and most of us accept it. We see the fires, we see the floods, we see the storms, we see the heat waves, and the devastating consequences worldwide every week on the news. I work in the news, I have to make that news, but yet we're not acting fast enough. So I spend pretty much every day trying to answer the question of how can we better communicate climate. So I'm really excited that today I'm going to be talking to a panel who are very much experts on that issue. It's all in the storytelling. But before I bring on my panel, I'm going to sit down with Stephen Dunbar-Johnson, who is the international president of the New York Times. Please welcome him to the stage. Oh, do I? Okay. Sorry, we've been told where to sit. I didn't realize I had to sit in a certain place. So, Stephen, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
So first question, climate communication, where have we gone wrong?
The challenge with climate communications is that what tends to appear on the homepage or the front page of newspapers, such as the New York Times, tends to be the dystopian nature of the challenge. So we all have a responsibility to put that on the homepage and the front page, but it is at the cost of a lot of the things that are happening in this space, a lot of the innovations and the solutions that are going to help us solve the problems that are being highlighted on the homepage. So there is a real challenge for media organizations as to how we balance the urgency of the crisis, the science, the facts, which we need to be, it's a part of our responsibility to be clearly explaining those to our readers. But at the same time, how do we talk about the other side, the opportunities that there are in solving this challenge? So a lot of us, I think, in the media world are trying to grapple with that. And then there's also the challenge of how do you do effective storytelling. So much of the climate dialogue has been, frankly, quite geeky. Phrases like net zero by 2050. If you go out to the street and ask the average person, what does that mean? They have no idea.
Yeah.
So I think we need to do a better job of explaining, going to the end of that question and asking ourselves of what would our cities need to look like if they were net zero by 2050?
Yeah.
What would our transport system need to look like if it was net zero by 2050?
Yeah.
What would our health and agricultural systems look like? And if we ask that question, then you start painting a picture that is far more optimistic. So much of the dialogue is about the cost of the change needed, and not enough of the dialogue is about the costs of not doing that change and the opportunity in making that change. And I think the media industry needs to do a better job of trying to get to that place.
So we need the geeks, but we also need to show the solutions and show the opportunities so that, you know, we can inspire hope whilst balancing the kind of gravity of the crisis, it sounds like you're saying. So on that point, I want to talk a bit about the New York Times, you know, and the climate coverage that you guys do, because you just mentioned there, you know, health, transport, cities. Is it very much kind of the opinion of the New York Times that climate has a place in every single beat, in every single section of the journalism? Yeah,
I mean, I'm going to go back to 2015, 2016, because that was a kind of a very important year in our for us in terms of our climate coverage, because the editor at the time, who was a gentleman called Dean Baquet, made a decision that we needed to stop doing sort of false equivalency on climate. The science was definitive. Climate change, man-made climate change was a fact, and we were heading to a very difficult place. At that moment, he then decided to, in effect, put affirmative action for climate in our newsroom. So whilst it's clearly climate is a business story, it's a tech story, it's a health story, wellness story, an everything story, we decided to put a climate desk in the middle of the newsroom in New York. And that climate desk is now populated to, we have 20 journalists that are full-time working on the subject of climate. That's not to say that they're not working, because they are working with every desk in terms of the stories. They're doing investigative stories, but they're also working with every desk on whether it's a business story, tech story, or agriculture story.
Sports story,
culture story.
And when you implemented that climate desk in the middle of the newsroom in New York, what was the reception from the journalists? Did they say, finally, we need a climate desk? Or did they say, not sure about this?
That's a good question. I don't think there was any resistance to that. The other thing that's important to say we made a decision very early that in order to do good climate journalism, we needed to fully embrace graphics and visual journalism tools. So the 20 people I just mentioned are really just the tip of the spear, because a lot of our graphics team are working on climate stories. Audio team, visual investigations teams, they're working on climate stories. So, and that's one of the beauty of the digital age for us, is that if you're talking about a climate story, let's say you're talking about the change in the Gulf Stream, which is quite a technical, if you just imagine that as script on your phone reading down, it's quite a long story and it's quite heavy.
Yeah.
A lot of science. If you can intersperse it with strong graphics, visuals, videos, to help the reader go through the story and keep them fully engaged, we find that is a very good way of getting the message across effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I just wanted to go a bit back to you kind of on a personal level as well, because I know it's important for everyone to know that Stephen works on kind of more of the strategy side. You know, you work on the business model for the newspaper that essentially sustains the journalism rather than on the editorial side. I know that you have quite an interesting personal journey when it comes to kind of understanding climate issues. You told me previously about a conference you went to. Tell us about that, because I think for someone, you know, we all know the New York Times as to be honest, it's like the pinnacle of climate journalism. You know, I'm a fan. But, you know, it wasn't always like that, and you yourself weren't always on kind of fighting this fight. So tell us your story.
Well, I was publisher of the Herald Tribune, based here in Paris for a number of years. And the Herald Tribune was bought, but it was 50% owned by the New York Times. That's only relevant in that when I became publisher of the Herald Tribune, I inherited a conference that had been going on for some time called Oil and Money, a very honestly branded event. The Oil and Money conference was one of the most attended events by all the CEOs of the fossil fuel industry. And it was very profitable. So I would go to this event and I would sit there and listen to all of these guys, and because they were all guys. And over time realized that there was no discussion, because this, by the way, was quite a long time ago. This is 20 years ago. I realized that, the noise around climate change and the information about climate change was still pretty nascent. But as it was becoming more and more apparent that this was a real issue, I was struck that this conference didn't talk about that at all.
Yeah.
And it then became clear to me that this was a reputational risk for the New York Times, for the Herald Tribune and the New York Times. And so we pulled out of that event. And then I pivoted to, started something called the Global Clean Energy Forum, which I guess was part of a sort of guilt appeasement for the oil and money years. But from there, I learned a lot began to learn about climate change, what was happening, the science, but also get really quite excited about the opportunities that were emerging in order to combat this. And then when it came to growing the New York Times outside of the United States, which was my job, is try and get people to engage with our journalism and subscribe to our journalism outside of the United States, it occurred to me that it was a very smart thing to invest in climate journalism, because not only was that central to our mission as the New York Times, this is the biggest existential threat that we face on this planet, but also that it was something, and that was something that would drive the relevancy of the New York Times to non-American audiences, because it's a global issue. So it hit the sweet spot for me, and ever since then we've been expanding our coverage, again, because it makes sense for our mission, but it's also a way of engaging readers, and it's worked very well. We also do a lot of live journalism events around climate, which are all focused on solutions, how to drive solutions.
Right. And do you ever, I think as journalists, we often worry that climate fatigue is a thing. You know, people turn on the news, it's wildfires every week. It's very hard sometimes to kind of keep up any hope or any kind of action-orientated mindset when that's all we're seeing every week. Tell us about the solutions approach that the New York Times takes, because sometimes in this field, when you hear solutions, people think, oh, solutions, well, you know, is that a bit naive? Is it a bit idealistic? Oh, let's focus on solutions when, you know, forests are burning. How do you make sure that you're balancing, that balancing act is going effectively?
Yeah, I still think we've got quite a long way to go there. But going back to what I said at the top, we're very aware that so much of the news is around the negative side of things, which particularly for younger readers, that gives them a sense of despair. So we launched something during UN Climate Week last September called the Climate Fix, which is intended to help aggregate all of the journalism that we're doing around solutions in a very pragmatic way so that people can find it more easily, and also give people clear, concrete examples of solutions that are actually implemented and are working.
Can you give us an example of a story?
It could be a story, let's say, in Arizona, how they're implementing, part of Arizona, a whole electric vehicle only zones. There's a story about geothermal, I think it's in Idaho, where they're using geothermal power to power, and very successfully, economically, creating jobs. We've got a series called 50 Solutions for 50 States. Goes state by state, actually looking tangibly at clear solutions that are working today.
Yeah, amazing.
So I think that's important because it begins to give people a little bit of inspiration and ideas of how they can get engaged. We also write practical pieces about how we as individuals can be making a difference, because it's often very confusing. But I think what's more interesting personally is how do young entrepreneurs get into this space? How can they find inspiration from other ideas? I mean, if you go to East Africa, for example, it's really interesting to see how many young people are engaged in a very intelligent way of finding solutions. So we're looking to find areas of content that stimulate ideas and create communities around those ideas.
Yeah, amazing. And so we haven't got too long, so we have to invite on our panel soon, even though I don't have a timer, so I'm going off my watch. But I can't leave you before we ask you just about the US landscape, because we can't ignore that. You know, it's the New York Times, Trump, the word climate. You know, living in the UK, I think the word climate is a lot more divisive, it seems, in the US. Do you think that maybe the solution to engaging people who are not so keen on the word climate is to do the story but just not use the word?
Well, a lot of companies who are very committed to their ESG programs, and ESG is that's a phrase that has become very unfashionable in America. But if you talk to most multinational American companies, they are still very committed to their ESG plans. And they're committed to them. Why? Because it makes sense for them from a business perspective. This is not something that is, you know, they have a fiduciary responsibility to their bottom lines. But they've realized that for their customers, for risk assessment and risk abatement, that ESG is a smart business thing to do. It's the same with DEI, by the way. This whole thing about DEI is, we at the New York Times are not going to be committed to DEI. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. But it's also a smart thing to do for our business. We want our journalists to represent the society which they're covering.
Yeah.
We need to have a diverse team of journalists in order to do the job more effectively. That is going to drive more readers, that's going to drive more revenue. It's just smart business.
Yeah.
So go to your question, yes, I think businesses may start removing the word climate, but then I don't believe that they're going to stop their action towards this. Some may, but major companies won't, because it makes sense.
It makes business sense.
It makes business sense.
Yeah, okay. Last question. The New York Times is very much seen as, you know, one of the best at storytelling. But what do you think you could learn from others? How do you think that you could improve when it comes to telling the climate change story?
Oh, we could learn from, there's so many good examples of good climate telling, which we should be listening to. I mean, we don't have the right to say that we're the best of everything. We're constantly learning. I mean, Channel 4 News, who you've worked with, in the UK, do some very good journalism, which I think highlights the way you should go about it. One example was a segment in their national news show about, it was a nature-based rewilding in Cumbria. That was it. Rewilding in Cumbria. And they started the story by saying, this part of Cumbria has increased their jobs by 70% since they started rewilding. Young people are going back to this part of Cumbria, which had been deserted because there were no opportunities. The local pub had opened up again. It had closed down. In other words, it was a very human story, which then backed into the climate story, which is what it really was, about this becoming a very important carbon capture project as well, and reinvigorating the ecosystem and the wildlife in that city.
Yeah.
So, but rather than go in with this is a carbon capture story, it was a human story, interviewing young people of why they'd gone back. What
very
had motivated.
watchable. That's very watchable for the national audience.
Exactly, and we need to be doing more of that kind of journalism.
Yeah, okay. Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Stephen. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Fascinating. So I'm now going to welcome my panel to the stage to delve even deeper into the importance of effective climate communication. Please welcome my panel. I thought I would invite you on first and then introduce you so that we can all look at each other, you know, and just actually make a connection, which is nice. So, Mark Maslin. Mark is a bit of a legend in the UK, I have to admit. He is Professor of Earth System Science at University College London and also at the Natural History Museum of Denmark. He's a leading scientist with a particular interest in understanding the solutions to climate change. And he's published over 200 papers and written 10 books.
So I'm not a legend in France. I'm shocked. Come on, add a bit more.
Soon. Joss Ford. Joss is the founder of sustainability communications company Enviral, which tells organizations social and environmental stories, pushing clients to be as impactful as they can be. His approach is all about creativity and climate. He's trying to solve the problem of global yawning.
It's an absolute snooze fest out there, guys.
Next, we have Dr. Shweta Chakraborty, who is a globally recognized risk and behavioral scientist, specifically an expert on global risks ranging from climate change to COVID-19. She's a trusted authority on proactive preparedness to mitigate against the impacts against climate change and is motivated by the need for clear, credible, and evidence-based communication. She's the CEO of We Don't Have Time in the US, and she was recently a climate advisor to Kamala Harris during her presidential campaign.
I don't need to say I'm a little disappointed right now.
Understandable. Lastly, we have Rose May Lucott, who is the co-founder and COO of ChangeNOW. She started her career in marketing, but gradually became more and more concerned by environmental issues and the urgency needed to address global warming. So she launched ChangeNOW with a goal to put environmental innovation at the forefront of the French scene. And in a few years, it has grown to become the world's largest event. So please give them another round of applause.
Hi, and welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm starting with you, Joss. You're the creative on the panel.
But look at this amazing panel of people. It's so good, and you're going to start with me.
I'm sure that's what you'd all say, so we've got to start with someone. So Joss, my question is, climate change needs some new PR because the current strategy isn't working. I feel like all communications professionals, I'm sure there's a lot of you in the audience here, journalists, storytellers around the world, you know, we should all be kind of coming together with one big meeting to decide what the next steps are. So, who's doing PR well at the moment? How do we make climate action have the same kind of popularity as buying the latest iPhone?
Okay, BP. BP are amazing.
Really?
Yeah. The carbon footprint, we've all heard the story. BP came up with the carbon footprint. They worked with a brilliant agency to create a very single-minded platform, the carbon footprint, and we all know and love that. Okay, they put the onus on the individual, but can you imagine if a climate organization worked with a really shit-hot agency and came up with the carbon footprint and put it on businesses, just businesses, and it got the traction that the carbon footprint has had since it got, I think it was the 2000s or something when it got made up. So I think they're doing a really good job. Why? Because they got really creative, single-minded messaging done well.
Yeah.
I think that sustainability is in a bit of a winter period. You know, the last time we had a summer was probably COP26 time, where there was loads of momentum, loads of innovation, loads of investment going on, and there's not that at the moment, is there? But I think to take sustainability from winter hibernation to spring, comms and brand is the essence of that.
Yeah.
Embedding it through creativity into the center of our DNA of brands, no matter if you're B2B or B2C, that's what it'll take it.
So it's interesting, we can learn from BP. Shweta, I can't not come to you on that. I feel like, you've been in there, in the deep end in US politics. If we can learn from BP, can we learn from right-wing politics?
From the shocking Kamala Harris presidential loss? Yes. So, actually, Joss and I were just talking about this before we came on stage and how the right got it right in the United States. It's why, and I know this is triggering for some to hear the name Trump, but it's why Trump is the current president and is currently destroying every aspect of democracy as we know it in modern United States. And in hindsight, it's so obvious. When we were running the Kamala Harris campaign, we thought we had it in the bag. And now looking back, we realized that $100 billion had been put in to education, into media, and ultimately the outcome of that is political leaders that are voted in, like Trump. And they'd been doing this systematically for decades. The liberal or the left side has put in a drop in the bucket compared to how much the conservative right in the US has put in. And so here we are. We're not fighting fire with fire. We're not fighting resources with resources. And the outcome of that is devastation. So the takeaway from this most recent US presidential campaign and what we need to know as a climate community going forward is that we've got to fight fire with fire. We need to really work together. That's also something we don't do well in this community. We are not talking with the same voice. We are not understanding our audiences and what they care about. What are the mental models? That's the most jargony thing I'll say as a scientist on this stage today. What are their mental models? What are their perceptions? What are their schemas? What are their value systems? And then understanding that, mapping that out, truly taking the time. It's not even expensive, it's a bit tedious, but understanding who you're communicating to and then finding the right trusted spokesperson to share that message will get us to the behavioral outcome we want. In the case of the Harris presidential failed election, it would have been to have voted for her. In the case of climate, it's to get everyone to understand that yes, your carbon footprint matters, so we can actually create values around the environment and become environmental stewards and raise our children with that knowledge of it's not just take from nature, it's a mutual relationship, but it's actually getting people to hold companies and representatives accountable. That's what we really need as behavioral outcomes. So how do we get people to do that? Through trusted messengers and by understanding what matters to them.
So I love this idea of trusted messengers and trusted spokespeople. Just give us a quick, what's an example of a trusted spokesperson in a normal community?
Taylor Swift. Who knows her? Anyone? Yeah, I mean, who knows her directly? Who can send her a line? No, I'm being facetious, but the idea is we need to partner with creatives. We need to partner with musicians and athletes, doctors, pharmacists, your hairdressers. We need to activate trusted community members and those that people feel that they trust because they see them on screen all the time, or they pay a lot to go to their concerts. Once we activate that network, that will be the game changer.
Agreed. Mark, I'm going to come to you next because I know you've spent you're a scientist originally, but you've pretty much spent your whole career trying to communicate the science. And I know you mentioned to me recently that you moved away from fear-based messaging a while ago. Why did you move away from that?
So I think the first thing to say is don't rely on scientists to do the communication. And I think this is one of the errors in climate change, which is we have been the forefront of communicating climate change for 30 years. We're not always good communicators. Trust me, there are certain of my colleagues, I do not want to leave the laboratory, okay? They will not communicate in the best way. They will confuse you. They'll use lots of jargon, and you'll just go, what? So I think that's the first thing, which is we need professional communicators. We need experts who understand human behavior to get behavioral change. That's the first thing. The second thing is, many, many years ago, the idea that you can change people by fear. The idea that we're all going to burn to death. We're all going to have these extreme weather events. We've been saying this for 30 years and no change has occurred. So I think the new approach must be this win-win, or as I prefer it, win-win-win solutions, whereby you actually appeal to people and you say, we're going to look at your values. We're going to look at what you need and what you want in the future, and we can tie that to climate change. So for example, when I talk about going to a more plant-based diet, and remember, I say plant-based diet. I don't say vegetarian or vegan. I'm actually saying you can still have a little bit of meat if you want to, if that's necessary, because you're still buying into their requirements. But you then say, well, that's going to make you healthier. It's going to make your children healthier, and you're going to live longer. At which point they go, oh, this is great. And then you say, and it's going to save the planet. And I think that's it. It's bringing these things. And we haven't communicated. We can have green cities. We can have clean air. We can have transport systems. I mean, the right has made 15-minute cities, which to me sounds like amazing, like an evil thing that's going to stop you having to commute for an hour a day to go to work. I mean, it's like, and they've won that battle, and I've never understood why. So I think we need real communication specialists, as Josh said. You need PR companies, you need behavioral specialists, and you certainly need ChangeNOW.
That's a very, very good segue. Thank you, Mark. So, Rose, we'll come on to you. You must know a lot about audiences. You've created, one of the biggest events, the world's biggest event for solutions for the planet. Who do you think is the hardest audience to reach when it comes to sustainability and climate action?
Well, so thank you for your words. When we created ChangeNOW, the ecological and social transition wasn't appealing at all. We talked about sustainability. We used words that were used for decades, and that wasn't sexy at all. And I don't know if you're familiar with the adoption curve, of a product, where you have the early adopters, then the early majority, then the late majority. You're familiar with this curve? Well, it has been explained, theorized, that there is a chasm between the early adopters and the early majority. And to cross this chasm, you need to change the way you talk about the product or the idea. And when we launched ChangeNOW, we were exactly at that point in the chasm. The speeches that have seduced the early adopters were not seducing the early majority. And we had to rethink the way we talked about positive impact. And actually, positive impact wasn't a word that existed when we launched ChangeNOW. So we got inspired by, so we can get inspired, yes, by politicians, but we were also inspired by the tech ecosystem. Because the tech ecosystem managed to create an inspirational layer around it. Many success stories that inspired thousands of entrepreneurs who wanted to start also in a garage and end up as like the king of the world, the most, the richest people in the world. So this inspired generations of entrepreneurs. And when we created ChangeNOW, we thought, yes, we have to create this new inspirational layer. We have to highlight success stories, inspirational entrepreneurs, so that they can inspire other people in return and make this, ecological and social transition appealing.
It's interesting that you use the word seduce, because I feel like we do need to make climate change sexy, like we have to. Otherwise, everyone likes sexy things, usually. So if climate change is seductive or climate action is seductive, I feel it might, welcome people in. But I want to come to you on that because, Musk is is a very controversial figure nowadays. But when he launched Tesla, I was reading, he pitched Tesla cars as the future of luxury and performance originally. He didn't mention the eco, he didn't mention he was going to save the planet. That was his story. You were driving the fastest, coolest thing on the road. And that's what seduced people. So, just tell us, how can we be more creative? How can we go outside the box? What can we do?
Okay, so just to pick up on your point, because you used positive change. We've had sustainability, regenerative, ESG. Actually, it was Dr. Victoria Hirth in a session that you hosted recently, who's got a really interesting concept of well-being for all, forever. And I really, really like that. I really like that element because you can never argue with a parent that they want well-being for all, forever. You can never argue with somebody who might be looking for their own personal vision to be better, for better well-being. And so I think that's a really interesting North Star that we need to be looking for. And then how do we get people to buy into that North Star of well-being for all, forever? How do we make it sexy? It's through unexpectedness. Ooh. Everything that we do in the world of positive impact, sustainability, ESG is so expected. It's just full of jargon and we all nod along to it. For me, it's when it's when you just break that. It's breaking that.
So I was going to say, how can we make this panel a bit more unexpected?
Okay,
should we run around like?
I'm in heels.
Well, we did talk about a dance routine, didn't we? No, yeah. Actually, there was a really great example here in Paris a couple of years ago. We talk about unexpectedness, and I'm about to talk about Oatly. I mean, how expected is that in a sustainability conference? But what they did is there was some rules that you couldn't do out-of-home advertisement for brands, and so they put this message up around, wouldn't this wall look better with an oat drink commercial? And then they basically got this delivery driver with the Oatly carton, which had their carbon labeling on, and just put it in front of the wall at the perfect angle so it looked like an out-of-home advert. It was unexpected. It was a physical out-of-home campaign which went viral online, and they weren't talking about carbon labeling, but it got people interested. It got people to look at their brand, and then they kind of did the rest of the message online.
So it seems like what we're all talking about is almost sustainability slightly being the afterthought, but it still gets in there, but it might not be the leading aspect.
Oh, it should never be it should never be the leading thing. Let's not talk about Musk either, but the luxury thing, he made a shit-hot car which accelerates at a ridiculous speed, and it goes quite a long way.
Yeah.
And it just happens to be good for the planet.
Yeah.
Like, just a list of priorities of meeting people where they actually want to buy from a brand. That's good.
Shweta, I'm going to come back to you. So I really want to draw here on your expertise, having worked in politics and having worked, obviously you're based in the US. Something that you've said to me before is important in the climate fight is appealing kind of to patriotism and to national pride. Do you think, in the UK we're a bit embarrassed of that? We don't really like being English, do we? It's a bit embarrassing. Whereas in the US, what do you think, Mark? Are you happy to be English?
I hate to say this. I think the English are the most patriotic people there are.
Oh, do you?
Yes, so I avoid them when I go on holiday.
It depends which English people you're meeting. But do you think we need to appeal to national pride to help people?
That's a little complicated because I would say the US has a history of assimilation versus the UK, which is more multiculturalism, and both have pros and cons. And I feel the assimilation worked until it didn't. And now we have over 50% extreme right that's, really owning the landscape in the United States. And I don't know to what extent they've co-opted national pride. Now the American flag is associated with the extreme right, which it shouldn't be the case. So not to say that we shouldn't appeal to national pride, as a behavioral scientist, I would do the research first and understand where we sit and how it's changed and what we could do to co-opt and take back take back science. This whole Make America Great Again, we should be able to take that back and make science great again. In fact, that is the campaign that We Don't Have Time, my company, a partner for you all here, has launched. Because we don't want this American flag, this national pride, and this Make America Great Again to be owned by an extreme fraction of the United States. We, as a global community, can make science great again. And so we are here to own that and take it back. And to remember that nobody cares. The world does not care what you believe. You are going to fall off a balcony if you step off of it. This is great. It's Science 101. And so we need to lead with that. That needs to be the North Star, leading with science and being proud to lead with science, because it's what's created the engineering marvel that we're all finding ourselves sitting in right here, right now. What is more tangible than science? So if we lead and control that narrative and take science back and make science great again, then I feel like that's really appealing to not just the US public, but the global public, and ultimately should be our North Star.
I've never heard that before, make science great again. I feel like that's what I'm going to go away with from that conference. I really love that. Someone needs to put that on a t-shirt.
It's already on a cap. You'll see, if you see a red cap that looks like Make America Great Again, it's Make Science Great Again. It's all over here.
Amazing. So, Mark, I'm going to come back to you now. What's the most dangerous myth about climate change you encounter in your daily work?
Oh, where do I start? So I would say that there are multiple levels of climate denial. So I think the easiest one to deal with is the one that says, it's not real, and therefore I'm not going to believe in it. And you can deal with that quite easily. We've been doing that since the 1980s. Then there's the one that says, you know, climate has always been changing, this is just natural. You can deal with that. Actually, I would say the most dangerous one are politicians that say, yes, I completely get climate change, I understand its threats, but we can't afford to do anything about it now. That delaying tactic has actually done more damage over the last 30 years than flat out denial on X. And I think that's where we have to really put our effort into, is taking those politicians and saying, look, you can be brave now. Yes, it's a huge infrastructure change, okay? And this is where I come in when I communicate. I come from that science background, but the first thing I talk about is money. Okay, when I walk into CEOs, I talk about money. When I talk to the fusion industry or sort of the energy industry, I talk about money. Because new energy building is $3 trillion every single year. That's a lot of money. If you can co-opt that and take that into the renewable sector, you're going to make a lot of money. So sometimes, unfortunately, I have to put that other hat on. I have my science cap on, and then I go, I'm going to have to do some sort of like persuading here. Let's talk about the money.
Do we all talk about the money when we're talking to people? Is that something that we focus on, or is that just Mark? Joss? Lead with the money?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, obviously, from a business perspective, and we do about kind of 60% of our work is B2B communications. Obviously, getting to the terminology of the everyday of business is a good way to go and put the business case for taking action. It does ultimately interlink at some level with money.
Yeah.
But the reality is that I'm more interested to know what people are talking about around a dinner table and see what they care about. You know, if we look at energy, it's the cost of energy. It's not about the fact that it comes from a wind turbine, that they're talking about it. And so for us, you know, getting the behaviors, getting the data of how people actually interact, and then meeting them where they are, that's where we always look to start and end.
Yeah. Being relatable and accessible, Shweta?
I would say the business bottom line works with that private sector audience. So it keeps coming back to who are you communicating to and what behavioral outcome do you want to see? Are we talking about an individual, a community, a company? Look at who you're talking to, understand what their needs are. Based on that, frame to custom tailor the message accordingly. If this is a business, it is about the business bottom line, but then talk about how sustainability feeds into long-term, short-term and long-term business bottom lines, right? So it really comes down to the audience. Can I clarify one thing which I get asked all the time?
Please.
How many, just a curiosity from the audience, how many of you are concerned about this doom and gloom message, or those that you talk to are constantly, don't want to hear the doom and gloom around climate change? Just to see a raise of hands. I just want to clarify this because I've had the privilege of being around several climate scientists, Mark included, that have consensus on how to approach this. So we have to be honest about climate and what's happening, but it needs to be followed up very quickly with action steps, tangible, actionable steps that individuals and communities and companies and public sector, private sector, all of the above can take. And that needs to be underpinned by hope. So it's a combination of fear, sure, doom and gloom or whatever. It's scary. That's why it's doom and gloom, because the reality is that it's scary. So that combination of telling the truth, honestly, what's going on, what's happening with the reality of climate change, followed by hopeful, actionable next steps, that's that magic combination to see behavioral outcome. And we have consensus on that from the scientific community. I just want to share that because
I can agree with that more.
Yes.
I could not agree with that more.
And I have to say, one of the key things that I spend a lot of my time doing is trying to push back to groups that want to make climate change even worse. You know, the North Atlantic's going to collapse tomorrow. No, it's not. Oh, suddenly we're going to have mega hurricanes. No, we're not. We're just going to have bigger, stronger hurricanes. You know, again, climate change as the science presents it is scary enough. The changes that are going to happen between 1.5 and 2 degrees are really going to be challenging to modern society. We do not need this apocalyptic stuff that comes out of particularly NGOs, and that's almost as damaging sometimes as the denial, I don't see those fires, they were man-made, they were caused by arsonists. And so therefore I spend a lot of my time balancing on this sort of like narrow gap, saying, okay, this is the science, and yes, my colleagues have just published an extreme paper, but hey, they want to get their face on Time magazine, and no, it's not right, moving back to the center. So it's bad enough as it is, but you're absolutely right. We, as a community, keep going, yes, but you can do things about it. We can move. We have all the actual sort of technology we need to change now. And the thing that frustrates me, and sorry, I'm going to have a rant here, okay? We're using 19th century technology. We're burning stuff and basically pumping soot and dust and CO2 into the atmosphere. Whereas we have 21st century technology, electricity. If you take the whole of Europe and you changed it to electric overnight, forget aviation and concrete, okay, let's keep that to one side. Everything else, we would straight away save 40% of our energy because electricity is so much more efficient. Because guess what? It's new technology.
So it's very much the sensationalizing that we need to stay away from, because it is scary enough, to be honest. And just before, I'd love to go back to Rose here just about the concrete actions, because we were all saying, I'd love to go around everyone actually and just talk about a concrete action, because we've tried to solve climate communication in one panel. We've tried our best, but I wanted to come to you quickly just to talk about at ChangeNOW. You told me a good story when we were speaking earlier about a partnership or something that came physically out of the summit.
Yeah, so about action. When you enter the summit, I'm sure you noticed this sentence, which is kind of a motto for us. It's, with action comes hope. And yes, action is key to bring hope back and to help people move. And I have, a very concrete example of something that happened at ChangeNOW a couple of years ago. We created a connection that had strong ripple effects. We created a connection at ChangeNOW between the French government and the Slovenian solution, which is addressing the problem of
of jargon and we all nod along to it. For me, it's
So
when it's when you just break that. It's breaking
so
that.
I was going to say, how can we make this panel a bit more unexpected?
Okay,
Should we
actually,
run around? Like,
I'm in heels.
Well, we did talk about a dance routine, didn't we? No, yeah. Actually, there was a really great example here in Paris a couple of years ago. It's so we talk about unexpectedness, and I'm about to talk about Oatly. I mean, how expected is that in a sustainability conference? But what they did is there was some rules that you couldn't do out-of-home advertisement for brands, and so they put this message up around, wouldn't this wall look better with an oat drink commercial? And then they basically got this delivery driver with the Oatly carton, which had their carbon labeling on, and just put it in front of the wall at the perfect angle so it looked like an out-of-home advert. It was unexpected. It was a physical out-of-home campaign which went viral online, and they weren't talking about carbon labeling, but it got people interested. It got people to look at their brand, and then they kind of did the rest of the message online.
so it seems like what we're all talking about is almost sustainability slightly being the afterthought, but it still gets in there, but it might not be the leading aspect.
Oh, it should never be literally should never be the leading thing. You know, like, let's not talk about Musk either, but the luxury thing, he made a shit hot car which accelerates at a ridiculous speed, and it goes quite a long way.
Yeah.
And it just happens to be good for the planet.
Yeah.
Like, just a list of priorities of meeting people where they actually want to buy from a brand. That's good.
Shweta, I'm going to come back to you. So I really want to draw here on your expertise, having worked in politics and having worked, obviously you're based in the US. Something that you've said to me before is important in the climate fight is appealing kind of to patriotism and to national pride. Do you think, in the UK we're a bit embarrassed of that? We don't really like being English, do we? It's a bit embarrassing. Whereas in the US, I mean, what do you think, Mark? Are you happy to be English?
I hate to say this, I think the English are the most patriotic people there are.
Oh, do you?
Yes, so I avoid them when I go on holiday.
It depends which English people you're meeting. But do you think we need to appeal to national pride to help people?
That's a little complicated because I would say the US has a history of assimilation versus the UK, which is more multiculturalism, and both have pros and cons, and I feel the assimilation worked until it didn't. And now we have over 50% extreme right that's, really owning the landscape in the United States. And I don't know to what extent they've co-opted national pride. Now the American flag is associated with extreme right, which it shouldn't be the case. So not to say that we shouldn't appeal to national pride. As a behavioral scientist, I would do the research first and understand where we sit and how it's changed and what we could do to co-opt and take back science. This whole Make America Great Again, we should be able to take that back and make science great again. In fact, that is the campaign that We Don't Have Time, my company, a partner for you all here, has launched. Because we don't want this American flag, this national pride, and this Make America Great Again to be owned by an extreme fraction of the United States. We, as a global community, can make science great again. And so we are here to own that and take it back, and to remember that nobody cares. The world does not care what you believe. You are going to fall off a balcony if you step off of it. This is great. It's science 101. And so we need to lead with that. That needs to be the North Star, leading with science and being proud to lead with science, because it's what's created the engineering marvel that we're all finding ourselves sitting in right here, right now. What is more tangible than science? So if we lead and control that narrative and take science back and make science great again, then I feel like that's really appealing to not just the US public, but the global public, and ultimately should be our North Star.
I've never heard that before, make science great again. I feel like that's what I'm going to go away with from that conference. I really love that. Someone needs to put that on a t-shirt.
It's already on a cap. You'll see, if you see a red cap that looks like Make America Great Again, it's Make Science Great Again. It's all over here.
Amazing. So, Mark, I'm going to come back to you now. What's the most dangerous myth about climate change you encounter in your daily work?
Oh, where do I start? So I would say that there are multiple levels of climate denial. So I think the easiest one to deal with is the one that says it's not real, and therefore I'm not going to believe in it. And you can deal with that quite easily. We've been doing that since the 1980s. Then there's the one that says, you know, climate has always been changing, this is just natural. You can deal with that. Actually, I would say the most dangerous one are politicians that say, yes, I completely get climate change, I understand its threats, but we can't afford to do anything about it now. That delaying tactic has actually done more damage over the last 30 years than flat-out denial on X. And I think that's where we have to really put our effort into, is taking those politicians and saying, look, you can be brave now. Yes, it's a huge infrastructure change, okay? And this is where I come in when I communicate. I come from that science background, but the first thing I talk about is money. Okay, when I walk into CEOs, I talk about money. When I talk to the fusion industry or sort of the energy industry, I talk about money. Because new energy building is $3 trillion every single year. That's a lot of money. If you can co-opt that and take that into the renewable sector, you're going to make a lot of money. So sometimes, unfortunately, I have to put that other hat on. I have my science cap on, and then I go, I'm going to have to do some sort of like persuading here. Let's talk about the money.
Do we all talk about the money when we're talking to people? Is that something that we focus on, or is that just Mark? Joss? Lead with the money?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, obviously, from a business perspective, and we do about kind of 60% of our work is B2B communications. Obviously, getting to the terminology of the everyday of business is a good way to go and put the business case for taking action. It does ultimately interlink at some level with money.
Yeah.
But the reality is that I'm more interested to know what people are talking about around a dinner table and see what they care about. You know, if we look at energy, it's the cost of energy. It's not about the fact that it comes from a wind turbine, that they're talking about it. And so for us, you know, getting the behaviors, getting the data of how people actually interact, and then meeting them where they are, that's where we always look to start and end.
Yeah. Being relatable and accessible, Shweta?
I would say the business bottom line works with that private sector audience. So it keeps coming back to who are you communicating to and what behavioral outcome do you want to see? Are we talking about an individual, a community, a company? Look at who you're talking to, understand what their needs are. Based on that, frame the custom tailor the message accordingly. If this is a business, it is about the business bottom line, but then talk about how sustainability feeds into long-term, short-term and long-term business bottom lines, right? So it really comes down to the audience. Can I clarify one thing which I get asked all the time?
Please.
How many, just a curiosity from the audience, how many of you are concerned about this doom and gloom message, or those that you talk to are constantly, don't want to hear the doom and gloom around climate change? Just to see a raise of hands. I just want to clarify this because I've had the privilege of being around several climate scientists, Mark included, that have consensus on how to approach this. So we have to be honest about climate and what's happening, but it needs to be followed up very quickly with action steps, tangible, actionable steps that individuals and communities and companies and public sector, private sector, all of the above can take. And that needs to be underpinned by hope. So it's a combination of fear, sure, doom and gloom or whatever. It's scary. That's why it's doom and gloom, because the facts, the reality is that it's scary. So that combination of telling the truth, honestly, what's going on, what's happening with the reality of climate change, followed by hopeful, actionable next steps, that's that magic combination to see behavioral outcome. And we have consensus on that from the scientific community. I just want to share that because
I couldn't agree with that more.
Yes.
Could not agree with that more.
And I have to say, one of the key things that I spend a lot of my time doing is trying to push back to groups that want to make climate change even worse. You know, the North Atlantic's going to collapse tomorrow. No, it's not. Oh, suddenly we're going to have mega hurricanes. No, we're not. We're just going to have bigger, stronger hurricanes. You know, again, climate change as the science presents it is scary enough. The changes that are going to happen between 1.5 and 2 degrees are really going to be challenging to modern society. We do not need this apocalyptic stuff that comes out of particularly NGOs, and that's almost as damaging sometimes as the denial, I don't see those fires, they were man-made, they were caused by arsonists. And so therefore I spend a lot of my time balancing on this sort of like narrow gap, saying, okay, this is the science, and yes, my colleagues have just published an extreme paper, but hey, they want to get their face on Time magazine, and no, it's not right. Moving back to the center. So it's bad enough as it is, but you're absolutely right. We, as a community, keep going, yes, but you can do things about it. We can move. We have all the actual sort of technology we need to change now. And the thing that frustrates me, and sorry, I'm going to have a rant here, okay? We're using 19th century technology. We're burning stuff and basically pumping soot and dust and CO2 into the atmosphere. Whereas we have 21st century technology, electricity. If you take the whole of Europe and you changed it to electric overnight, forget aviation and concrete, okay? Let's keep that to one side. Everything else, we would straight away save 40% of our energy because electricity is so much more efficient. Because guess what? It's new technology.
So it's very much the sensationalizing that we need to stay away from, because it is scary enough, to be honest. And just, I'd love to go back to Rose here just about the concrete actions, because we were all saying, I'd love to go around everyone actually and just talk about a concrete action, because, we've tried to solve climate communication in one panel. We've tried our best. But I wanted to come to you quickly just to talk about at ChangeNOW. You told me a good story when we were speaking earlier about a partnership or something that came physically out of the summit.
Yeah, so about action. When you enter the summit, I'm sure you noticed this sentence, which is kind of a motto for us. It's, with action comes hope. And yes, action is key to bring hope back and to help people move. And I have, a very concrete example of something that happened at ChangeNOW a couple of years ago. We created a connection that had strong ripple effects. We created a connection at ChangeNOW between the French government and the Slovenian solution, which is addressing the problem of microplastics. When you do a washing cycle, you release microplastic into the water because we have a lot of clothes made of synthetic fibers. And then when the water goes into the sewage system, you can't get rid of the microplastics. And this is a huge problem because the pollution in the ocean, most of the plastic pollution is due to those microplastics. So we identified the problem, but we couldn't act. The French government wanted to act, but the industrials said, no, we just can't stop this. We can't capture those microplastics. At ChangeNOW, we made the connection between the government and a Slovenian solution, which is exactly doing this. Filters for microplastics in washing machines. And from this connection came a meeting. After this connection, they organized a meeting at the ministry, and now it is written in the French law that starting from this year, 2025, all new washing machines sold in France must be equipped with microplastic filters. So this is a concrete example of what can happen after the summit, so out of all the connections you will make, but it's also a proof that when you don't have the solutions, it's very difficult to take decisions, to act. But once you have solutions, when you see concrete actions, then you can act in return. And at ChangeNOW, every year we ask, when you registered, you were asked if you felt capable to act for the planet. Around 50 to 60% of you said yes, which is already really good, because you are a lot of change makers here. But last year, we had the same result. And we asked the question after the summit. And after the summit, you were more than 80% to say that, yes, you can act. So when you see concrete actions, yes, then it gives you the power to act.
It's really hopeful to hear that story. I'm sure that's a really inspiring story for everyone. I really felt that when you told me. That's great to hear. And I feel like I'm going to go around and just get a last word from all of you. Unfortunately, we do have to finish because we have someone coming on next. I feel like we could have had an hour with each of you individually because you all have such interesting stories. I'm sure you'll all agree. We're just going to go around quickly. Something concrete, something actionable, something you would like the audience to take away. Mark.
Okay, so I'm going to task you all to talk about climate change. This is your superpower. It is really interesting that when people talk about it, things change. There's a certain company, Sopostera here, who I've worked with for years. It started at the base level. There were a couple of people that had climate anxiety. They talked about it over the coffee. It's France, of course it was coffee. They talked about it over the coffee machine, and they realized they could do small things. The company then changed over a couple of years to become a AAA rated at the Carbon Disclosure Project. Do not underestimate your individual power to talk to people and influence people. And the thing is, you may never ever know what that influence is, but just keep talking about it positively and making change happen.
My go?
Yes, please.
Don't write the brief yourself. Work with communications experts to write the brief. And
basically hire Joss.
Hey, I didn't say it like that. No. Internally in your companies, like often it's like the founder or the CEO or somebody who's detached from the everyday who writes a brief. Work with a communications expert to write the brief. In that brief, put in a line, a scoring mechanism. Will it cause global warming? Is it boring? Is there a threat to it being boring? And have check-ins throughout the process of creating it to see if it's too full of jargon or if it feels a bit too just, blah and samey. And then go and work with different creatives to go and deploy that. There's a brilliant organization called Creatives for Climate. I think they're here, and they've got a great platform for individual freelancers, groups of freelancers, as well as agencies. Go to them and then make stories great again. Save the world from boring sustainability.
Make stories, make science. I also just think before we move on, we need to translate global yawning into French. Just so that we all...
I'm not the person to do that.
Rosemary, how would you say global yawning? Like bailler? Is it to yawn?
Ennui.
Ennui?
L'ennui climatique.
Ennui climatique. Okay, so that's what we're taking away. For anyone French, ennui climatique. Shweta.
Okay, how many in the audience say that they have some sort of anxiety around climate change? This is like every hand going up at this point. So the
group therapy session afterwards, yeah?
The antidote to anxiety, climate anxiety, is action. To take action, open up your phones, download the We Don't Have Time app. If you already have it, it's free. Just download it. If you already have it, sign up for the Make Science Great Again campaign. Very clear action steps to take. It'll help with that anxiety you're experiencing. And then you'll also be plugged in to be able to identify where you want to get involved, right? Depending on who you are and the work you do, you can plug into fashion or agriculture, transportation. There is actions to be taken across public sector, private sector, and let's find a custom tailored action for you that's right. We help accelerate that for individuals and for companies. So please download the app. That's a great action step to take.
Thank you.
And I also have an action for you. When you go out of the summit, I would like you to have in mind your top 3 solutions or speakers you met, you saw today, because they inspired you. And because they inspired you, they will also inspire other people around you. And because you were inspired, you will be able to talk about it in an appealing way. So yeah, just have in mind when you leave the summit, when you leave the Grand Palais, what is your top 3 solutions or speakers?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. So this is the last session of the day, but we have 10 more minutes left. We have a keynote from Eva Morel, who is the co-founder of Quota Climat, which is a French NGO working to improve the media coverage of environmental issues. Eva founded Quota Climat in 2022, and she has since written and advocated for a citizen bill at the French Parliament to regulate climate disinformation. So she's going to come on. She's going to come on and she's going to give a keynote. And as I say, it's the last session of the day, but we have 2 more days. So I hope to see you on Friday and on Saturday. And I hope to connect with as many of you as possible. I'm based in the UK, but I try to, je parle français un peu. I try to speak French a little bit, and I come over as much as I can. So please welcome Eva.
At the end of January this year, an economist said on live radio that global warming was a real chance, notably for India. The journalist replied that indeed, the economic opportunities of global warming were poorly discussed in public debate, and that it was a good point. At the beginning of March, the CEO of Airbus, the French aerospace leader, claimed on public television that planes were more sustainable than trains. No one contradicted him. Journalists looked surprised, but did not say a word. At the end of March, the spokesperson of the Rassemblement National, the French far-right political party, claimed that renewables did not work on live television. The journalist approved and then laughed. I could go on like this for a long time. These are signals that climate disinformation has invaded our news media. In only 3 months of airtime, from January to March 2025, we detected 128 cases of climate disinformation in French TV and radio. You probably thought that climate disinformation was only happening on social media, right? Well, if only. Climate disinformation has invaded the informational source citizens trust the most, our news media. And in the meantime, climate media coverage decreases. Between 2023 and 2024, we lost in France 30% of coverage. And this is worse. Climate media coverage peaks during extreme weather events, but only to describe those events. Climate media coverage and the solutions stagnate and even decreases during those media events. This means we speak less of solutions when public attention is at its highest. And this means that while climate disinformation gains ground, access to quality information is decreasing. This is a collective issue, because this means we are losing citizens' attention. We are also aggravating climate anxiety by silencing levels of action that could make us feel in motion to remedy the crisis at every level. This also means that we are giving companies that pollute a free pass to pursue this lucrative path, and it is at the expense of the rest of us. And this also means that we are discouraging decision makers and political leaders to address global warming, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion through ambitious commitments and policies. This is what incentivized me and my co-founders to launch Quota Climat. In 2022, we were working at the French Parliament as parliamentary assistants during the French presidential election. And in March, the 6th IPCC report had just been launched, claiming that not only the existence of global warming and its human origin were unequivocal, but also that urgent action needed to be taken in order to save the billions of lives endangered. At the same time, we witnessed a mix of ignorance, disinterest, and curious defeatism when concrete measures were discussed by members of parliament, but also more largely by the political personnel. Naively questioning why that was the case, we realized that a crucial reason was the lack of media scrutiny when climate action was in question. It was incredibly easy to bullshit your way out of interviews when it came to climate change. And when even interviews addressed the issues, which was the exception rather than the rule. We even witnessed the far right being exempted from addressing the climate section of a debate to dedicate more time on immigration. Let's be honest, we were witnessing a failure of the news media to be effective counterpowers in the face of climate change. In some extreme cases, this failure even translates into a short-term inability to provide life-saving information in times of crisis. Remember last year in Valencia, Spain, where during the flood, fake emergency numbers circulated and prevented people from being rescued fast enough. When in Florida, United States, during Hurricane Milton, people refused to leave their homes because they were convinced that they would get preempted by the state. It seems that this failure is rapidly evolving into a post-truth situation where climate science is something you believe in and not something you know. A world where believing in climate science and the severity of its impact is becoming a political cleavage rather than a unifying threat. And by political cleavage, it means vulnerability to a coalition of convergent interests betting on it to thrive. I am talking about foreign interferences, but also about the fossil industry, the attention economy, and also the far-right movements. Because their interests are slowly converging, and they are trying to converge to slow climate action down, they reinforce themselves. And as Michael Mann, the American climatologist, calls them, they are the coalition of the unwilling. As we speak, they are winning. They are winning polls, they are winning elections, and they keep destroying our living conditions for their benefit. When they win, democracy loses. And when they win, humanity loses. But in the wake of this dystopia, we are not helpless. We have legal tools that can be mobilized to claim our right to information, to claim our right to honest and rigorous information, to claim our right to environmental information, and to claim our right to pluralism. This is what Quota Climat does. We had been extensively monitoring climate media coverage in 2022, but starting from 2023, we started sending complaints to the French media regulator on uncontradicted climate disinformation cases. We were determined to put an end to impunity when it came to the negation of climate facts. To give you a rough estimate, we sent 25 complaints to the French media regulator on specific documented cases. And 1 year later, it worked. In 2024, for the first time, the media regulator published 3 warnings, and notably the first financial penalty for a case of climate disinformation on live TV against CNews, amounting to 20,000 euros. This was a world first. And this was proof that our right to quality information could still be defended, that we were not powerless in the face of climate disinformation campaigns and electoral strategies betting on it as a tool. It was the first time in history that a media regulator recognized the international climate consensus as a fact. This is unprecedented. But this could not only be the sole regulator's interpretation. This is why we wrote a citizen bill offering to modify media regulation in order to anchor it in hard law. We went to members of parliament, and one by one, we convinced them that defending the integrity of information on climate change was mutually beneficial, that it was a win-win, that no one could honestly be proud to feel and feed and politically benefit from collective deception. And 3 years after the beginning of this advocacy work, 80 members of parliament are championing the bill from left to right. This is proof that climate science can still unify, that this is not too late to fight for this right, that we can fight for our rights. And there is still a long way to go to solidify our fundamental right to environmental information, and before news media become effective counterpowers, enabling us to fight anti-climate forces at equal terms. But we strongly believe that this is not a lost fight, as we are often being told. If we manage to obtain accountability in France, it can be obtained elsewhere. We are now members of the Climate Action Against Disinformation, a global coalition of over 80 organizations making everything they can to empower civil society. The message is, we are not alone, but we need everyone to join the fight for information integrity. Because the battlefield is our values, our beliefs, our daily actions. To act alongside us, you can start diversifying your sources of information. You can make your expectations known to newsrooms and journalists. You can train your critical thinking, and you can support organizations like ours that fight for information integrity for the sake of all of us. Thank you.
Welcome to our next session, Decarbonizing Industries Within Planetary Boundaries. I am Blanca Chocarro, Senior Manager, Strategic Projects at EIT Manufacturing, the largest European innovation ecosystem for manufacturing industries, where we aim to accelerate the sustainable innovation in Europe. And it is a great pleasure for me to be here moderating the next 1 hour and a half session, a very busy session, where we will be discussing about circular economy, innovation, and collaboration across the entire value chains, and how we can define a strategy to set net zero goals. And for that, let's just start with a keynote speech from Eva Gladek. She is the founder and CEO of Metabolic, a consulting and venture-building company that uses systemic thinking to tackle major sustainability challenges. And she will be discussing on how we can bring industry back to its fundamentally sustainable and circular state. So Eva, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, great. So it's a great pleasure to be here today. And I am going to be talking about one of my favorite subjects, which is how to look at problems systemically. So of course, we know it's really critical to decarbonize, but we need to do that while not aggravating other important planetary boundaries, like biodiversity loss, water stress, land use. And for that, we need to take a systemic lens. I am trying to get this clicker to work. Just 1 second. This is not working. Where do I need to point this? Okay. Where do I point this? Where do I point it? Here? Okay. All right. So it's still not working. Sorry. Okay. All right. I hope that this works a little better moving forward. But so I run an organization called Metabolic. It's a systems change agency. We work across many different dimensions. We do advisory work, research, and build ventures, so do quite a lot of applied projects. And our overall mission is to bring the economy within planetary boundaries. I was not always planning on working in this field. This is really honestly not working. Sorry, I can't really make this happen. Huh? Where? Who do I need to tell? Okay, I have a lot of slides. Okay. So when I started out my career, I was passionate about biology, and I started working in labs. And what you see here are 2 flasks of bacteria. One of them is very clear, the one on the right, and the one on the left is cloudy because there's a lot of cells growing in there. And I had this very visceral experience of exponential growth and what that meant because of this. Well, I would have to take a sample of bacteria from one flask and put it into the fresh one and wait for 24 hours for the cells to grow. And for the first 23.5 hours, it looked like there was nothing happening in this flask. And then in the last half hour, suddenly everything would get cloudy and the cells would be dead if I wasn't careful. And that's because of this exponential growth curve. The flask would go from half full to entirely dead very quickly. All right. And when I went to university to study biology, I ran into these graphs. They're the same exact exponential curves, except they're describing not what's happening in a flask of bacteria that can go from perfectly hospitable to totally dangerous in the snap of a finger, but rather what's happening in our own flask. This got me very concerned. So I decided to switch gears and focus my entire career on figuring out how to bend those exponential curves. I first went into journalism, and then I studied industrial ecology, the science of sustainability. And my first question was, how close are we to the limit of the system? And that's when I encountered this framework, the planetary boundaries. Can I see a show of hands for those of you who have heard of the planetary boundaries framework? That's great. So in a session on this topic, there's a lot of you. So this describes 9 main Earth systems that have to be kept in a safe operating space for the planet to be livable. That's not even a great goal. And as you can see, we have crossed most of them. 6 out of the 9 are in the red zone. We are crossing critical tipping points in the climate system, but also in many other systems across the board. So as we get further and further into the red zone, we are actually achieving points of no return, such as the Amazon may turn into a savanna in the coming period, just because the water cycle is so disrupted. However, it's not just about climate, because actually other areas are more, the planetary boundaries are even worse transgressed than the climate ones. And one of the main drivers behind this is the material extraction that is fueling our economy. So in 2020, for the first time, the amount of man-made material in our economy exceeded the total amount of natural material. Imagine that, all trees, plants, animals, and we have actually been making more stuff than the natural system makes itself. And this exponential increase in material consumption is one of the main things that's driving carbon emissions, but also a lot of the other planetary boundary transgressions. So one of the main things that we need to see is that actually to drive these bends of those exponential curves, we need to identify exponential solutions. Now, we are currently deploying more capital than ever toward positive systems change, but it's not working. So that investment line is not actually resulting in that bend in those curves. We still see waste increasing, material use increasing. The only thing that's sort of flattening is carbon emissions, but the other things are continuing to go in the wrong direction. And the reason for that, at least our deep conviction, is that we're not applying a systemic lens to these problems. We are looking at a single problem and optimizing for that, and then there's more problems that emerge. So there's a few pitfalls of not using systems thinking that I'm going to quickly share. The first we call efficiency rather than effectiveness. So there was a Japanese consumer products company that heard that we needed to reduce our total carbon footprint by 10-fold. And they said, OK, well, let's look at our entire product portfolio, and each of those products we're going to make 10 times more efficient. And you can take that approach, or you can ask, do all those products actually need to exist? So this is an electric pepper mill. And you can ask, OK, do we really need to make this thing 10 times more efficient, or do we maybe not need an electric pepper mill? And there's a lot of arguments to say that, OK, people have arthritis, et cetera, but it's an example to point out the sub-optimization. Another key thing is burden shifting. So if you know these technologies for lighting, we have the incandescent bulb, which is very common in the past, which has a beautiful light spectrum and it produces a lot of heat. but it's very energy inefficient. And now in Europe, we've mostly switched to the middle solution, or the LED. The middle one is also known as a mercury bulb. So you trade one problem, which is energy use, for another, which is toxicity, because mercury is actually a neurotoxin. So this is the example of burden shifting, where if you're looking at just one solution instead of the whole problem, you start to shift burdens. I'm going to skip this one because I think, well, actually, maybe I'll just mention it quickly. So this is about rebound effects. You may have heard that bioplastics are this cool new solution for, well, they're not new anymore, but a lot of people really focus on eliminating fossil fuels and say, okay, well, let's make things out of bioplastic. But actually, so much of our agriculture is deeply fueled by fossil fuels that 98 of the 100 calories of a cob of corn are actually fossil fuel derived. And so then if you take that corn, which is 98% fossil fuels, you process it and turn it into a plastic, which adds a lot more fossil fuel energy in that process, you end up with a plastic bottle that has more oil in it than a normal plastic bottle made directly of oil. And so this is an example of a rebound effect. So we need to look at these solutions not as point problems, not at just one technology or one kind of issue. We actually need to look at the system. There's no such thing as a sustainable, decarbonized, circular product. There can only be sustainable, decarbonized, insert your favorite word, product, service, systems, because we have to consider how these things can be used, misused, disposed, and how they intersect with the other infrastructures in our economy. So it's kind of like solving a Rubik's Cube puzzle. If you just try to put one square on the other side where it belongs, you scramble the entire thing. So we need to understand that it's an intersecting algorithm. So how do we take a systemic approach to decarbonizing our economy? So I have two cases really quickly, and I also need some water. Does anyone have? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to project very loud, but that's making my voice a little hoarse. So, okay. The first is around the energy transition and electronics. So one thing that I think is important for us to understand is that a lot of the time we talk about materials and the circular economy as though they're entirely separate from the energy system and other transitions connected to the planetary boundaries. But actually, we believe that the circular economy is an absolute requirement for achieving the energy transition. And there are a few reasons for that. For one, the material demand of the carbon embedded in materials is up to 70% of our total economic footprint. Another is the whole burden shifting issue. And lastly, we actually need key resources that are being lost in the system to achieve the energy transition. So among those, rare earth metals, for example. These are the building blocks of the energy transition and many other key industries. And they're now making the news a lot more because of the trade wars with China. They're used in almost every critical high-tech sector, from smartphones to electric cars, and they're essential for wind turbines, batteries, PV. In 2018, we did a study looking at what is the material demand for each of the different energy transition technologies. And you can see here the relative size by the bubble of the different metals and what is needed in, for example, PV as a kind of case study. Now here, this graph shows how much of this material is coming from specific geographies, in particular from China. You can see the massive dependence. And we looked at, for example, in the Netherlands, if you just wanted to achieve the energy transition goals of just the Netherlands, how much of this material you would need. And what this graph shows is that for some of these materials, like neodymium and terbium, the Netherlands alone would need 2% of global supply. And that is a tiny economy. It does not make sense so obviously that means that we do not have sufficient of this material in active production. So we modeled then how much of this material we would need based on the IPCC models for remaining within 2 degrees. And this was actually several years ago, so that was the goal before. We basically need to open more mines. We need to rapidly circularize the way that the economy is functioning. And there are many different fragilities in the existing system. So opening a mine takes 10 to 20 years. It's also very difficult with the different costs associated with that, the permits. Our recycling rates are currently very low. And this means that in order to crack this problem, we have to take a multifaceted approach. We really have to look at both the production side, the demand side, as well as really a massive adoption of circular principles across the board. And this is just for looking at decarbonization within one dimension, within one set of technologies. So secondly, I'm going to talk about the construction sector, buildings. This is one of the main places where we're consuming materials. On an annual basis, the EU alone is consuming around 1 million kilotons of material, which is enough to build 100,000 Eiffel Towers every year. And that is a massive driver of the carbon footprint here. You can see this graph, how the material is flowing through that system. And when you translate this into sectoral carbon budgets, you start to see that actually the carbon budget for the construction sector in the EU 27 plus UK will run out next year. We are planning so much construction that there's no way to stay within that boundary based on this material demand. So there are possible solutions if you start to look at this more systemically. A lot of people are considering what happens if we move away from very high carbon intensity materials like concrete and steel to bio-based materials like wood. And there's a huge movement to create engineered wood products. So we looked at what if you actually were to replace the demand for a lot of these materials with wood. We actually looked at a high ambition scenario where you would be looking to replace by 2030 100% of most viable construction with bio-based material. We found that the reduction potential, if you maximized it, was around 40% of carbon emissions. So that's the maximum that you could get, which is the same as around 240,000 rocket launches, so not bad. However, what would happen is that it would require a 10-fold increase in engineered wood production, which means adding an area to the EU of harvestable wood around the size of Finland. And that is also considering the fact that we have many other pressures on land that are growing. For example, the need for additional food production as the population grows and also expands its desire to eat certain types of food. Another possibility is actually, rather than building more stuff, replacing it and maximizing recovery of materials from other systems, like existing building stock. And we explored this topic of urban mining. So how can you actually tear down buildings in such a way that you can pull out materials and whole usable models or usable components? We created a model to predict supply and demand in different city contexts to see, okay, well, if we create kind of storage centers for key components like doors and wood frames and put those into storage facilities, how do you match supply and demand in different parts of cities so that you can optimize for this? However, even there we have limitations. What we found is that if you fully recover existing material stock, you can only displace up to 12% of virgin material demand because of the continued increase in demand. And so the massive increase in demand is never going to be satisfied by the kind of small amount of stuff that we're replacing. So we need to start looking at these solutions much more fundamentally, systemically. I am basically going to skip what I want to share as a final thought, because I know I lost a few minutes in the beginning when we were trying to do some maneuvering. But what we've been looking at is, rather than saying, okay, let's replace this one technology with another technology, how do you look at an entire value chain or an entire economy in a particular place to actually create a portfolio of solutions? So you can either look at particular landscapes, so cities and their hinterlands, or you can look at specific sectors. and see where you can actually take a different set of solutions, such as, for example, there's a huge demand for new housing in Europe, and that's because of the demand that's being forced by a few specific places, by cities, because rural areas are caving out, people are moving to cities, but actually we have a huge oversupply of buildings in rural areas. And so if there were better strategies for rebalancing population on a longer term, more visionary scale, you could actually structurally reduce the demand for new buildings. And we have to start thinking in this way, because no matter what set of solutions you start to look at in this broader space, you run into barriers. Like I showed, only 12%, even if you have maximum circularity, 100% bio-based, you're still only getting to half of your decarbonization goal for construction. There is no way around it without looking at a broader portfolio. So one of the things that we have been looking at is regional transition strategies, which you can also apply to sectors. So imagine if you look at a whole bioregion that has the production of wood, that has its own water and agricultural supply, and if you look at actually creating a whole kind of economic development strategy that involves really creating new types of businesses. Imagine biorefineries next to healthy forests that are being redeveloped in a way to produce better, longer-lasting wood. You can actually look at rebalancing housing demand, attracting people to rural areas, ensuring longer-term food security strategies, alleviating loneliness and mental health issues because people feel disconnected from nature. The idea is to create multi-solves, things that actually start to address not just one problem for one industry and one sector, but actually start to fundamentally address different issues that we're having across many sectors. Now, this requires real deep collaboration between government, between industries, across different industries, and it requires financial innovation. Because if you want to finance these types of initiatives, you need systemic financing portfolios. So imagine a financial portfolio where you're investing in regenerative agriculture, in new material production, in biorefining, all in a kind of regional context. Now, I know this is only a short moment to share some of these ideas with you. I'm happy to share my slides if any of them are interesting or have further conversations. But I hope that one thing that you've taken away is that we are not taking a systemic approach to solving this problem. We have to. And the systemic approach leads down the path to these multi-solve portfolio solutions that require deeper collaboration, a recognition of our interconnectedness across sectors, places, dimensions. And this is something that requires a new mindset. So thank you very much, and I look forward to speaking later.
Thank you very much, Eva. I think it was a very insightful conversation, and it perfectly sets the stage for our first panel of today's session, because she has been discussing about systemic thinking, about the importance of long collaboration between different stakeholders, between different sectors. So for that, I would like to invite in Martin and Michael. Please join me on stage. Just to start diving in under conversations, maybe I can give a brief introduction of both of you, so we really dive in. Here on my right, I have Michael Norlander. He is the Director of Partnership at Vattenfall, a Swedish multinational power company and one of Europe's largest producers and retailers of electricity and heat. Before, he was the Director of Industry Decarbonization, an area and responsible of hybrid, and other collaborations aimed to directly electrify the industry. And then also with us, Martin Pei, Senior Advisor at SSAB, a Nordic and US-based steel company with a focus on high-strength steels and related services that has developed a fossil-free steel. He's also the board chairman of Hybrid, and he was the executive president and CTO of SSAB. So welcome both, thank you. Okay, something I think will be very interesting to start this first panel is something that I was simply mentioning when I was introducing you. I was mentioning both of them work on hybrid, but both of them come from different companies and different sectors. So I think this is something very interesting that we can start discussing. And maybe I will jump the question to Martin to understand, of course, first, what is hybrid, a bit of the background, and what has been achieved so far in terms of goals and expectations, and what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Yes, hybrid is a joint collaboration between 3 Swedish companies. It stands for Hydrogen Breakthrough Iron-Making Technology. It was created immediately after the negotiation of the Paris Agreement. So 10 years ago, we were facing all the question, how can we decarbonize the steel industry? As you all know, steel is essential for our society. Look at this beautiful building. Everything we live today with producing food, drinking water, or the airports, highways, everything we depend on are built with steel. However, steel is today produced with a technology that emits a big amount of carbon dioxide. So globally, steel industry stands for around 7% of CO2 emissions. And in Sweden, we, SSAB, produce steel from iron ore using this blast furnace technology, and we emit 10% of Sweden's CO2 emission. So back in 2015, when the negotiation final stage of Paris Agreement, in Sweden there was a discussion, how do we decarbonize the Swedish industry, Swedish economy? And I met Michael at that time, and we had a common understanding that if we do this jointly, we maybe can develop a technology that can solve the CO2 emission question of steel production by using new technology. And essentially, we decided to explore to use hydrogen instead of using coal that is today widely used to produce steel from iron ore. And hydrogen should be produced by water electrolysis using fossil-free electricity. And with that, we can produce steel from iron ore, make these high-quality steel products without essentially any CO2 emissions. So we decided to launch this initiative in 2015, and we invited, in addition to SSAB Vattenfall, also LKAB, the mining company. So we created a joint venture company, and then we started to invest in a very extensive development program. We have carried out a 6-year pilot research program, and that program has been accomplished. And we have, in this joint collaboration, shown that the technology using hydrogen to produce steel without carbon dioxide emissions actually works. And we started in our joint research program, develop a steel product that was launched on the market already in 2021. So since then, we have been delivering limited quantities of these products that are sitting in cars, in trucks, in machines, in wind towers today. Many of our customers try this material, and the technology is proven that works at this semi-industrial scale. So very good success in the development work, and now we are implementing this technology. So SSAB has started the investment program, and the first facility will be already decarbonized next year, end of 2026. And end of 2028, we are going to commission a very big investment. With these 2 investments, we will cut Sweden's CO2 emission by 10%. And we have another step is to decarbonize also our operations in Finland. Hopefully, we will do that around 2030. So this is a great journey we have done. Very much thankful to this very fruitful collaboration.
Thank you. No, and it's true how amazing, no, when you work together, like great things have been accomplished, many milestones have been achieved. And something I recall when we were discussing this panel and you were mentioning, Michael, is not just a breakthrough technology, it's transforming an entire value chain. That's why different players are together. So jumping to you, the next question will be then about these learnings. No, you were also since the inception in 2015 of hybrid. So what have you learned along the way of transforming an entire value chain just beyond a breakthrough technology?
Well, how many hours do we have? I mean, we essentially, if you take one step back and think about what we have done, we have decoupled fossil fuels supply to a whole industrial branch. And what we are now doing instead is connecting this industry with a new type of energy supply. And I mean, simply you cannot do that as individual companies. You will have to cooperate. And I think you also can understand that by cooperating and having the full value chain perspective, it also makes you more powerful in a way that you can optimize this. I mean, we have had a chance working closely together with SSAB and LKAB to develop the technology in a way so it fits the power system as we see it will develop with more, for example, more weather-dependent power. And also how you transform the electricity to hydrogen, how you store hydrogen has been developed into this project as well. So the knowledge we have been able to bring from our different companies into this joint venture and the full value chain perspective, that has been the most important thing, I think, to be able to paint the whole picture. And it doesn't really stop with the steel. Along the way, it was also tagged along the customers. Mm-hmm. As Martin described, the volumes that have come out has already been applied. Yeah. So we really developed the full value chain into the customer applications. So we're not stopping by producing a material. We're really changing the business on the customer side.
Yeah, definitely. And what you were also mentioning before, like how you have already developed this successful pilot, a huge milestone, no? After almost 10 years of developing trees, a lot of trust, a lot of collaboration, no? A lot of willingness of sharing the same values and the same mission to be aligned on that. But I know many fail in reaching this pilot. This is a great success, but then it comes the next phase you were also briefly mentioning, and it's the scale-up, the industrialization, and then different challenges come to play, apart from much larger investments and so on, but very few succeed on that. So maybe, Martin, you can share with us, no? What do you believe that, considering the example of hybrid, it elevates hybrid beyond a promising pilot, and what gives you confidence, no, that it can be scaled and replicated?
Yeah, the technology scale-up is, of course, important, that we need to work very carefully. And we are very good at engineering, so that technical aspects we feel rather confident we can handle. But the major challenge is really scale up of the commercial viability of such a product. And with that, I am very happy to see that on the way when we started to deliver these trials, small volumes, and then we got a lot of very positive feedback from our customers. Because without a market demand for this decarbonized steel, big decisions for investment to change technology will not happen. And in our case, we have been able to really secure strong enough customer demand. And then now we move ahead with this big investment program. So policy framework is important. Certainty in policy regulations will be extremely important going forward to keep the momentum so we really can decarbonize the whole economy.
Yeah, definitely is important because when I was introducing you, it's important this cross-collaboration between sectors, between different companies, but it goes much more beyond. It goes also to the customer side. They need to be aligned with you. They need to be willing to try this product, to embrace it. And then, of course, policymakers, they are aligned. So many different stakeholders come to play in this regard. And maybe this question is relevant for both of you. Like, you can bring different perspectives, definitely. And it's about understanding cross-collaboration. This cross-collaboration between industries, sectors, different stakeholders, but also how can you do it with increasing complexity in production processes and also with globalized supply chains?
I mean, given the complexity of a value chain, you simply need to cooperate because, I mean, we don't have time to rebuild the energy system and then start transforming the industry. This needs to happen in parallel, and it happens in parallel. So by building these value chains, you minimize the risk for all by cooperating. And I mean, Martin touched upon the demand. That's a really vital point because it also follows the logic. These materials, these industries, steel, for example, is not a, sorry, Martin, very expensive product. But if you initially face a slightly higher cost, you could perceive that as a problem. But the good thing of having the customers on board is that once you make this steel into a product, the extra cost on the product might not be that severe. I mean, if you add a couple of €100 in extra steel cost on a car, a couple of €100 on the price tag of the car doesn't kill the case. It could rather be a selling point. Because, I mean, in the end, if you pay a % extra for a product, eventually what we all will avoid is the externality effects of climate change, which is far outweighing the extra cost we need to transform. It's a lot cheaper to transform than to take the burden of climate change eventually.
Yes, touching upon this really is the collaboration that we need to have in the whole ecosystem, because this technology shift that we want to go away from using fossil energy in producing steel that is used to produce other products, this is a very huge undertaking. We have a lot of areas we need suppliers and partners to make their investments in order to enable our big plans and so on. So this is very, at the same time, exciting technology shift. I think we need to see also the opportunities that this brings to further develop our business, become long-term more sustainable.
Definitely, and I feel very much aligned because this is what we do in our organization. EIT Manufacturing is an innovation ecosystem, so we truly believe of different stakeholders working together to really push faster things forward. And in that regard, coming different players into play, it's also important that context you are at. No? So bringing now, we have been discussing a bit more on the ground examples like success stories, what things are doing right that are very inspiring. But let's zoom out and maybe let's talk more about the context on where you are developing it from an European perspective, but also from a macro perspective, from a macro one. And in that regard, I would like to ask, and again, I think maybe it's relevant for both of you, the question. Maybe we can start with Martin this time. Like, given this global context, how is important for Europe right now to be at the forefront of decarbonization?
It is important for Europe to continue the journey because we have been among the first runners to start really to do this development work, develop the technology. Now we're ready to really go to full scale, decarbonize the whole economy. And this we are facing a lot of challenges at the moment, but we should not lose the sight because getting independent from the fossil economy, that's in the long run the best scenario for Europe as a continent. So we need to be determined, overcome, say, short-term difficulties, continue to make the right investments, decarbonize our economy, and become more resilient in the future.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, from a European perspective, I would say it's close to existential. I mean, there is sort of a misconception, in my view, that Europe has a chance to be competitive based on fossil fuels, which is clearly not the case. I mean, China has the coal, the US has the gas. We import, and we base our business in the energy sector and eventually in the industry sector on imported energy. So, I mean, the switching to a green economy is basically our chance. So whether you talk about resilience, whether you talk about energy supply or competitiveness, it doesn't really matter. I mean, there are upsides to do these shifts anyway. So, I mean, in that case, it's really essential now that Europe stays on course, don't wobble on the goals, but keep on track. And I mean, from the industry side, what we can do is to prove that it's possible, that we can show that this is the best path to go. And in a way, we can reinforce each other between policymakers and the industry to keep on the path.
Exactly. It's an urgency of now. We don't need to think in the long, mid-term. It's an urgency that we need to implement right now. And in that regard, Europe, we can say, is very strong. And for example, the policies, the regulations, on AI, on data, on sustainability, the European Green Deal, now the recent Clean Industrial Deal. So in that regard, it's also important to discuss this context, and maybe I will jump to you, Michael, because more on energy related, like what do you think will be the most critical enablers, but also maybe the bottlenecks in today's policy and regulations that are impact your ability to support this energy transition that you are trying to bring on Vattenfall?
Very recently, we did a survey in Sweden among major industry companies and asked them, what do you think are the hurdles? I think we asked some 15 companies or so. And on top of the list, now bear in mind that this is Swedish conditions, and Sweden is an odd corner of Europe where you have loads of cheap, clean electricity. So that was obviously not on top for the Swedish companies. But on top of the list was the consistency and the long-term belief in the climate goals in the EU. Second place came grid connections and infrastructure. And I think there you have two excellent examples of the role of what the governments can do. As I said, stick to the goals, but also, bet on infrastructure. We need to reinforce the infrastructure. It's good already. We have excellent knowledge about electricity infrastructure in Europe. So keep on developing that to facilitate both on the power production side and on the industry side. For you, if users and producers are better connected, everyone will benefit from that.
Yeah, definitely. Electrify the grid, and this is also related, talking about the context like we are doing right now, on the economical context that we are, and thinking that, taking that into account also, like I will understand maybe Martin, but please feel free to react, is what do you think will be the European economic incentives that are really supporting this decarbonization journey, and maybe if there are, where do they fall short? So in your case, how do you think will look like a truly supportive investment ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, Europe has been really leading the putting a cost on the emissions. That has been very important for us to come so far. The emission right trading system with the decided phasing out of free allocations, that will continue to push for this green energy and industrial transition. That is a very good starting point. I think in the long run, it's need to continue the journey, to be firm on the goals, but also create the possible conditions for companies to operate, increase the long-term competitiveness, because that is what we as a manufacturing company in Europe will live on in the long run. So create good infrastructures like grid connections, electricity generation, push down the cost for those key elements in the production. And with that, I think we will continue to be prospering and developing well as a continent. That's very important.
Yeah, even supporting the smaller players, no SMEs and so on, that maybe they struggle more to bring these emissions down. We have a little time left, but I think a nice way to close the panel is to bring a question for them to answer in 1 minute or less, considering the timing. And it will be decided on you if we end up in a positive note, maybe on, let's be aware note, on a negative one. And I would like to hear from both of you, how positive do you feel right now that we will reach these net zero goals?
From our perspective, as SSAB, a steel company, we are already making the major investments, so we will reach our goals. In the Nordic countries, we will be decarbonized around 2030. Very strong commitment. This is among the most aggressive ones in our industry, and our customers will have an opportunity to utilize this and to build their value chain. So we are, as a company, very confident this will be done.
Thank you.
I mean, Martin and me come here from directly from Stockholm. We had a party yesterday night celebrating the final phase of the pilot project. So we actually come directly from finalizing the pilot phase. So it's hard not to be positive today. We've proven that it works. So technology is there. I think as Martin says, the investments are coming. It's easier in some parts in Europe than in others. I have full respect that there are challenges. I mean, we could do better on efficiency of permission processes, not less rigorous, but at least more precision in timing. We could do better in the infrastructure. We could do better in clarity on that we're keeping the course. But overall, I'm positive. We have so much good things. We have the knowledge. We have a huge internal market. We have still a political course that is stable. So yeah, I'm positive.
The willingness to do so. So I think that's a perfect way to finalize this first round of panels. So let's thank our panelists. Thank you very much for all your insights. And now I think it's time we move on to the second panel of today's session. First of all, I would like to invite our speakers, Josep Maria Recasens, Edward Wick, and Wendy Woods, that maybe they can join us. If you allow me, before jumping into the questions, I will briefly introduce you so we can start talking interesting things during the conversation. So here on my right, I have Edward Wick. He's the Deputy CEO of Wick Group, a diversified service group operating in 4 sectors: construction, energy and services, and media and telecommunications. Also with us, Josep Maria Recasens. He is the Chief Strategy Officer at Renault Group, the international car manufacturing, and also the CEO of Ampere, an electric vehicle and software company that was founded in 2023 by the Renault Group. And also here with us, Wendy Woods. She is the Vice Chair, Managing Director, and Senior Partner of Boston Consulting Group. She works with organizations to create sustainable energies and partnerships that help clients create a positive impact in the world, strengthen their market competitive position, and build resilience. So thank you, the 3 of you. I think we have finalized this first panel with a very positive note from our panelists. So maybe let's keep the good tone of conversation. Let's keep hearing inspiring stories. And especially the high-profile panelists that we have here today that you can lead by example. And as a first question that maybe will go to Edward, I would like to hear from you. Let's talk about examples, how we can lead by examples. If you can share one tangible thing that you are doing today that is truly changing the carbonization curve, but not thinking in the long-term net zero goals, but now.
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 Well, actually, I can maybe share 2. if that's okay. In the We Group, we're first taking action for our own emissions, of course, like I think most companies, and it's measurable. We've already reduced our emissions between 23 and 24 by 1.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent out of a total of about 21 million. So that's through changing the types of vehicles we're using. Our cars are also industrial vehicles, and through all the other classical actions. And then there's the second one, which I think is very important, is we offer solutions through several of our businesses for our customers to reduce their own emissions. And I can come back on that, but for example, Equance offers lots of solutions to change the equipment that you're currently using in your company, in your factory, for example, to make it a more efficient equipment, for example, changing the heating systems to heat pumps, and that's an immediate gain.
Definitely. So there is the internal gain, and your customers also winning from that.
We're working on both.
In a really hard-to-abate context of the construction sector. So then keeping this line of questions, of great examples, and so on, and maybe jumping to Wendy, because you work with different companies, so you will really know different sectors, and maybe Jose Maria, also the perspective of the automotive sectors, and it's like, let's be a bit honest, and I would like to hear from you, if companies are really implementing actions in their decarbonization journey just by own requirements, because they have to do so, and if so, if you could please share a concrete example, starting Wendy.
I can share many examples because, frankly, there's an awful lot of organizations and companies that are moving way beyond what's required because there's an opportunity to go beyond what's required. At BCG alone, our emissions from our 2018 baseline are down more than 50%. Right? That's a significant change. That's actually cost saving for us. It's a good thing. And when I look more broadly at companies, we work with a CEO alliance of climate champions under the WEF umbrella. They have reduced emissions more than 10% already since their baseline. They've got about 10% of the global emissions baseline. They're in 12 sectors, they're 27 countries. This is not a narrow slice of the economy. This is a broad-based slice of the economy, 10% down on a very significant percent of the global baseline. Europe's at about 3% reduction right now. The US is about 2%. That's way beyond what is required and faster than much of the economy is moving. Totally doable. A third thing I'd love to talk about is something called the First Mover Coalition. First Mover Coalition is an organization of companies that say, we don't want the stuff that's somewhat decarbonized. We want the products to go into our supply chains that are maximally decarbonized, that pushing the boundaries on what's possible. SAF at 90%, 95% carbon reduction, aluminum, steel, very heavily decarbonized. First mover creating advanced purchase commitments, helping manufacturing scale up, and actually doing offtake now. And so groups of companies coming together to send the demand signals that allow a much, much faster scale up happening across some of the harder to decarbonize industries. So there's an awful lot that's happening now that goes frankly well beyond what is required in any geography.
That's inspiring. Josep, Maria?
I think that before giving you the answer, I think it's important that everybody understand what obliges us the legislation as of today, right? We as a car manufacturer, we are obliged to comply with a certain limits of CO2 emission in our fleets. This is the law, and this is what we have to comply. To answer your question is, what do we do more than complying with the CO2 emissions in our fleets? Well, what we have taken as a decision as a group is to tackle the entire value chain as a whole, not only the tailpipe emissions, which is the law, the CO2 emissions in the exhaust pipe, but the entire value chain. What does it mean, the entire value chain? It's the cradle to grave. So we take the entire supply chain, we take the entire supply activities, our assembly lines, the development, and the commercialization, and we try to lower down that carbon footprint, right? So imagine, for example, how much carbon footprint does it sounds? Hola? Does it work? Yeah? Okay. Imagine a carbon footprint of a standard vehicle, 50 tons equivalent of CO2, right? So if we would only tackle one portion of that, which is the law, we would lower down maybe 80% of that carbon footprint. We want to do more. What does it mean? We work in the upstream, we go to the materials, to the supply chains, to the assembly lines, and we reduce the carbon footprint with sourcing panels that allow us to reduce that. But it's not only that, it's also to use green and renewable energy sources to lower down the consumption in our plants and in our supplier park. And not only that, in the life cycle, we want to recycle all materials to have a perfect closed loop. So this is what we do on top the legislation obliges us as of today.
Thank you. And I think this that you're mentioning of really addressing the whole entire chain is something that I would like to bring on later on because it's a great point of discussion. And I think it's also important, as you're mentioning, like we need to tackle many problems, many challenges. So let's put the focus now a bit on the challenges that we are facing right now. And one of them that we cannot ignore is, of course, how is the fast-changing context that we live at, no? And when we are talking about decarbonization, we are talking about net zero goals that are in the long term, 2050, 2040, that requires, of course, strategies that define long-term objectives. But in that regard, and I think it's a question relevant to all of you, maybe starting with Josep Maria, no, the Chief Strategy Officer of Renault Group, is in this fast-changing context, how can companies define sustainable strategies?
Well, what I would say is that sustainability, or even ESG, if you want to call it like this, is well anchored in our strategy, right? So 100% anchored in every decision that we are taking. I'm going to give you a couple of examples, right? So decarbonization. Decarbonization is a fundamental pillar for the Renault Group towards the next decade global emission reductions. But not only, because sustainability goes beyond decarbonization, even though decarbonization is a strong pillar. It's also about our people, right? In the sustainability path, there is a responsibility from our side to go along with our employees and workforce and transform them. So programs of upskilling and reskilling our employees are also very important in our strategy. But also safety standards. So we are a car producer, we are commercializing vehicles, and beyond the regulation of a star rating, we want to offer really true matter safety standards in our vehicles, just to name some of them.
Thank you. I don't know if Edward, Wendy would like to react.
Sure. Would you like to start, Wendy?
You go first, Edward.
Thank you. Well, in terms of adapting, I think any company, any business has to constantly adapt. That's a given. I think in our group, where we're lucky in the Bouygues group, is that we're a construction company first. And in construction, you're always adapting to your client's needs. Everything we build is a prototype. It's the first time we build this specific type of building, this specific type of tunnel, of bridge, hospital, or anything else. So we're always adapting, and by adapting, we also try to bring this constant adaptation towards sustainability. So for example, our customers are asking us for new solutions that use less concrete, because we all know the emissions of concrete. So we're teaching our workforce to work with wood, to build using wooden structures as much as possible. You can't do everything with wood, but you can do many things. Like some of this stage, for example. And we're working on these solutions. We're also bringing solutions to our customers in terms of how their building can be better conceived and use less energy for heating, cooling, etc. And that's the kind of long-term business with our customers that we're having.
And it's interesting because we are tend to think we need innovation, we need technology, but maybe this solution, it seems like low-tech and...
The ones that have the most impact at the moment are not the coolest, shiny inventions. They're sometimes very simple things. For example, when we take care of the lighting in large cities, most of them are using sodium bulbs, which use a lot of energy. We change them by LEDs. Okay, it's not super spectacular, but it's a 70% decrease in electricity consumption for lighting in that city. And that counts.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the most important thing that we're talking about is that it's not a sustainability strategy on the side. I think what you're hearing from all of us is that it's sustainability embedded in the corporate strategy, embedded in the business strategy. It's not about doing something separate, it's about saying when we do procurement, how do we make sure that it's also green and therefore also cost saving? How do we actually think about our supply chains and make sure that they are sustainable, resilient, and inclusive? It's not about doing things separately, it's really about just embedding those principles in everything that we do with our strategy, because that's when you actually both capture the opportunity of sustainability, but equally important, capture the value.
Yeah, so at the heart of the organization, in their mission, in their vision, they truly need to believe on that. But of course it's a challenge. So keeping the focus on challenges and moving a question very much focused on Jose Maria, because I would like to talk about the automotive sector that is suffering major sweeps. We all know that. I would like to ask you, like considering that you're very tight on regulation, the fines, on carbon emissions, and so on one hand, but maybe on the other hand, in some countries, in some sectors, maybe there is no full customer acceptance on these electric vehicles. I would like to hear from you, how do you see the future of the automotive sector, and is this your biggest challenge you're facing right now?
It's a good question, right? So everybody is asking me that question, how it's going to look like the automotive sector in 10, 15 years, right? I can explain you a science fiction movie, right? But the truth is I'm going to mistake, because everything is going to happen faster and the transformation is going to be deeper than we can imagine, right? So our ability is how to manage uncertainty and volatility, right? How can we keep the pace of competitiveness and profitability without jeopardizing sustainability and climate change objectives. This is our major challenge as of today. But at the same time, how can we guarantee competitiveness? Because we can discuss hours and hours about sustainability and climate change objectives, but if we do not make it guaranteeing, believe me, guaranteeing European sovereignty and competitiveness, everything that we are debating here will be over, right? We can discuss about all that because we are competitive. As long as we are competitive, we can debate about that. If not, it's game over.
Thank you. And in that regard, I would like to bring back what you were mentioning before, like you are working all across the value chains, because it's true that many companies are really successful in reducing high percentage of carbon emissions, especially on scope 1, scope 2 emissions. But I recall, Wendy, when we discussed this panel a couple of weeks ago, you were mentioning that actually you're working a lot on scope 3 that in many cases represent the largest amount of the carbon footprint of a company. So in that regard, maybe you can share with us what is the most effective approach to tackle these emissions, and especially considering complex and global supply chains.
Yeah, well, it's the largest, usually scope 3 is the largest amount, but it's also a huge risk for companies. I mean, I'll point to another auto company that had a flood in one of their suppliers. One flood, one supplier, and they had the largest single intraday stock price that they'd ever had because they ended up having to delay delivery of more than 1,000 units, right? It's also incredibly important right now to be building adaptation and resilience into the supply chain to defend against the extreme weather that we're seeing more frequent, more severe, related to climate change. So let me start there. But what you're talking about, Reka, about working across supply chains, unfortunately, in the latest CDP survey, it's only about 4 of every 10 companies that are really engaging with their suppliers and engaging proactively with their supply chain. And that is a massive unlock when that happens, both in terms of the economic of what's possible, in terms of decarbonization, improving sustainability, improving resilience, but also just the fluidity and the extent of the magnitude of what actually can happen and how that value gets shared across it. One of the places that we've been working across the value chain is with Dow Chemical. And we worked with them on something called a carbon footprint ledger, which is how do you actually get the greenhouse gas emissions and the understanding at a product level, and how do you actually trace that value through the supply chain and the intent of sharing that value through the supply chain. And when you actually engage with suppliers, both sometimes, and many companies are starting to put requirements on their suppliers, but also in terms of the education, the support, the sharing of the digital tools across the supply chain, again, that can unlock a lot of what's possible. And it also changes the equation on the economics. If you look at a lot of the steel costs, fully decarbonized steel may mean a 50% increase in cost at one stage of a value chain. But to put fully decarbonized steel in a car, it's probably about 2% of the end cost of the car in terms of increase, because there's so many other components that go in. And so how do you start thinking in terms of whole value chains? The whole value chains of suppliers working together, both to build that decarbonization, but also to build that resilience.
Maybe building on that, right? So I think that there is a kind of co-responsibility action to be taken very seriously in that respect, right? You are mentioning a supply chain, responsible supply chain processes or management, right? But it's true that, we like it or not, let's accept that decarbonization implies an extra cost, right? So how many of the customers are ready to pay a price premium for that extra cost, right? You have an European-made vehicle that maybe is 2 times more expensive than a non-European-made vehicle, maybe not compliant with ESG, maybe not compliant with sustainability, and maybe not decarbonized. What is going to be the selection of the customer at the very end, right? Because if the customer does not buy the story that decarbonization, sustainability, ESG are real return for the European society, then why are we doing that if the customer is not asking that? So that kind of dilemma, that kind of question has to be well addressed by everybody, right? And accept the constraints and the extra cost that decarbonization implies.
Definitely, and actually that's what I wanted to ask you next, because this is critical when we need to talk about competitiveness. Competitiveness, we tend to think more sustainable products, more expensive production processes, more increased prices for our customers. So maybe a question all of you can answer, maybe, but we can start with Edward. We don't have much time left, but it's critical that we discuss that. No? How can companies balance this decarbonization and profitability and still remain competitive, especially talking in international markets, working across different countries and sectors?
Yeah. So we don't see decarbonization as only a cost. It is a cost sometimes, most of the time, but it's also for us an opportunity to sell new products, new solutions to our customers. And we try to always present it with the payback time or the ROI, so that our B2B customers understand that they can recoup their investment. It's an investment, really, and they can recoup their investment sometimes quite fast. Equance has started a new a company called Carbon Shift, which groups all of our decarbonization solutions. And when they'll visit your business, they'll visit your factory, for example. I'll take your number at the end, and we'll call you and visit some of your factories. And they can list everything we can offer, from the fastest ROI to the longest. And some of these investments will save you tons of CO2 within 1, 2, or 3 years. Yeah. Some of them are longer, but many are very quickly recouped, and then you start making money after those years. So this is something of an opportunity to us.
Excellent.
I would just add there's a huge diversity across industries in terms of the cost of decarbonization. There's a lot of industries where it's really tough and it's only a small percent of the cost, less than 10%, where you can actually do cost savings. There are other industries where you can get 50% of the carbon out and you're actually saving cost. And so the diversity across industries means the opportunity for what you can do in a cost and carbon way is highly, highly diverse.
Yeah, thinking sustainability across the 3 legs, no? Environmental sustainability, financial sustainability, and social sustainability. 2 minutes left, so maybe we have time for this final question again, like a final remark, like a closing to this session. A question for all of you to be answered very shortly. And it's okay, let's imagine, let's be positive. We have reached those net zero goals. We have decarbonized the industry. Then, what do you think will be the biggest challenge that will come next? Maybe it's now here and we don't talk about it enough.
Well, what I would say is that we have to guarantee when we have reached that kind of net zero goals, that we have done it in a very fair manner, right? Maintaining a competitive industrial and technological ecosystem in Europe, that it has not diminished our ability to generate wealth and progress across the society, because it has to be our fundamental goal, right? That everything that we are doing as an economical actor, all that beyond rewarding the shareholder, which is our mandate, we also transfer that progress into the society. This has been the speciality of Renault Group in France, but of the entire automotive sector in Europe. And I think that this is the crucial element to guarantee for the next decades to come.
I'd build on that and say society needs to thrive. And to do that, we also need to make sure that we address all the elements of the just transition. We're going to lose a lot of jobs in the green transition. It's going to create more jobs, but they're not always in the same places. It's not always the same skill set. And so how do we actually make sure we're addressing the human side and really enabling society to thrive through the transition and after?
Thank you.
I think what we saw in the previous keynote, the starting keynote, was that there's not just, you can't just do one thing that's going to save us all from the problem. It's going to be a massive amount of little things that are going to contribute to reducing our emissions and making us more sustainable. And you know, we're still in the learning curve. We're trying things and we see that they destroy something else, so we stop and then we try another one. I think the future is going to be all about balancing all these different things that we do, all these actions, recycling, reusing, etc., to get to something that works for us and our planet.
This systemic thinking approach, bringing all together into play. So I think it's perfect, excellent way to finish. Thank you very much to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was the last panel of today's session, but still we have the last part where we will have a keynote speech where we will be discussing about the challenges that the automotive sector faces, what we have mentioned, this dual disruption of electrification and connectivity. And for that, we will bring on board Clea Martinet. She's the Vice President Sustainability at Renault Group, that she will be joining by Josep Maria Recasens. And they will be discussing of what it means to be, join me. Jeez.
We have already been talking a little bit about decarbonization and challenges of the automotive industry before, right? I would like to, whoops, work, yes. So I would like to give you a little bit with Clea, a little bit more of that challenges and how sustainability has played a fundamental role in our strategy, right? So we can skip that.
Yeah.
So as I was telling you before, right, many people are asking me how it's going to be the automotive sector in the next decades to come, right? What I invite you is to do a flashback with me, right? And come back to 2010. And those are some of the elements that have described the automotive industry at that time. Just focus on the three below, right? Tesla, right? At that time, Tesla was doing the IPO with 1,500 roadsters in the US, 2010, right? China, Chinese OEMs were failing miserably in entering in Europe because of lack of quality and reliability, 2010, right? And in 2010, nobody was talking about CO2 emissions. Nobody in 2010, right? So this is 2020, early 2020s, right? So Tesla, right? Everybody knows Tesla. Everybody knows the capital market value of Tesla, right? Everybody knows that Chinese is landing in Europe, and not only in Europe, but across the planet, right? And we talk about CO2, no, we talk about banning ICE vehicles in 2035. In 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, right? And that in the context of a scalable and mature technology. And the question is, if the world, if the automotive sector has changed so much in 10 years of a stable technology, a stable economy, and stable geopolitics, what is going to happen in the next 10 or 15 years to come? right? Because the reality is that we, Renault Group and our peers, we have never faced so many challenges simultaneously as today we are facing. Decarbonization, digitalization, ultra-regulation, a tsunami of regulation, right? More than ever, price volatility, technological volatility, next generation skills, upskilling and reskilling our workforce, and last but not the least, geopolitical tensions. But if there is one element that is crossing transversally all those challenges, is decarbonization. And why do we talk about decarbonization? Because we are shifting from combustion engine business to EV business, right? And why we're doing that? Because we want to decarbonize, right? It's just an example how we, Renault Group, are we decarbonizing our vehicles. From a 50-ton equivalent CO2 of a combustion engine diesel, right, up to 50% reduction just because we shift from combustion to EV. But at Renault, we don't want to stop there, as I was telling you before. We want to continue with more levers in the upstream, in the supply chain, with low carbon footprint materials or low carbon footprint batteries or green energy, especially renewable energy. And all those levers will help us to decarbonize more and more our vehicles. Let me explain you the complexity that we are facing from shifting to the ICE value chain to the EV value chain. It looks pretty much the same. 4 phases: materials, production, use and recycle. But the components, the technology, the elements, the variables in the ICE value chain have nothing to do with the ones in the EV value chain. And more than that, the players are completely different. So you see European, American flags, Japanese flags on the upper side, and you see Chinese flags. And not only the region or the countries are important, the players, the suppliers, the OEMs, the source of energies, the miners, the drillers. So everything is different. So the question that Claire is going to answer is, with all that panorama, with all that paraphernalia, right, how a group like us, Renault Group, is taking action to face all those challenges and to succeed, because we have succeeded so far. We came in 2020 from the worst result ever in the company to posting the best result ever in our 120 years history. So please, Claire.
Yes.
You can.
It's fine. Yeah, because going electric also comes at a cost. If you take the production cost of an ICE vehicle compared to an electric one, you take 60% plus. So it makes the challenge even more dire for us. So what we did, Luca De Meo in 2021, that's our CEO, he announced a strategic plan called the Renaulution. And in the past 4 years, this plan has been to address in the most sustainable and competitive way the energy transition challenge. What we did is take a bold bet and say that France and Europe would be where we would produce our electric vehicle competitively. To do so, what we did is localizing in northern France 2 electric vehicle assembly plants, 1 battery casing factory, and 2 battery gigafactories, all in northern France, plus our e-powertrain factory in Normandy, a couple hundred miles from there. And that created a logistic and competitive ecosystem that contributed to reaching minus 40% of cost from 2023 to 2027, 2028. So that's the industry background. From a workforce point of view, we didn't start from a clean state, so to speak. We're a legacy industry. We had a workforce entirely skilled to produce ICE engine and vehicles. So what we did was organize a complete transformation of skills, upskilling and reskilling through the Renault University, concentrated on 3 poles: circular economy, electrification, and data cybersecurity. In the past 4 years, we've upskilled and reskilled nearly 40,000 employees in France and in Europe, so that the transition would be inclusive from a workforce point of view also. And what we did also was to reduce our exposure to raw materials volatility and to the very center of minerals refining, which is China. To do so, we invested in a circular industry loop with the future is neutral, and considered end-of-life vehicles, which are waste, as a resource, and create short closed loop on steel, aluminum, copper, and in the midterm, minerals, contributing to, I won't say restoring a sovereignty, but at least some form of independency on a European-made energy transition. And finally, that's the behind the scenes, you know. I told you about industry, about workforce, about circular loops. This is what you have on the roads. We're making our way from C-segment family vehicles ranking from 30,000 to 40,000 euro to a more affordable range on the B segment with the Renault 5, Renault 4, the Twingo ranking from 20,000 euros to 30,000 euros, making the energy transition inclusive also from a customer point of view. So we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go.
So, and this is the way we have to run, right? So this is the adoption curve expected to happen as long as we want to comply with regulation. Right? It's again a strategy driven by regulation, right? What does it mean? In 2030, if we, European OEMs, don't want to pay penalties, we, on average, we have to reach 55% of EV mix in our fleets, right? Today, in 2024, we have reached 13.6%. This is still a long way to catch up to that figure. Why? Because there is a clear tendency of early adopters, people that are just willing to get the new technology because they are trendsetters, because they want to be hyped, or even because they have the purchase power to buy that technology. But the remaining more or less 85% is asking two things. Give me affordable cars, OEM, right? And give me more range or sufficient charging infrastructure. If those elements do not occur, that 55% is just a dream, right? And it's our responsibility to put the conditions, vehicles, that make that goal happen. But we are necessary, but we are not the only ones to make it happen. There is a co-responsibility among different actors. The energy system, the financial system, the public administrations, and even the customers in order to comply with those objectives. And the question is, how can we comply with that transition, with that transformation, taking into consideration what Claire has explained you? Decarbonization, transformation will imply more cost, or is implying more cost for us. And at the same time, the majority of the OEMs in Europe have announced profit warnings last year, or very important ventures like the one of Northvolt has failed in the attempt of becoming a battery maker. How can we cope with that? So it's very simple or very complicated. We need to balance those three elements. So sustainability, yes, for sure. Profit resilience, yes, for sure. And competitiveness. We have to play with those three elements at the same level of importance. Putting one in front of another will jeopardize the others. So this is the equation that we collectively, we have to guarantee in order to succeed with each and every single goal that we have in front of us. Because if we do not make it so, what is at stake is what is written at that slide, right? Is the entire European automotive sector which is at stake, right? 7% of the GDP, more than 13 million jobs in Europe, net export contributor from Europe, and the big contributor in terms of R&D investment in Europe. This is what is at stake if we do not comply with that trilemma. I repeat, sustainability, economical resilience, and competitiveness. And the story, ladies and gentlemen, is going to repeat it. In the past, in the US, with fossil fuel, where the cost was far below to the Europe levels, the Americans have built big cars, heavy cars. What we have done, the Europeans, efficiency. We have created the small and compact segments in Europe. Clios, Polos, 208s, Megans, Golfs. That was our specialty. Our focus was efficiency, low consumption, weight and size. Now, with the EV, where the dominance is in China, where the exposure is in China, because of materials, because of battery, because of... The response is going to be the same, efficiency. And which is the response? Small, compact vehicles with reasonable battery size at an affordable price. This has to be the response to that challenge. And what are we promoting? What are we calling for an action? Let's mobilize all the necessary resources, including with the regulator, where it's making Europe competitive and credible in terms of mobility. Small and compact vehicles for the sake of competitiveness, for the sake of profitability, and for the sake of sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maeve Campbell. If you haven't met me already, I'm a climate...
Good morning, everyone. If I can ask folks who want to take in this session to grab a seat, we'll get started here in a minute. Welcome and good morning. It's always interesting to start Friday morning, so welcome everybody. My name's Thomas Ostaba. I'm the Managing Director for Net Zero Cities, which serves as a mission platform, and I work for Climate Kick. And you'll hear a little bit more about Climate Kick here in a minute. But welcome to this session on reimagining cities, which is envisioned to be a creative exploration of how our cities can evolve in light of multiple challenges. Thinking about issues like economic fairness, economic competitiveness, socially inclusive, connected neighborhoods and communities, and looking at climate resilience and making our cities more sustainable. We have a quite interesting and unusual session. We're going to start with opening speech, then we'll have a panel discussion, and then we'll have a fireside chat after that for some additional reflection and a little deeper conversation around the practical work that's happening in our cities, including in Paris, here in Paris. So we're looking for look forward to a very engaging session with you, and hopefully you'll take away a lot of inspiration from the discussion this morning. We're going to start first by welcoming Joshua Ampensem. He's the co-director of the Youth Climate Justice Fund and a leading voice in global-led climate action. With over a decade experience championing equitable climate solutions, he has worked alongside grassroots movements, international institutions to drive bold, inclusive change. Josh has previously served as the climate lead at the Office of the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth and is the visionary founder of the Green Africa Youth Organization. Please welcome Josh Ampensem.
Hi, everyone. So I know we just got here, but I want to teleport you for a minute. The last time I visited my mom in Kejetia, which is the largest open-air market in West Africa. It was about 38 degrees Celsius. We were seated on a stool. My mom sells vegetables and fruits on the market, and you could feel the heat on our skin, the pain on the skin when you feel the heat. And you could also see the worry on my mom's face about the freshness of the products as they sit under the heat. And we were drained and exhausted out of that. But this is not just the story of my mom. This is the daily lives of about over 1 million women in cities across the world. And it's getting worse every day as the climate crisis worsens. I've spent the last 12 years working alongside communities, local governments, cities around the world. I've supported young entrepreneurs and community leaders through some of the world's extreme climate events, like Typhoon Odette in the Philippines and Cyclone Idai in Southern Africa. I've also sat in classrooms where the temperature is about 40 degrees Celsius. The teachers are stressed and sweating. The kids are not able to concentrate. Teaching is impossible. Learning is impossible. In 2019, I led the first technical paper on youth and climate adaptation with a Global Center on Adaptation in the Netherlands. That same year, in 2019, climate disasters wrecked several communities around the Global South. It became clear to me that decarbonization and our quest to shift away from fossil fuel is not just enough to build the future that we want. We would have to invest in climate resilience, and this will mean that investing in local communities and the young people who are ready to lead them. With more and more people living in cities, how these cities are designed and built will decide not just emission targets. It will decide whether a child is born to a safe home, a stable home, or they are born only to flee their home and become a refugee somewhere. It will also decide whether we are able to breathe clean air or suffer from chronic diseases. So this is about justice, the way we build our cities. It's about health, it's about life, and it's about opportunities. So how can we collectively build such cities? Let me share with you 2 examples that highlight culture integration, workforce development, and the opportunity on how we can build such cities. Let's start with the Global South. The Global South is urbanizing faster than anywhere else in the world. Over 75% of the world's urban population now lives there. And specifically for sub-Saharan Africa, this is growing much faster than anywhere else. And migration trends are very high. People are constantly moving to cities in search for better opportunities. But what they often find when they get to these cities is fierce job competition, unsafe housing, and rising inequalities, which in turn make them end up living in very unsafe environments, like the many, many slums and favelas that we have around the world, which are very, very much prone to the worst of climate impacts. And in the midst of this, as we try to solve this problem, we lose our culture. And I'll give you an example. In sub-Saharan Africa, the culture of shared outdoor spaces and spending time outside is very high. This is part of the fabric of society. We spend time outside, we talk to our neighbors, we cook together outside, we eat outside, we have community derbers outside. But as cities expand into concrete jungles, these spaces vanish. And as they vanish, it's not just the space that is vanished, it's the trust that people have in communities that are vanishing. It's the connection we have with our neighbors, and it's the very fabric of our society that vanish as we build cities. So for cities to become hubs of innovation and inclusive growth and shared community perspective, especially for those who are the most vulnerable in cities, we need to think about the way we design cities for the most vulnerable, for those who are currently living in the slums, for the women and children who need to play outdoors, and for the women who need to sell outdoors. Urban development without cultural integration is a recipe for disaster and chaos. And we already know this because we already see the impact of people who live in slums. we see the impact of people who are constantly being flooded, who are constantly feeling the air pollution because the environment they live in is exposed to these threats. So this is not just a development challenge when we think about reimagining cities. It's very much a justice issue for those people. I will share with you two quick examples. In Ghana and Sierra Leone, youth climate councils are working together with local governments to ensure that those very voices are integrated in local policies. In Ghana, the Youth Climate Council worked together with the National Climate Office to ensure that the climate adaptation plans within the cities were not just developed by the ministry, but it was also developed in consultation with households, with market women, with street vendors, and with everyone in the society to ensure that the ministry understood what adaptation and resilience meant for these people. In Freetown, young leaders partnered with the mayor, Mayor Yvonne Akisoa, to launch a new initiative called Beat the Heat. This initiative was simply to say that heat is on the rise and it's a silent killer. And the work of organizations like Climate Resilience for All is to ensure that women particularly are able to find resilience for heat. What they did was to design a campaign that allowed the community to understand how to prepare for extreme heat. They also work with the communities to create green corridors in cities, where those who sell on the street can find shade. For people who spend time outdoors, like kids, can find shade. This improved the livelihood of people as they live through extreme weather events, like extreme heat. So for me, this is what inclusive planning looks like. It is about young people stepping up, communities stepping in, and governments stepping back to listen and give a space for communities to influence the way we design our cities. Next, I want to talk about something very close to my heart, workforce and talent. We fundamentally agree that the locally empowered workforce is needed to build a low-carbon future and resilient cities. But this cannot be achieved when the people who are closest to the problem are not trusted with resources. So how do we change this? And I'll give you some very simple statistics, which you can see on your screen now. Nearly 63% of all development funding that goes from the global north to global south countries end up with institutions in the global north. 8% of all that funding is what goes to the global majority or the global south. So if we believe that these communities need resources to do their work, why can't we trust them with the resources? And on top of that, only 1% of global climate philanthropy reach young people. And out of that, only a few reach young people, particularly in the global south and indigenous communities as well. So how do we change this? Decarbonization and resilience are not just about concrete buildings, and it's not just about beautiful buildings. It's also about human capital and human resources. Right now, almost 90% of the world's population, when it comes to young people, are in developing countries. And if I look at a continent like Africa, 16%, 16% of all the built infrastructure in Africa are built by local people. The remaining 84% are built by foreign entities. With this, the jobs, the opportunities, the income, the livelihood opportunities that are present for young people are taken away from them. We are outsourcing those opportunities and stalling the emergence of talent and skills in our continent. So, to tackle this, we established something called the Youth Climate Justice Fund. With this fund, we are providing funding to youth-led organizations, enterprises, all across the world, but particularly in the global majority or the global south, so that they can have their own vision of what resilience means for their cities and for their communities. In about 2 years, we've been able to deploy about $2 million to communities in about 55 countries. But philanthropy alone is not enough. We will need governments, we will need investors, and we will need corporations to understand that to be able to drive the change that we need, we will need our young people all across the world and particularly in the Global South, not just to be having jobs in their companies, but to become the raw talents they are, the engineers, the investors, and the entrepreneurs of what a resilient city means. A second example is that at the Green Africa Youth Organization, we are running something called the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge. The reason for this challenge was to understand that while philanthropy is not enough, Africa as a continent is booming with entrepreneurs. These entrepreneurs not just need funding, but they also need accompaniment and support to be able to redesign their communities and their cities. Through that, we are supporting and seeding those entrepreneurs. We've also launched something we call the Africa Climate Research Fund, understanding that there's a huge research equity gap in the world. Currently, 78% of all the climate research funding dedicated for Africa end up in global north institutions. Between 1990 and the year 2020, 90% of all the climate research funding, that research that was most cited for the work that we do on climate, were authored by global north researchers. This inequality exists. We have to name it, we have to call it, and we have to put in efforts to fix it. This is why we are seeding these young researchers and early career researchers in universities to do the research that is needed to build resilient cities. Good examples like the Zero Waste Cities Initiative of the Green Africa Youth Organization, which won the Earthshot Prize, is a good example of how young people and women, informal waste workers, and in the informal economy in Africa and in the Global South need to have their rightful place in designing how a waste-free city would look like. By doing this work, they've been able to reduce as much emissions as a round-trip flight from Accra to London in a single year in a single municipality within a city. Young people are capable, our informal women are capable, they are talented, and they have the insight and the skills to help us build the city that we need. I'm going to conclude my talk, and I want to leave you with something. The women on the open markets, the children in those classrooms who are sweating and are not able to study, they are not side stories of the climate crisis. They are at the center, and they need to be at the center. They are not waiting for any permission to lead. They have rich insights. They have the understanding and the lived experiences that can help us build these cities. Our job is not just to resource them, but it's actually also to invest in them, to listen to them, and to build alongside them. So, the next time I sit with kids in the classroom or visit market women in an open-air market in the developing world, I want to know that our climate solutions and the reimagination of our cities are not just to meet global climate targets, but they are personal solutions that work for these people. Let's build cities that don't just survive the climate crisis. Let's build cities where everyone in it and everyone in it everywhere can thrive, sustain, and find their place in these cities. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Josh. I can't think of a better way to start this session. A real call to action about the challenges and the people that are at the center of this work. We're going to move right along because we want to cover a lot of ground in the time that we have. So I'm going to introduce the panelists while they're bringing the chairs up, and they'll join me on stage. We've structured this next part of the session to bring together a leader from city government, a leader from business, and a leader from innovation and nonprofit communities looking to support both cities and businesses in climate action, to bring different perspectives into a shared conversation about how we reimagine cities. So I'd like to welcome Deputy Mayor Arjen Kapteins from The Hague. Before serving as Deputy Mayor, Arjen was already involved in local politics as a council member in The Hague for about 10 years. In 2017, he was one of the leaders of an initiative to establish the Hague Climate Pact, which has served as a precursor for The Hague's current climate agreement, which the city launched last year. Welcome, Arjen. Second, we have Benoit Bazin. Benoit is the chairman and CEO of Saint-Gobain here in France. Welcome. And we have Dr. Kirsten Dunlop, CEO of Climate Kick, where I work. Kirsten has been with Climate Kick for 8 years and is a founder of the Systems Transformation Hub, a partnership of organizations seeking to bring systems thinking and doing to Europe. She has extensive experience in academia, banking, insurance, and is a real driver of ambitious thinking and working together. So we're delighted to have them all here. So the structure of this is we've consulted together on some questions that I'll ask the panelists to begin to start the conversation. Hopefully this will all go well and we'll get into a bit of an exchange amongst the panelists as well. Are you able to hear okay? It's okay, all right. So let me start the first question, Arjen, with you. The Hague has developed its plans and you're one of the mission cities in the European mission. To what degree do you as a city leader engage with the question of reimagining your city? What does that suggest to you, considering strategies, actions you have in place and are working to implement?
Thank you, and nice to be here. The Hague, we are the international city of justice and peace, and we also very close to the sea. We have 11 kilometers of coastline, and most of the city is below sea level. So we have a huge interest ourselves to become climate neutral. And as a city, we have the official target to be climate neutral in 2030, and we have this target for 15 years now, and we're still working on it. And to achieve this, I think it's really important to imagine our cities in general, not just as climate neutral cities, but as cities with a thriving environment, with clean air, healthy soil, biking lanes, beautiful parks and beaches. As in, climate neutral means for me healthy living, quality of life, places you want to be in. And I think it's really important to share this broader perspective, not just as a public administration, but work on this together with our residents, with local organizations, and also the private sector. When you have this vision together, you know where to work on together. And that's why I'm very proud in The Hague. We have the Hague Climate Agreement, where we have partnerships for sustainability. And with this contract, we ask our community to develop climate deals, which are projects we work on together with local parties to make our city healthier and more sustainable. And I give two short examples of climate deals. One of the climate deals goes about car sharing. There are a lot of residents in The Hague who have a private car and they don't use it quite often. So what we do in The Hague is we facilitate communities to share their cars, and which is of course more eco-friendly and also saves a lot of space which is really needed for example, trees or other functions in the city. And this climate deal is run by residents, and as a public administration, we try to facilitate by giving small subsidies or building networks, sharing experiences about car sharing, and that works really well. We have about 30 of these kind of projects already in The Hague. And another climate deal which is worth noticing, I think it's about district heating. We have to step from fossil fuel to other ways of heating our houses in The Hague. We have a lot of potential for thermal energy in our city, and which needs district heating systems. And together with our social housing companies and with building companies, we are working on about 1/3 of our city going from fossil fuel to district heating on thermal energy. So that are two projects we are working on within our climate agreement.
Great, thanks very much. Excuse me, thanks very much, Arjen. We'll come back to you in just a minute. I'll bring Benoit into the conversation now. Your company helps to build cities, As you think about the challenges and potential futures that we face, what does it mean to you in your role to reimagine a city?
Well, first, I think we need to realize that within cities, we spend 90% of our time within buildings. So we should think about urban planning, but we should think about the building materials and the buildings themselves to provide, as Josh mentioned, safety, to provide thermal comfort, heat waves, winter, air quality, acoustics. So the well-being of the people within buildings is extremely important. It's true for private buildings, housing, and also public buildings, schools, hospitals, all the public buildings. What we do at Saint-Gobain, being the leader worldwide on light and sustainable construction, we provide light construction when it's time to build new buildings with much lower weight of materials, therefore less CO2. And there are many ways to build with light construction faster and better for big cities, notably in emerging markets. And second, renovation. So we provide the skills and the expertise of Saint-Gobain on both light construction, renovation, but taking care fundamentally of the well-being of the people and trying to help to be inclusive and being well adapted country by country.
Thanks very much. I think we have a little bit of time. I'll dig in just a little bit more for you in the time, given the time we have here. Building design and construction sector has quite in-depth and complex relationships with city government. How do you think about the opportunities to work together in support of needed transformations we face, considering issues of affordability, social inclusion, climate resilience, and vibrant businesses? To what degree does innovation help Saint-Gobain in its work?
Well, first, I would say the first positive point, we have to keep in mind that within the built environment, technical solutions do exist. So the true innovation is more the scale, because technical solutions, creating a passive house in Amsterdam, in Manchester, or in Africa, we know how to do it. The true difficulty is how to scale, and therefore you need indeed partnership. You need also innovation, and we invest a lot. You know, the building materials manufacturers, Saint-Gobain, we spend 600 million euros every year on innovation. We have more than 40 partnerships with startups in multiple countries every year. What is our innovation is to decarbonize our processes. We dropped 34% our CO2 emissions in the last 6 years, provide low carbon, circular economy. We partner with cities. With the city of Paris, we have a partnership to take back all the glass, the plasterboard of demolition job sites. We have launched 100% recycled gypsum. We have total Saint-Gobain worldwide in 80 countries, more than 26% recycled materials in our production. So we can innovate a lot on low carbon, circular economy. But fundamentally, the innovation for us, in order to reinvent the cities, is how we partner together with local competencies. Josh was very clear that we need to use local competencies, local jobs, with the city officials, with the architects, with the building materials, the distributors, the contractors. So this is why we launched 3 years ago an observatory for sustainable construction in order to scale and propagate, all the ideas on what means sustainable construction, what are the levers, what are the barriers, kill the misconception that sustainable construction could be more expensive, and fundamentally accelerate, scale what we can do, because the technical solutions do exist. So that's what we aim at. Innovation is more scaling versus inventing something totally different.
Thanks very much. All right. Excuse me. Kirsten, you've led Europe's leading climate innovation community for nearly a decade now. While there have been some progress made in mobilizing action of greater scope, scale, and urgency, we also see that we are not making enough progress in response to the scientific guidance of the UN and the IPCC. In your view, what is preventing us from the needed mobilization? And given those barriers, how can innovation specifically help us move farther, faster?
Well, it's a very topical question, given where we are 10 years on from the Paris Agreement and what's happening over the other side of the pond, as you would say in Australia. I think there are many answers to the question of what's getting in the way. Why are we not mobilizing at scale and speed? I'm going to pull out 3 or 4, number one of which is habit. And I'm particularly wishing to signal out here the habit of what we have taught ourselves in terms of what we know, how we're trained to think, how we're trained to act. And I think about the work that we are doing to support hundreds of cities to transform, and the work we're doing actually also here to try and bridge these discussions with cities, with industry. One of the habits that keeps coming out is you talk with national governments about one of the critical elements that would be needed, which is that ministries across environment, construction, economy, finance talk to each other. That's not a habit. And it's an incredibly difficult habit to retrain how to get people to talk with each other differently. We have trained ourselves for the last 150 years to look at big, complex, difficult problems and decide to compartmentalize them into small actions that we can do in incremental ways, in siloed and fragmented mechanistic ways. And when confronted with the challenge that the thing we need to do now is not pull everything into bite-sized actions, but to work in holistic and systemic ways, you can see the body language. People step back and say, oh, that's very complex, that's very difficult, that's very big. Our habits of how to act, how to think, how to collaborate are fundamentally out of sync with the need of what we need to do. So I think there's a huge issue of retraining our habits and retraining our habits to be significantly more capable of dealing with uncertainty and complexity. That leads me to the second major challenge that we observe in the practice that we are. It's a very simple thing, but it's a very deeply human thing: fear. Look at the fear that is rippling through the world now, at least on the global north, the fear of being called out, the fear of being incarcerated, the fear of not knowing whether the world we are building is going to be wealthy enough, safe enough, productive enough. The fear, and it is really easy to feel it when you notice the emotions that get into the room when we start to hear the discourse shift towards competitiveness, strategic autonomy and security. You can feel the relief of, oh, we can get back to something we know. We can work on competitiveness. We all know how to do that. That's good for business. The complexity, the difficulty of trying to hold a space, of working into the unknown, not so much the solutions, but the practices, the habits, the institutional arrangements, the organizational things. So I think there's something about understanding fear is really getting in our way, and I would link that to a third element, which is our emotional fitness for the change we need to do for ourselves. And one of the things I observe is the world that we have made of a constant growing addiction to dopamine signals, chemical signals of rapid response, immediate saturation of information, immediate need to know, instantaneity. It is literally triggering our brains to be predominantly acting as limbic systems. So the spaciousness, the sense of possibility, the creativity, the space for building partnerships that are long-term, sustained, multifaceted, deeply collaborative, that requires a capacity of emotions, of cognitive reasoning together, a capacity to behave differently that we are training ourselves out of with the ways in which we're living. Even just the sleep cycles. We are not getting enough space, physically and emotionally, to do better work. And I think the last reflection is we are dealing with interests, vested interests, self-interests, the combination of fear of the unknown, fear of uncertainty, of difference, trained habits. Everything feeds into the instinct to stay with what we know. But there is one other critical fact that I think is one of our #1 learnings working in innovation. Most of the research in the work that we're doing now to partner with communications agencies that are specialized in this, to partner with arts, culture, with organizations and people who are specialized in how to think about shifting narratives. What comes across constantly, across all cultures in the world, 20% of humans are genuinely motivated by morality, by some sense of saving the world. 80% of us are motivated by a sense of, what is life good for? Who am I with? Who do I care about? Is this interesting? Is it sexy? Is it what we need? Is it in my own interests? Also for the basic needs of livelihoods. 80% of us are motivated by interest. And that's not evil interest. That's just a natural 80% of a need to understand, if I'm going to do this transition, What's in it for me, for my kids, for my school, for the people I go and play sports with? And we have not designed the narrative on innovation or change for that 80%. We have designed a narrative for fear, and that is not, as we learned from COVID, fear does not sustain us. So the number one answer, I think, for innovation is it has to build hope. And it has to demonstrate, most importantly, the capacity to learn. The one thing that we can lock. We demonstrate possibilities, we show that it's good for well-being, as Joshua was saying, we show it's good for livelihoods. This is repathing ourselves to different habits.
Great, thanks. And I think, go ahead. And I think that provides a very great connection to Josh's remarks to start us off here. And I think the next question it leads perfectly into for you, Arjen, which is, given that diverse set of drivers and motivations at a personal level and in our communities, it's difficult to reconcile those and bring them all together in a conversation with your citizens about change. So what are the drivers of change in your city in light of imperatives for climate resilience, economic competitiveness and well-being, social inclusion, all of those things? Again, stemming back to Kirsten's comments about it's not just about the analytical components of that, it's about the feelings and our understanding of belonging in our community and feeling safe, feeling like we're thriving, not just hoping to survive.
Yes, I think one of the main starting point is not accepting the status quo. And I think many residents also in The Hague feel that. And I think we have not be afraid to give our residents more responsibility for the change they want for their own communities. Because residents, they know their streets and their neighborhoods best. They care about their communities and they care about each other. So we have to put them in front, and that's we have really good experiences with that in The Hague. But still, as Kirsten said, it is very difficult because change is not something that is part of being human. As being a human, you want to stick to what you know, and it's not always easy to have this kind of discussions. For example, when it goes to mobility and the space cars take in our cities, it are very difficult discussions. But when we accept, why would we accept the status quo that 80% of our public space is taken by cars, which only in The Hague 30% of the people use? And instead of parking cars, we could also make playgrounds and plant trees and make social spaces where people can meet. But that needs what really makes a difference then is to have engagement of local residents. As a pushing factor for public governments to set the steps forward to make that possible, and that's and of course there are also people and strengths and stakeholders who are fighting against it, but we have to do this in a broader discussion, working towards the city we want to live in together.
Great, thanks very much. So we have enough time to improvise here a little bit. I'm going to start, Benoit, with you and the question that you've already seen, so we can start with that. But then I'll ask Kirsten and Arjen to react to what he shares with a broader lens to how do we build support for collective action, because that's clearly where we need to get to. And so, Benoit, I'll start with you and say, if you were switching roles with Arjen and you were the mayor or deputy mayor, we won't give Arjen a promotion until he wins in the election, and assume the role of mayor, what would be one of the first ideas or actions you would put forward as it relates to this question of how do we build this shared future that we imagine? If you had a different hat on, how would you think about that?
Well, first, I think being a mayor is a very important job. It's not an easy one, but it's extremely important because it's truly connected to the daily local life of all the citizens. And I think in a society, and not because you are here, Arjen, but it's the most important job. I would say two things. First, think long term. I remember interacting in 2017 with the mayor of Stockholm because they have decided in 2017 to be carbon neutral by 2035, a bit behind you, Arjen, 2035. But it was a 20 years plan. So as a mayor, you can build a long-term vision for your city, for different suburbs, and bring stability, and therefore it gives confidence to build partnership, local partnership with all the stakeholders. You have local jobs, local contractors, local communities, everything. So long-term vision is for me of the essence. And the second, which is obvious as a role of a mayor, is be very local. Use the local resources, because again, you are not going to adapt, if I take France, Marseille in the south on heat wave, like in the Alps. You are not going to adapt in Ghana like in Canada. So it's very important to be local. Again, the technical solutions do exist, but be very local. And then you have a lot of levers on public and private buildings. But long-term stability, long-term vision is by far the number one, because then all the value chain can get organized. You can hire local jobs, you can build local circular economy, you can have the full partnership across the board. So that would be for me the most important, and you get confidence, and then you build the local narrative that I will bring benefits, and I will measure the benefits to the local citizens in terms of social well-being. So for me, that would be the number one criteria.
Great, thanks very much. Kirsten, I'll let you build on that first.
I think so. I fundamentally agree with that, and I'm thinking about what are the, we're talking about innovations, and particularly not so much the innovations of the individual solutions which we need, which unlock a sense of creativity, but the innovations in how you integrate them and the practices. One of the things that has really stuck with me all my life since I met him was a man called Leif Edvinsson, who used to run intellectual capital for Skandia. And he presented to me, when I was working for one of the big global insurers in Generali, a plan for how you could unlock the innovation in practice and process, both for long-term thinking, but also for this notion of how you combine deeply contextual, meaningful responses. And he said, if you look at the age of everybody who is in a management job. They are between 30 and 55, 60. So they are living life like this. They don't want to change everything. They have mortgages, school fees. They're worried about their life. But if you were to draw a kind of matrix between age and risk appetite, you would get a perfect smile curve. People in their 20s, teens, and people above 60, 70. So he said, it will cost you less if you take all of the people who are in the management jobs now and you pay for them to have a 10-year sabbatical to go and do what they want to do and explore the world. And in those jobs, you put a job share between the young and the older, and they will change the world. And I was thinking, now we are in a situation where we need to do intergenerational, hyperlocal, global, not by tokenism, but by design. But how would we structure for that? So we need innovation in new forms of arrangements and contracting and ownership models, intergenerational structures. That will get us a shift in the way we're thinking.
Maybe just to interact on that, it's very interesting what you say, because within Saint-Gobain, we have 130 climate catalysts to push us even faster on decarbonization, and they are in their late 20s, early 30s. And it's driving a huge force within the group. It's exactly about change.
That's perfect. And Kirsten, I'll pull moderator privilege and say, does that mean Josh gets to come work with me?
Yes, that would be
right.
Awesome.
Perfect. I'm old, he's young. It's a good combination. All right. Well, we have about a minute left. So Arjen, you speak for cities, quite literally your city. So you get the final moment here to reflect on what you've heard and think about what you need to build collective action and support for this future we're imagining.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think it is really important to find a common vision, and it has to be a long-term vision. I fully agree with that. And that, of course, it's always difficult being a political function, because in the Netherlands we have every 4 years elections, so that's my time scale. But it has to be longer. It has to be 10 or 20 years, and then we have to commit ourselves, listening and working together with every stakeholder in the city, including industry, including businesses, but also including residents and of course younger people as well. I want to share one example we have in The Hague. It's we are working with a permanent residents climate council. We have randomly chosen 17 inhabitants of our city. Also young people, of course, but also elder people and also people from all different kind of neighborhoods with all different kind of backgrounds. And they are asked, we ask them for advice, and they also can advise the city council and myself on topics they choose themselves. And that's a very practical and fruitful way to engage people and to commit yourself to the voices in the city itself.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to do a quick transition here. So one more time, let's thank the panelists for their thoughtful contribution to the session. Really inspiring to hear the business, nonprofit and city sectors talking together about how to move forward in a collective way. So thanks very much. Chapter 3 of this session, moving right along, is going to see us get a little bit more close to the ground on a day-to-day basis. And so I'm going to welcome up two people to join me in a fireside chat. I'm looking for the fireplace that's going to be put up here. They're going to showcase how adaptation mitigation strategies in cities can be translated on the ground, focusing on what's happening right here in this city, in the city of Paris. And we're bringing together the perspectives of an entrepreneur and an urban planner and ex-city official who's now working with cities all over the world. So I'm going to invite them onto the stage. Hélène Chartier with C40 Cities. She's been part of C40 Cities and the Climate Leadership Group for about 8 years. One of her leadership roles is running the Reinventing Cities competition, so very on topic here, which delivers zero carbon buildings and resilient urban regeneration projects in cities globally. Prior to joining C40, Hélène, in her hometown, served at the city of Paris, notably as an advisor to Mayor Anne Hidalgo. Welcome, Hélène. And Eitan Levy, welcome. Eitan works on adapting existing buildings to ongoing climate and societal changes. He's a co-founder of Roofscapes, a venture launched at MIT and based here in Paris, through which he explores the mitigation of urban heat islands thanks to green and accessible rooftops over existing buildings. So working with the existing building space. So we're going to have a bit of a discussion together and an exchange with each other around how some of this work really gets done on the ground. Some real tangible examples to complement the messages we've heard earlier in this session. And Hélène, I'm going to start with you. I'd like to help you start to build that bridge from the panel discussion and speak from your own experiences working both with a city and with C40 Cities, with many cities. You've been helping reinvent the cities for many years, so how do we make big transformative ideas possible on the ground?
Thank you very much, Thomas. I will try to answer this question as well by bridging a little bit what has been said before, because I thought it was actually very interesting. I want to say, I think it has been said before, I think we know the solution. We know most of the solution. We're still in innovation, but we know a lot of things. So I think what was said about the need of scaling and implementing is very important. And that's something, for example, at C40 that we are doing quite a lot right now. All of the cities part of our network have no climate action plan based on the objective of the Paris Agreement, which is already important. A lot of nations doesn't have it. Cities have that, so they know what are their actions, both in terms of adaptation and mitigation. So the question is now how we implement, how we mainstream. Because a friend of mine once told me, you know, climate action plan is great, but it's a slide deck, which is a little bit cynical, but a little bit true as well. It's just vision, intention, action. So how we basically implement. And there is a few tools that I think are very important for this. The first thing is working with city to embed the action, the projects they identify into their legally binding policies. And in that sense, for example, and I'm working quite a lot on this, urban planning policies is probably the most powerful tools that city have that will basically lead to change in every project across the cities. And most of the cities include in their urban planning framework the building codes, actually. So we are now working with all of the cities in our network to basically identify the land use policies that could basically transpose the objective of their climate action plan into these enforceable documents and policies. This is very important. The IPCC report mentioned that by adopting right now a better urban planning document and frameworks, we could reduce emission by 25%. And Paris, actually, if I do the bridge with my previous life in Paris, has just done it with some very interesting solution, like you need now to explain before why you need to demolish. It's not like you can demolish easily. You need to explain why it's impossible to do another project. You need to use low carbon material before considering concrete and steel, and explaining the why you cannot. So we basically turn away the other one, and a lot of important climate solution. The other thing is also helping city to procure differently, use also the power of their own project to basically pave the way and everything. So we will work with every city in our network to make sure that what they say in their climate action plan is now a reality in their procurement process. And the final things, the final pillar, I would say, it's very the finance. And in that sense, another thing we are now working with cities, it's going to be mandatory for all of our cities to also adopt what we call a climate budget, which means now every decision in the city will need to be explained and made also considering the impact of carbon of their project. Building a school, changing, I don't know, the food in the school and everything will be decide also not only taking financial consideration, but also taking carbon consideration. And I just want to finish maybe about two other things that were said before. Partnership is very important. You mentioned Remonting Cities, an initiative that is growing and growing, and that we started actually with Climate Kick. It's important to test innovation, to experiment, but also to prepare this change. You cannot do policy change without discussing with the private sector, and also to channel finance to this scale. The other things, and I really like what Kirsten said before, the mindset is also very, very important. We need to fight disinformation. I think we are facing a very specific moment in our world, and I'm very proud to have been working closely with Anne Hidalgo, and she has been really a pioneer on things. We need to fight for our democracy, and we need to fight again for science. You know, there was an article this week in Libération, one of the main French paper, who basically someone was saying, if today the sea was boiling because of climate change, there will still have people who would say, this is not climate change. So we need also to find, as a mayor, who need to continue their leadership, as private leaders who also can pave the way on climate action. We need to fight to help them to fight the disinformation they are facing. And believe me, Anne Hidalgo has faced a lot of disinformation to push this climate agenda. And the last point, but I think it has been said, is leadership. Without a good leadership, and not only from mayors, but also from the private sector, to make sure a lot of private sector now are doing some sustainability solution. But are they really scaling in all of their portfolio? Not so much, and that's really this type of leader in the private sector that we also need today.
Thank you very much. And I think, you know, speaking from my perspective with the city's mission, yes, go ahead. And having worked with and knowing C40 cities for a long time, I think the value of having a partner that's working with cities as they're going through this process and being on the journey, helping them helping them get access to support that they need to bolster leadership, to provide capacity to help bring the private sector and finance to the table. I think it's a critical dynamic and one that, I think we can see some of the results in Paris of how over time that really starts to make meaningful changes. So thanks very much for that. Aiton, over to you. You work in Paris as an entrepreneur, and you have to work with public and private partners to deliver in your work. Building on what you've just heard and what we've heard, what are your experiences, and how's that helped you realize what the future of our cities could look like? I think you have a very specific way that you've started to work in that, but I think no doubt you have broader ideas as well about climate resilience, social inclusion, and economic vibrancy. So over to you.
Great, thank you, Thomas. So I'm a co-founder of Roofscapes, and the reason we decided to launch this company a few years ago was that we felt, as architects, I'm an architect, that there was a lot more work that was required in order to adapt our buildings, our existing buildings, to a changing climate. And we were seeing how there were here and there many great initiatives, but in the very specific context of Paris and more broadly of European city centers, we realized that there were a lot of pitched roofs, in fact, roofs that are not flat, and that they were a bit left out from all climate change adaptation policies. So we have been developing a system of timber platforms. We just installed the first pilot last year together with the city of Paris, not too far from here. And on this pilot, we've been able to monitor the impact in terms of temperature reductions, biodiversity reinforcement, water retention, and so on. So that's just to set up a bit the context for those who don't know what we're doing. And over the past few years, of course, there's been a few lessons that we have been learning and finding out about. And I think there's four main things that we realize as a small actor pushing private and public actors to move forward with the adaptation of their buildings. There's four things we've discovered that are very, very important. One is the experimentation, the fact that we need to experiment more and more at all scales, in all territories, to adapt our buildings and to test out solutions that maybe have been tested elsewhere, but maybe they've never been deployed anywhere. And it's very hard, as Kirsten was saying in the previous panel, it's very hard when we don't know something to accept it, to trust the newcomers who have an idea and are trying to convince you that you should do something. So I think it's super important that small and big actors are taken seriously whenever they think that something should be tried out, something has never been done, and when everyone else agrees that there's an issue that might be fixed with that solution. Second thing is about financing. Of course, everyone wants money, everyone needs money to deploy their projects. But I think whenever we're talking about climate change adaptation, about biodiversity reinforcement, and all these ecosystem issues that are not very easy to quantify in terms of economic output, I think it's very important that the building owners, the public actors, the large companies that will be eventually paying for the implementation of those projects on their buildings, on their territories. I think it's very important to perhaps understand that you won't be able to get the exact same returns, the exact same profits that you used to get for the past 50 years. I think we, of course, have to get a little shift there to understand how non-financial benefits can be accounted for, and that if you want to do something, if you want to have more biodiversity on your building, you will need to invest in something. It won't just magically appear, and you won't have a thriving ecosystem on your roof if you don't pay for it in some way. Then there's something very important, I think, about copying. I think we need to understand that a lot of the solutions that we will need to deploy already exists somewhere. Perhaps in the case of heat wave adaptation, they might be coming from places a bit more in the south than where we are located. And of course, it's super important to have local and site-specific solutions. I'm totally on board with that. But I also think we need to integrate some knowledge from other places and accept that a city that has been looking the exact same way for 150 years, whenever one parameter like climate is changing, then we need to adapt a bit the whole situation. And we need to look at what's being done, for instance, in the case of Paris. We need to look at the south of Portugal, where there are really, really great solar protections in the streets that don't exist yet in Paris, but perhaps will need to arrive eventually. And so this notion of copying, I think it's really, really important for all private and public actors, especially the ones who authorize projects, who give building permits and authorizations. I think it's really crucial that we accept that things will have to change a bit if we want to accept. We cannot, if we want to adapt, we cannot keep things the exact same way. Otherwise, there will be no adaptation. And the last thing, it's about combining. It's really something we've come to realize after working on a roof adaptation for a few years. You can, of course, decide that you will adapt to one issue. You will adapt to heat waves in the summer. You will adapt to water and heavy rains in the fall or in the spring. But if you're able to do adaptation strategies that combine all these several solutions to all those issues that you are somehow checking boxes for the summer, for the winter, for the heat wave comfort, for the times where it's very cold, where you have too much water, where you don't have biodiversity, I think it's so much better. And so there are, of course, solutions that exist to combine the way we have an impact on building and city adaptation. But sometimes it's a bit more expensive than the simplest solution that will just fix an issue for 2 months in the year, but not for the whole periods. There are other issues we need to address. And so, yeah, this notion of combining for us is also super, super important.
Thanks very much. I think that's a great illustration of very practically how to problem solve, how to work through new ideas, bringing them into being and thinking about ways to learn through that process. And Helen, maybe just to build on that and your excuse me, your experiences with reinventing cities, which really is about providing partnership and creating more space, more room, more support for experimentation. It'd be great to just sort of hear your reflections on that. And then the second point, which would be one of the things we haven't talked about, one of the features which C40 and all the city programs really try to value, which is cities learn together, they learn from each other. And so as you think about some of the specific work that Aidan's been doing and your experience with reinventing cities around experimentation and learning, what are some of the observations you think are most salient towards this notion of taking bolder steps forward into the future?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations. I think it's a very interesting project and prototype that I hope will be scaled. I just want to add, and to answer your question, to add, we know that between 1990 and 2022, I think, so 30 years basically, cities, like green space in cities have been reduced from 30%. While we know for sure the power, and many, you presented very well, of urban nature to reduce heat, but also sometimes also to absorb flooding and everything. So we need to find solution. Someone was saying that before. Of course, the solution in Paris are maybe different from another solution. The roof is actually a very important element. We see New York, for example, has now passed a new law, law that says every building, not just the new one, but every building will need to have a use for their roof. Either greening, either energy production, or a terrace. So it's a new living space. So it's becoming, and they have, I don't know, I think they have 15 years, every building. Of course, it's easier in New York because you tend to have these flat. But I think it's very interesting, and as you mentioned, that's exactly what we are trying to do with Reinventing Cities, is also to say, okay, in Paris we don't have this flat. So at least in the old Haussmannian and approach. So we need to find innovative solution. Through Reinventing Cities, we have now been working with more than 4,000 private sector, startup and investor and architect and others to develop this kind of project already in 25 cities all over the world. We are now working also with university, 1,500 universities to also participate to this concrete piloting. And again, I think then to answer maybe the second part of your question, I think the power is to test, to then scale. So I really believe, and when I joined C40, I didn't know how much powerful this exchange between cities would be. And it's really at the core of what we are doing, but it's really, if I take a very concrete example, School Street. You know, School Street. We have seen one city developing a school street. It's actually not Paris, huh? But we have seen one city starting it. We basically organize a discussion between the mayor, between the technical services to explain how they did it. How they did it, cities who has more money, or they did it like permanently, cities who has maybe a little bit less resources, they can do it with more tactical approach. Like in 5 years, I think it's 1/4 or 1/3 of all of the C40 cities that are now trying to implement School Street. So there is this form of positive emulation between the city, maybe positive competition as well, that really is working. So yes, and I would say, and the last thing, and I insist, I think, on forcing that in policies. So tomorrow the solution that is tested become the policies and the new norm in the city.
That's super. Really appreciate it. I think that puts a nice bow on the discussion that we've had throughout the session here. So thanks very much for that. So I hope for everyone who is here that this session has given you a combination of inspiration, an opportunity to reflect upon how you experience the city you live in or the cities that you work with, if that's part of what you do day to day. I think we also want to hear from you, and we have a question and a poll here we would like to get your thoughts around, which is, as ChangeNOW is exploring bringing cities back into the spotlight for 2026, after the cities programs held the past 2 years, your insights are valuable in shaping how ChangeNOW can engage with urban transformation in a way that brings real value and complements the broader urban ecosystem. So what formats, content, audiences do you believe would be most impactful? Share your ideas by scanning this QR code on the screen, and obviously share your ideas with each other and talk to each other. So I hope this session has been a good way to kick off your Friday. We thank you for your time, and I think let's give one more collective round of applause for everybody who contributed. Josh, Benoit, Aryan, Kirsten, Elaine, Aiton. Thanks very much.
Hello, 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 ChangeNOW. Day 2, how are we doing? Nice to see you. Hopefully that's not too loud. That's hopefully not too loud. Hands up if you have made at least one connection at ChangeNOW that you are going to stay in contact with after this summit. Excellent. Well, that is what ChangeNOW is all about. It is about making meaningful connections. So my name is Elizabeth Kors, and I'm going to be your moderator here today for what is one of the most fascinating, urgent, critical conversations around fossil fuels. So thank you for choosing this session around Don't Drill, Baby, Don't. Now, we have got 5 extraordinary speakers coming to you today with some really interesting perspectives. But of course, we have got a room full of change makers, and your voice is as important as who we have on stage. So, between you and I, we have been trusted to try something that ChangeNOW has never done before today. And I need some willing participants to get involved. What do you reckon? Are you willing to give it a go? we are going to run some interactive polls. And if you see on screen, there is now a QR code where you are going to be invited to input some questions and some answers. I must tell you that this is completely anonymous, and all of the results that you will see on screen will be made available on the ChangeNOW platform. Are you with me? Do not check your 13,000 emails when I get you to go onto your phone, okay? That's our agreement. Now we're going to have a little practice run. So can I just have a show? Is everybody onto it on their yeah? So we're going to have a practice run. 3 words to describe how you're feeling right now. 3 words, how you're feeling right now. So this is where we see the energy we have in the room. Calm, determined, motivated, curious, excited, sleepy. Well, it is day 2 of ChangeNOW. Energized, inspired, motivated. These are fabulous words, and this is why we are all at ChangeNOW together. So keep them coming, keep them coming. Now, to introduce our session, did you know that the first modern oil well was drilled in Pennsylvania in 1859? 3 years earlier, Eunice Newton-Foote's 1856 experiment showed that CO2 absorbs heat faster than air and predicted a warming effect. So over 165 years, we have been simultaneously discovering the dangers of fossil fuels, as well as becoming increasingly dependent on them. And now today, despite the record-breaking temperatures, crashing through the 1.5 degree limit already, and all of the severe climate impacts that we're seeing, we see no slowdown of fossil fuel production. So this isn't just a story about fossil fuels and climate change, it's a story of power, of vested interest, and the tactics that we need for a new energy story in 2025. Now we have a very, very special guest as our keynote for our first session. And before this gentleman comes on, I would like to ask the team to move the Menti to the next slide. And I'd like you to answer this quiz, this pop-up question. What percentage of electricity does Uruguay now generate from renewable sources? Thank you so much for playing along. Now, our keynote today is firmly convinced that decarbonizing electricity systems is possible. This conviction is grounded in real-world success. As former Secretary of Energy of Uruguay, he led the transformation process that today enables his country to generate 98% of its electricity from renewable sources. He is currently the president of REN21, and through various other global roles, he works with public and private sectors worldwide to share the lessons learned from Uruguay's just energy transition. Please put your hands together for Ramon Mendez, who is here to show us what is possible today.
Bonjour. Good morning, and I'm very helpful from being here to share with you what happened in my country, Uruguay, in the energy sector. I think it's not working. Oh yes, it is. So yes, many people are now calling what happened in Uruguay the Uruguayan energy revolution. And we're going to see why. Uruguay is a small country in South America between Argentina and Brazil. We have a very stable democracy, a very stable economy, and then we're based in wonderful natural resources. But you know, about 15 years ago, when this story began, we're having very strong difficulties in our energy sector. Uruguay is a country we have no any kind of fossil fuel, so we have to import everything that we are using. At that time, we had already used our large rivers to install hydropower plants. Was good. But the point is that we are very sensitive to the climate variability. In particular, we suffer from El Niño phenomena. Perhaps you heard about it. And when El Niño year comes, we have a very dry years. And those years, hydropower plants produces half of that of a regular year. So this was a big problem for our energy system. And on top of that, our two big neighbors were having their own shortage in energy. So when they were to export electricity to us, it was at extraordinarily high prices. And last but not least, in those years, our economy was growing at extraordinary rates and poverty was decreasing. So this means that, in fact, yes, thank you. So, in fact, this was good for the country, but the energy demand was growing very rapidly. So this was really nice, but as a consequence, we were incrementing more and more the share of fossil fuels that we're forced to import, and we have a sharp rise in cost. But we took this opportunity. This perfect storm was just a crisis, and we used this to make a dramatic change. So where are we now? This is what I'm going to show you, what happened after this revolution. What happened is, this is our present power mix. This is the last 2024 power mix. When you see, yes, the traditional hydro, but you also see a lot of wind. We see a lot of biomass waste in the mid. You know, biomass that used to be a climate liability, and now it's an energy asset for the country. In total, we don't have not even 98, but 99.1% of renewable sources in our power mix. This is a reality right now. This is possible. Just for comparison, the world average is 29%, okay? But perhaps the most interesting point is that we have shown that this can be done without a single battery. We don't have a single battery, any kind of energy storage in the whole country. We just proved that the combination of different renewable technologies can make the deal. And this is some interesting point. This is a new point. And of course, as a consequence, our CO2 emission has dropped back tremendously. I mean, nowadays we can say that we are a decarbonized country, because nowadays, when you measure the emission, even per capita or per kilowatt hour consumed, they are 40 times smaller than the world average. And you may say, how much did all this cost? And in fact, I like to say that the cost was negative in the sense that we had a tremendous positive impact on our economy, because we reduced by a factor of 2 the cost of producing electricity in the country today from before the transition. But perhaps more important than the overall reduction is the stability. You know that we are used all the time to have incredible variation in the cost, not only on natural gas and not only because of wars. All the time we're having variation of the prices of energy commodities. We don't have nothing of this in our country, because today we are independent on these fossil fuels. We are just dependent on our own domestic resources, which are free. So this gives us not just the reduction of the cost, but the stabilization of the cost. And this is perhaps very important. And this is because we succeeded to receive $6 billion investment in only a few years. And this is huge for a small economy like Uruguay. This is about 12% of the total GDP of the country. So imagine the tremendous positive impact that we have in the whole economy. For example, we got 50,000 new jobs in the country. And for a small country with only 3 million inhabitants, this is about 3% of the total labor force of the country just related to the energy transition. And on top of that, now, instead of importing electricity from our neighbors, we are exporting renewable energy surpluses to our neighbors and receiving incomes which can be as high as 1% of the total GDP of the country. And last but not least, we have already a tremendous positive impact on their social equity. Because today, 99.9% of the country is electrified, either with a combination of grid extensions and off-grid solutions. nowadays in Uruguay, we're about 1,000 houses lost in the middle of nowhere in the countryside without access to electricity. So my first conclusion of my first part of this talk is that, yes, absolutely, a just energy transition not only is possible, but it has already happened. And this is because we have proved that there were two misconceptions. The first thing we proved is that, yes, it is possible to manage a power system which is almost 100% renewable and with a high share, over 50% of that being intermittent sources like solar and wind. But then there is a second misconception that we proved it was, which is nowadays renewables, they are not just providing a solution for climate issue, but they are delivering tremendous positive impact in their social economies of all of countries. And this is happening now. So now we can say, okay, this happened in Uruguay already some years ago. It's not well known, but it's happened many years ago, 5, 6 years ago. So what is happening in the rest of the world? And this is perhaps one of the most interesting figures I'm going to show, because as we can see there, what happened there is that in the last 10 years, the cost of producing electricity with different renewable sources went down at an incredible rate. Just photovoltaic, for example, went down by a factor of 10, and wind onshore, by a factor of 3. And more important, nowadays, the cost of producing electricity with renewable sources are lower than the cost of producing electricity with any kind of fossil fuel technology. So yes, we have the best product in town, with no difference. And on top of that, we are creating 12 million of jobs all over the world. Just for comparison, which is the amount of jobs in the oil and gas industry? Well, it's exactly the same figure. This means that we have already created as many jobs as the whole oil and gas industry. So, as a consequence, yes, we are changing little by little the share of the global renewable sources to produce electricity. For example, we have multiplied by 5 the share of solar and wind in our mixes. And as a total, we have jumped from 20 to 28% of renewables in the global power mix. But this is just one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that fossil fuels, they went down only to 62 to 68%. But even worse, the size of this gray box is bigger in the right than in the left. This means that even if the share has been reduced, the total amount of fossil fuels that we're still using to produce electricity is bigger now than it used to be 10 years ago. And as a consequence, our emissions coming from CO2 combustion, they had been continuing growing. There was 24 gigatons at the beginning of this century, and there are 35 gigatons now. And which is even worse, according to the science, our emissions should be doing this in order to be sure that we're below 1.5 degrees increase in temperature, but in fact, our emissions are and continue to be doing this. So the question is, what is this going on? What is this happening? If we have the best product in town, why are we not using it? Why are we going so slowly in the transition? And to be honest, I've been working with that for many years now. And I found out there are 3 main reasons for that. There are 3 really insurmountable problems for energy transition. The first one is that in many countries we still have a dominant narrative which says we cannot live without fossil fuels. And this is based in misconception like it is not possible to manage intermittency like wind and solar, or if you put batteries, then renewables become more expensive than just putting there. And of course, this is absolutely not true. I mean, if someone tells you that, please ask him to take a plane and go to Uruguay to see that this is absolutely wrong. The second unsurmountable problem, which is also present in many countries, in many markets, is that in fact there are strong market distortions in our energy systems. We have incredible subsidies to fossil fuels. not only tax exceptions, but also direct subsidies, which are as big as $1 trillion per year. Millions of dollars every year subsidies to fossil fuels. It is impossible to compete with that. And the third, perhaps the less known, but the most problem present worldwide, is that we have a completely inadequate regulatory framework. When renewables came into the game, yes, we made minor changes in the regulatory system and in the market design. But in fact, those changes were just to allow for the participation of different renewable sources. But what is happening right now is that still now the structure and the philosophy, the characteristics of our present energy system are based on fossil fuels. So what is going now, in fact, is that we are continue asking renewables to work with inadequate rules of the game. And even worse, because those rules are that favor fossil fuels. And this is happening worldwide. In a way, what you are doing right now is like asking the best one, but then giving a tennis racket, put him in a tennis court, and ask him to deliver what he does. And this is what we're doing. So the point is that today, and I'm not exaggerating, our present energy system are in collision course with net zero goal. And this is because we still have a strong influence of fossil fuel stakeholders that they remain very strong yet. So we have to be very clear on this. Transition will not happen spontaneously, even if you have the best product in town. We have to put in place public policies in order for things to happen. So in order to do it, what can we do in fact? And just to answer this question, please let me go back to Uruguay. Let's try to understand what happened in Uruguay, what were the real reasons for the success. And once again, here we have heard a lot about the dominant narrative. The dominant narrative is saying, oh, they succeeded because they have a lot of hydro, or they succeeded because they are a small country. It's easier for a small country. In fact, nothing can be farther from the truth. Because on the one side, yes, we have hydro. But without hydro, and by following the same pathway that we follow in Uruguay, perhaps we hadn't reached 99% or 98%, but we had reached for sure 75 to 80% of a combination of renewables. And being a small country, come on, you don't know what being a global south small country is. Everything is much more difficult. We have more difficulties to get investment. We have a smaller industry characteristic. We have less academics. So everything is much more difficult. So the real reason of the key success in Uruguay, and in fact, based on 3 pillars. And I'm going to show you these 3 pillars at the end of my presentation. The first one is that we succeeded to make a long-term strategy that was backed by the entire Uruguayan political system. And this was crucial because it was based on real truth. I mean, not just in imagination, it was based on all the benefits for a country to make a transition. And this ensures the continuity of the process. Take my example. I've been the Secretary of Energy of 2 consecutive presidents. And this brings me the power of going up to the end of the transition. But this is just the first point. The second point is that for things to happen, we really need to make dramatic changes. We need to put in place a whole transformative ecosystem. And we have to deeply innovate. We have to be brave enough in order to change legal issues, regulatory issues, and the market, even institutional issues. Everything has to change in order to put in place a transition. And there are consequences in 2 kinds, both technical aspect and market aspect. Concerning the way we plan and operate the system, we dramatically change the way we're doing. Our engineers worked for years to develop the way of putting intermittent sources in the center of the game. Today, wind and solar capacities are of the same order of the total peak demand. This means that when Uruguay will have enough sun and wind, 100% of electricity is just sun and wind. And all the rest is following. Particularly hydropower plants, all the rest are just following the variability of wind and solar. And this makes the whole robustness of the whole system. But what's more important is what happened in the market design. Today in Uruguay, we plan in a global way. So we define which is the best combination of different technologies in order to deliver robustness and at the same time the lowest price. And now we are going from the traditional short-term energy market to a long-term capacity market. And this was the reason of our success. In fact, what we have done, you have gone from a traditional collection of interacting actors to a systemic approach of the system. So just to begin, but then there is the third and crucial point, which is governance. In this kind of system, when you are doing the disruptive changes, having all the stakeholders on board with win-win strategies is absolutely crucial. So just to begin my last comparison, what should we do? We as a community, what should we do in this context? And in fact, there are two things to do. The first one is just to address the cultural conflict. Yes, we have a cultural conflict. Yes, we have to build a new narrative. But this new narrative now should be based on real facts, on real success stories. We have to tell the politicians, for example, we have to show them, to highlight what are the national benefits for the transition. For example, to global north politicians, we have to tell them that this is the best for your economy, and for global south politicians, that this is the best for your development. But this is not enough. The last point is that we have to strongly remove the strong bias that now are favoring the fossil fuels, and this in everything, in the way we plan, the way we operate, and the market design. So please do this new climate activism and work with governments, with private sector, with academy, in order to create the appropriate ecosystem. So thank you very much. This is what you're doing with Evil 2021. And please come and join us.
Wasn't that wonderful to be reminded of what's possible? Aren't you glad you came and chose this session to hear about that today? Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our next session, our first panel discussion, and we're going to look at 3 other tactics that are going to be vital for us in 2025 and moving forward. So can I invite to the stage Adam Weiss, for Chief Programs and Impact Officer for Client Earth, Tori Tsui, Global Coordinator for the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty, and Shada Pandey, Founder and Project Leader for Grassroots Energy Management Support. Yes, make sure you pick up your mics. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to read a quick intro for each of our guests today, and then we're going to go straight into the questions. So we're going to start with you, Tori. Tori Tsui believes that a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is a bold and ambitious way to strengthen the Paris Agreement, directly targeting the expansion of the fossil fuel industry, provides a clear pathway forwards for a habitable future. After actively campaigning against the oil and gas industry in the UK, shutting down the Cambo and Rosebank oil fields in the North Field, big round of applause. They are actively fighting for more rigorous climate policy because we are currently failing to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement. So thank you for being here, Tori. I'm now going to move over to Shraddha. She believes that the energy transition isn't about just technology, it's about transforming habits and empowering communities to drive change. After witnessing the health impacts of traditional cooking methods in rural India, she founded Grassroots Energy Management Support, also known as GEMS, to tackle a pollution source that emits as much as the entire global aviation industry. She is here, she's a Kofi Annan change maker, a regeneration future leader, and she is really here to help prove that climate solutions can and must address social justice as well. So she is here to tell us and show us how small community-led actions lead to system change. So thank you for being here with us today. And of course, last but not least, we have Adam Weiss, Hands up, who's heard of Client Earth? Client Earth? Okay, we've got some fans in the room. He believes that we need laws that enable us to challenge everything that states do, everything that companies do, and against the imperative of an environmental protection. After a career in human rights, where you were very much working with the European Courts of Human Rights on behalf of migrants and people facing race discrimination, you became part of the environmental movement because you really understood that our environmental crisis risks overwhelming those communities that are already on the sharp end of climate change. So here to help us understand the role of law in preventing and stopping fossil fuels, we welcome Adam. So a big round of applause. And I would like to start with a broad question, and then we're going to dive into each of these specific tactics that we're going to look into. So we'll start with you, Tori. But the question really is, what do you see as the biggest opportunity for transitioning, to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels in 2025? If you can give us a wider picture, and we'll deep dive into more in a moment.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So I want to start by just providing a bit of context here. We're in Paris, and it's been 10 years since the Paris Agreement was signed, designed to keep us on track for 1.5 degrees warming, and we're not meeting those targets. Now, Paris was a very bold and ambitious agreement, and there's so much that we can learn from the last decade or so about where we need to strengthen that agreement. One of the issues with Paris is that it fails to mention the leading cause of the climate crisis, which the byproducts of the fossil fuel industry, coal, oil, and gas. And we need legislation that essentially tackles the expansion of fossil fuels, and that's where the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty comes in. It is here to actively target the fossil fuel industry and champion a just transition, making sure that no country gets left behind. We've been endorsed by 16 nation states and counting, many cities, WHO, Nobel Prize laureates, so many different champions from all around the world. And the momentum for this treaty is growing. And I might be biased in saying that I think it's the clearest pathway forward, but it's here to strengthen Paris. It shows us a way where we can live within 1.5 degrees of warming and actually put into practice so many of the amazing things that are happening in Uruguay, for instance.
100%.
Legislation is such a key loophole. The Fossil Fuel Treaty actively targets that, and I believe that it's our best shot at staying within 1.5 degrees.
Thank you so much. And now for you, Shraddha, you're going to come in with a much more what we call glocal. You know, think global, act local. So what's your glocal take on and where do you see as the most exciting opportunities?
So I see the most exciting opportunities in the actions and the discussions that are taking place at stages like this, at ChangeNOW, at Paris, to be translated into action at the community level. For that, we need young people, change makers, to convert this language that takes place here into villages, a language that is understood by the villagers, by the rural communities, where energy transition and the use of fossil fuels is impacting them the most. What I see as the action that has to be taken is to invest in these people-first solutions, making sure that technology change, the regulatory aspect go hand in hand with behavior change in the communities, to make sure that we maintain the dignity of the local people, of women and communities that are impacted the most by it, and these changes affect them to make sure that the transition happens is impacting their lives in a better manner. And that change has to come from us advocating at the village level and working with the grassroots communities to change, to make that change happen.
Yeah, and we're going to come back on to the behavior change that's necessary for that to happen. Adam, if I can add a little bit onto the question to you specifically, because we're very interested in what Client Earth is doing, which is fundamentally to rewire the legal system. So I suppose what would be really great is to maybe hear more specifically about what is the challenge in trying to rewire what is a global legal system that Tory has had to work so hard to kind of use to get against, if that makes sense. Could you give us maybe more of a sense of the obstacles to the transition?
The obstacle and the opportunity is the whole underlying mental model. We have a huge opportunity with sufficiency. The very simple idea that we can live lives that are as good and even better with radically less energy. The IPCC told us this in March 2023, that we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 70% by living fabulous lives with less consumption. And normally I would say that this is the elephant in the room or the memo that no one's writing. But on this stage yesterday, there was someone from EDF, the French electricity company, who said the same thing. So once sufficiency, this idea about the great lives we can lead with less energy, is driving lawmaking and policymaking in the energy space, we will make the transition. It's the rules and laws that are holding a model in place that we know is wrong and that need to change.
We wouldn't invent that model today were we waking up this morning. So I'm going to come back to climate litigation because we've really got the national treaties, we've got the global and we've got the legal framework. I think everybody in this room will be so interested to maybe hear a little word around how one goes about preventing the Cambo oil fields and Rosebank. Can you give us a sense, you were using a legal system that was ultimately against you. What was the main thing that you felt you could leverage it more?
Yeah, thank you. So for context, there is an oil field in the North Sea called Rosebank in the UK, which, if extracted, would produce 500 million barrels of oil, 200 million tons of CO2 emissions, equivalent to the 28 lowest income countries in the world. It is no small oil field. And we used climate litigation, the power of law, to stop this oil field in its tracks. And the way that we did that was through a phenomenal case that was brought forward by a woman named Sarah Finch, who essentially wanted the government and oil companies to account for what we call Scope 3 emissions. So it's not enough to just think about the emissions of extracting the oil and gas itself, but the emissions of burning that oil and gas, which a lot of firms and industries did not account for. And in the case of Rosebank, they pushed forward with this oil field, Equinor, a Norwegian state-owned oil giant, on the basis that it was within sort of a legal framework. But actually it was unlawful because the emissions of burning that oil would greatly surpass what the UK had signed up to commit to. So with Greenpeace and the Stop Rosebank campaign, we took Rosebank to court and Equinor in November of 2024, and in February we found out that we won our court case, effectively shutting down this oil field. And if I do say so myself, our campaign group has a pretty good track record because just 3 years prior we managed to shut down Shell's Cambo oil field as well.
So if we could just tag on a little note around this idea of the fossil fuel treaty or the anti-proliferation fossil fuel treaty, can you just give us a quick snippet as to how that then builds on some of this action or this movement that it's working for our audience?
Absolutely. So, I mean, the power of law is indisputable, right? We're showing that climate litigation has the potential to put us on track, to stop these industries who are acting unlawfully, who are claiming that they're benefiting our world and our environment, what quite frankly aren't. Most of the oil and gas from Rosebank would have been exported and sold on the international energy market. There was no energy security. And something like the treaty is a framework which allows us to implement these changes, to transition to a renewable economy and make sure that nobody gets left behind, whilst also providing people with the infrastructure and resources to essentially tackle this mammoth of an industry that is pushing us off a cliff edge. I mean, I'm going to very briefly talk about the social license of the fossil fuel industry, which is their right to exist in a planet, that quite frankly, needs to divest rapidly. And as Ramon was saying, there is this culture around seeing fossil fuels as an inevitable reality of what we need to live in this world. That's completely false. Renewables are 10 times cheaper than they've ever been in the UK. We have the legal frameworks to show that we can do this. We have the resources. We have the willpower. And it's just about making sure that we're tackling the propaganda of the fossil fuel industry, who are essentially keeping us hooked on a system that, you know, is compromising everyone's lives. And as we've seen with Paris, we're not staying within 1.5 degrees of warming. We're nowhere near that. And the Fossil Fuel Treaty is an opportunity for us to stay on track.
One of the other areas, which I think I'm going to come to you both about, which is this behavior change. You know, we talk so much, and can you share with us, and I'll start with you, Shahada, like just how the behavior change challenge shows up? And I'd love to hear the same for you, Adam, as well.
Sure. Save the planet. It's a very abstract slogan, and for you to rally people behind the slogan of save the planet is not easy. But the same thing, if you go and tell people that doing an activity or changing the way in which you're utilizing energy can better your life, can save time, can make sure you have health benefits, can give you enough time for you to then learn and engage in other economic opportunities, then the people are listening. The people in these communities need to see that there is a direct benefit and a tangible advantage that they can get from energy transition. And the way in which he was explaining about Uruguay and the way in which these exist, the marketing exists of the fossil fuel industry, is that even though they make the most pollution, the persons who are suffering are these communities at the local level, whereas they have not contributed to it. They don't even know about it, they don't know what their role was, but they're suffering because of it. For us to ask the question, who's benefiting the most out of this? Who's the person who's suffering the most out of this? And what change they can make at the community level is very important. And once you ask these questions and you have an answer to these questions, you realize that you can change the narrative, you can build a different narrative for the communities to get on board with. And that narrative is to make sure that these lofty goals and the discussions that we have at forums here at the COP are translated into action through small initiatives, through the initiatives that exist at the grassroots level, and that is what we need to do and bring in. To make sure that these communities are on board with that idea, we need to show a dual benefit, a benefit that exists for the environment and for the communities and for the households themselves. And that dual benefit example is something that I'm trying to put forth through GEMS and show that in action, to see that people can see this action and see the benefit that it brings to their lives and try to engage and build on that further.
Can you give us a sense? Yes, thank you, absolutely. Can you give us a sense of the number of people within the community that GEMS has been able to affect to date?
Absolutely. So GEMS has previously worked with one of the rural villages in India called Tindoli, and we've transitioned 75% of the households in a rural village to change their open pit cooking practices to low smoke cooking stoves and other alternatives.
Wow, 75. Imagine getting your community, your village, your town, imagine getting 75% of them to do something. So huge well done. Now we are coming to the end of our session, so I'm going to maybe amalgamate to our last question, Adam, and I'd like to kick off with you, which is we've got a room full of change makers. They're not all necessarily working directly in the ending fossil fuel arena. What is one thing that they can do to support Client Earth and its cause, its wider mission of changing the legal narrative for states and companies?
Very bluntly, donate to us and organizations like us, and support us in other ways. Share the information about the lawsuits that we're bringing. The only reason why it's possible for fossil fuel companies to continue to make money is because they are leading everyone to believe that this is a model that can continue when we know it's not. Yeah. Spread the word about the legal actions that we all take to show that there is no future for a fossil fuel industry, and that the law is changing right under their feet.
Thank you so much. Adam told you, so now you got to go and do it. What about you, Shahada?
Adam covered it beautifully. I would say invest in people-first solutions because the focus on people leads to a focus on environment, and that is going to be my.
Love it. And last but not least,
every single person in this room can endorse the fossil fuel treaty. Every single person. And that all that entails is going onto our website, registering your organization, registering your name. It actually makes a difference.
What do you say? Thank you so much, our panel. Before you move there, I'm going to ask the production team at the back, if they can go back to the Menti. If you can go back to your phones, there is one more. If you can go to the next slide, please. We're going to just get a bit of audience participation. Oh, next slide again, please. Yes. Have you already endorsed the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty? Yes. No, but I've heard of it. No, I wasn't aware of it. So this is why you came today, and I have reservations. Oh my goodness, look, Tori.
Yay.
Is this making you smile?
It is, and if there is anyone who has reservations, come chat to me and I'll change your mind.
Yes, there is a very good point, which is we will, at the very end of this session, we will go to the side of the stage. So if you do want to meet and speak to any of our speakers today, you will get a chance, or potentially even a selfie. I will make it happen, okay? Can I say a big thank you, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now keep your phones up because I'm going to ask you one more question in a moment. We have our final session is a fireside chat with a lady that I had not met. I'd never heard of her, and I found my call with her one of the most moving calls I've ever had. So I hope, but before we bring her on, Nayeli is from a little place called Los Angeles. And I'd like the team at the back to put back the Menti, and I'm going to ask you for 3 words that you associate with Los Angeles. So sorry, we're just going to go back to the Menti. There we go. 3 words. You've all heard of LA, right? Los Angeles. Can we have 3 words that you associate with LA? So yes, we've got the Olympics, Hollywood, of course, Venice, homelessness. We've got shootings, beautiful, smog, a really, really great array of words there. Sun, fire, Hollywood, they're the big words. Celebrities, very cool. Now, very good. Thank you so much. So let's bring on our guest. Before she comes on, let me introduce you and give you a sense of what you're in for this particular conversation. Nayeli believes that no community should be treated as a sacrifice zone in the name of profit. At just 9 years old, she began fighting against a toxic oil well across from her South Los Angeles home after experiencing debilitating health effects from the pollution. This young environmental justice champion co-founded People Not Pozos and successfully campaigned to shut down not just the oil near her childhood home, but to transform policy across California. She is a cancer survivor at 19, a winner of the 22 Goldman Environmental Prize. She is here to remind us that our influence is our superpower and that intergenerational activism really works. Please come and join me, Nayeli. So, before we go any further, what did you make of those words in our word cloud about LA?
I loved it. I thought there were some silly ones. I thought it's so powerful because that's how I always start my presentations. Los Angeles is the largest urban oil field in the United States, and that's something that many people don't realize when we think of Los Angeles. We tend to focus on the glitz and the glamour, but the truth is that there are over 580,000 Angelenos living a quarter of a mile or less to an active oil and gas well.
Can you say that again so that you can all hear this, yeah?
Currently, Los Angeles is the largest urban oil field in the nation, and approximately 580,000 Angelenos live a quarter of a mile or less to an active oil or gas well.
A quarter of a mile or less than an oil field. So let us go straight to the win. I mentioned, and I left it out so that you could be the one to tell us what you achieved. California introduced a statewide ban that you were the kind of the architect for, the inspiration for. Can you tell our audience what that actually entailed, what that win was, and what it means for Californians and for Angelenos?
I still cry when I talk about this. The passing of SB 1137 and the enactment of it changes the entire future of public health in California. It's ensuring that we are putting people over profit. It's ensuring that people can open their windows in their own homes, that children aren't, like myself, being forced to become an activist out of survival at the age of 9. This is ensuring that people can breathe clean air in their very own homes, and we are not growing up with sacrifice zones, that we are not letting the oil industry believe that we are disposable, that we are real people with real human lives, and we fought for our right to open our windows in our own homes. And to know that we won is something that's so powerful, because I know if this law would have been in place when I was growing up, my story would be entirely different.
A very different story. So the statewide ban makes sure that no dwellings can now be built close to an oil well, but there's also something about the dwellings that are already next to an oil well are also part of the state, the legislation?
So with SB 1137, it's a statewide buffer zone between new oil and gas extraction and sensitive land, places where people live, play, and pray. And no oil wells are allowed to drill within those 3,200 feet, new oil wells. And the ones existing within that buffer zone are required to enforce stronger health and safety requirements.
Okay, we're going to go back to the beginning where it all started. It was, like you mentioned, you became an accidental activist at the age of 9. I have a 10-year-old son. I cannot even imagine, him having to deal with these sorts of issues. Can you talk us what it's like growing up so close to an oil well, what that, how aware you were, and of course how involved your community was with that oil well?
Of course, growing up next to an oil well, everything changes. It's not your typical neighbor. It's something that's a toxic silent killer that damages your health, your safety, and your environment. And in my personal experience, I'm living proof of the intersectionality of climate and health. I've lost my entire childhood to the fossil fuel industry. From developing asthma, that's something I'm always going to have to live with now. Body spasms that were so severe, my mom would have to carry me from one place to the other because I couldn't move. I developed heart palpitations and I wore a heart monitor for several weeks. My nosebleeds became so intense that I could no longer sleep in my bed. I would sleep in a chair to prevent choking on my own blood at night. And it wasn't just me, it was most of my family, most of my community. It became such a common conversation starter for our parents to stop each other in the street and say, "Hi, my daughter had an asthma attack, how's your son's asthma?" Or, "My child is in the ER, can you help me pick up my other kids from school?" And that's devastating. That shouldn't be how our community greets each other. Yet that was the reality for us because this oil well was drilling 30 feet from schools. It shared a wall with a daycare for newborns. It was 30 feet across the street from
shared a room?
The oil well shared a wall with a daycare for newborns to 2-year-olds, and it shared another wall with a high school for children with disabilities such as paraplegia. And something many people don't know is that these oil wells operate under such immense pressure that valves have to be manually opened every 10 to 15 minutes to prevent an explosion. And there is no emergency evacuation plan in place for the surrounding community despite us living next to a bomb.
And so when you were able to successfully, and I think if I can ask the production team to go back to the Menti to show a very special photo of Nayeli, Can you tell us a bit about this picture?
This is me in front of the oil well that I grew up next to. You can see it's very tall walls, and it was always up to my imagination when I was growing up what was behind it. And when I was around 4 years old, I thought it was a parking lot. I thought it was even an amusement park, and I was upset they never invited me over. But I realized when I was 9 that it was an oil well, and my mom has always taught me to never let an injustice go by because I'm too afraid to speak up. And she always taught me to use my voice to stand up and to fight back. So that's exactly what I did with her. And she's here with me today. Hi, Mom.
Nayeli's mother's here today. A round of applause for all mothers that inspire us. Now, I heard that you and your mother had an acting debut.
Yes.
And if the team at the back can just move to the next slide. Can you, so back to the Menti, if you can move to the next slide. Yeah. Tell us a bit about this picture.
Of course, as you saw in the previous photo, the oil well walls were very tall, big walls that were always closed. And one day, the doors were open. And mind you, my mom and I were already active to try and shut this well down. And when we saw the doors were open without a word, we just looked at each other and we both ran inside. And we were greeted by a very friendly worker at the oil well site, and he asked us what we were doing on site. My mom said, my daughter's always asking me what goes on behind the walls, so we thought we could just come and ask you. He gave us an entire tour of the facility. He took us underground, which is where you see me next to one of these oil wells, and the oil well in my community had 21 underground wells. And on average, they would produce 60 to 80 barrels of crude oil a day. And he started opening these valves, and immediately I was sick, I had a headache, I was nauseous, and it smelled like rotten eggs. And I asked him, does the smell bother you? To which he responded, I can't smell it anymore. That's as much as we are advocating for the surrounding community, we're advocating for the workers. This worker wore no protective gear. He was in jeans and a t-shirt. He had me go in with my schoolgirl uniform, my mom in her work clothes and open-toed shoes. Our lives are on the front lines, they're at risk, and to know that this is preventable.
Yeah. And I think what I found so interesting in that story was the fact, it was the awakening that the workers are as part of that community as the children and the families living outside. Now, we heard a little bit from Shada around that local action, that achieving 75% of a movement in a community. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience galvanizing that community action at the ground level? Because everybody was feeling those problems, but not everybody went on to do what you did. So everybody needs a leader, but tell us a little bit about how you brought that community together.
Absolutely, it was the love that our community had for each other. It was our community. We were family. If my mom didn't have cheese for our omelet growing up, or we could just ask our neighbor and they would give us cheese and like tomatoes and spinach to jazz it up. It was family, and People in Pozos was really born out of the love our moms had for us. I'm a very proud daughter of two immigrants. My mom came here from Mexico and my dad from Colombia. And something my mom has always said is that when she came to the United States, she never thought she would have to fight an oil well for her kids. And that's the reality so many immigrant parents have when they come to the United States. They're looking for a better life for their kids. Yeah. And to know that we're being poisoned in our very own homes. What do? You stand up and fight back. Yeah. And that's something that I have always had ingrained in me because of my mom, but to know that, again, we have the power. We have the ability. If there's one thing wrong in the community, which is an oil well, why should an entire community stand up and leave? Yeah. It's our job and our responsibility to stand up and fight back for our neighbors, for our earth, for our environment, because this is the planet that we all live on. And if there's not oil drilling in your backyard today, there could be tomorrow unless we hold the fossil fuel industry accountable. Yeah. The fossil fuel industry today is responsible for 1 out of 5 deaths worldwide. Yet we aren't making polluters pay the way that they have to. This is something that is preventable.
We have, if you stay on your mentees, and if I can ask the production team to go to the next slide, I wonder if you can decide which one of these is an oil well. So those of you that are already on the, yeah, so we've got 100%. Keep them coming. Which one's one? Yeah. So we've got quite a lot of people have recognized that the last one is an oil well. Yeah, that's 87% are pretty clear that that's an oil well. And then a kind of 40%.
Like the first one.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
So those are all oil wells, all 4 of them. A lot of the wells are beautified or hidden in plain sight to sort of disguise what's going on, and it also speaks to the oil industry covering their tracks. They know that how dangerous these wells are. I mean, in and of itself, they call my community a sacrifice zone, but we aren't that.
No.
And to know that instead of creating policy majors or stopping to drill and phasing out with a just transition, they just continue to fix the outside of a building.
Yes.
And something that the oil well that in my community, they started doing that as soon as we started advocating against it. They started planting trees and painting the oil well red and all this stuff, and that has nothing to do with it. But the oil well in my community also operates on land that is leased to them by the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, so the church is involved. And as someone that has gone to Catholic school her entire life, first grade through senior year of high school, it's because of the beliefs and morals that they have instilled in me that I do feel like it's my job to call them out for being hypocrites. Not attacking the faith, I like to make that very clear. But just because it operates on land leased to them by the Archdiocese, it doesn't make them holy emissions. And this is, in all honesty, another way that the church is abusing children, and we can't let it continue.
Yes. So yes, please take that away. All of these images are oil wells. And for most of us who maybe have been more used to seeing wind turbines, okay, this is something that we need to share because this was news to me. This was news to me. So we don't have much time left, but there's 2 questions I want to ask. One, and something that has really moved me, is how much success you've had from what we would call intergenerational campaigning. Tell us who you've been working with and tell us how we can get to more of it, because it sounds like the way forward.
Absolutely. I am a very big believer in intergenerational activism. I work hand in hand with my mom every day. But something that my mom has always told me is that this movement is a puzzle piece, and without you, the puzzle is incomplete. Everyone has a unique shape, unique abilities that you bring to this puzzle. And by working with intergenerationally, it's so many times the youth are said, oh, you got the climate crisis. First of all, no pressure. Now we have to do this. But the youth, we don't have all the solutions, in all honesty. And that's why we have to work with our elders with their wisdom that they have from being activists for so long, for being in this space. They have so much wisdom to share. And the youth, we do have so many new ideas to bring to the table. And it's that collaborative effort that really will solve the climate crisis.
Who else have you worked with? This is your moment to name drop a few. She's worked with some incredible people.
Yes, I'm very, very blessed and grateful to have worked with incredible individuals such as Jane Fonda, Mark Ruffalo, Leonardo DiCaprio, so many other incredible people that are leading the way and holding the fossil fuel industry accountable and using their platforms to create change.
It's pretty good. Good name drops there, isn't it? Good name drops. So, closing question. You have been at the cold face of where, as a person living in that community, you have seen the worst things that can happen. But you strike me as someone who is still eternally optimistic. And tell us in this room what makes you most hopeful about the future and what keeps you fighting despite the very, very real setbacks that we are feeling at the moment.
I always say, as long as I fight, so my story ends with me. And as long as I'm here and able, I'm always going to be fighting. But what brings me hope is you guys. Honestly, seeing how there's more and more people talking about the climate crisis, how there's more people standing up to fight back, to hold the fossil fuel industry accountable, especially in this time where there's so much fear in the world. And rightfully so, we have to remember that fear is temporary, but regret is forever. And this is our moment in history, that documentary moment when people say, would I have walked that bridge? Would I have boycotted? You don't have to wonder anymore because this is it. We're actively living in it. So stand up and fight back. Stand up to raise your voice to end environmental racism and establish environmental justice. Don't wait until it's your life on the line. Let's show the fossil fuel company industry that they have no place in our backyards, they have no place on our planet, and that we people, we know our worth, we know our power, and we deserve to breathe clean air regardless of our age, our gender, socioeconomic status, religion, or zip code. Clean air is a basic and fundamental human right that cannot continue to be denied to us.
Can't say anything better myself. Big round of applause for Nayeli. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I hope that you have been as moved and inspired by Nayeli's story. Before you go, thank you so much, we're going to go to the final 2 slides of our Menti. For anybody who has joined us halfway through, we have our QR code that is back up. So just get your mobile phones up again so that we can just get a couple of final thoughts from you today. So has everybody got their phone up? Yeah, I can see a few more people getting their phones up. Brilliant. So people at the back, if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to make you work a little bit for this. I want you to think over the last 3 speakers, what is one thing that you are going to go and tell someone that was not here today about today's session? All of these results and all of these slides will be made available in the platform, in the ChangeNOW platform. So get all of those ideas down. Oh, I absolutely agree. Fear is temporary, but regret is forever. I think that might be my new motto. Thank you so much, everybody. You are bringing in so many great ideas. Fantastic. And then just one final question, but I promise you this is an easy one. If we can go to the next slide, please. I told you when you sat down today that ChangeNOW had trusted us to do something that has never been done at ChangeNOW before, which was to bring in a bit more audience engagement and participation in these sessions. As ever, time is short, my friends, but we would love to hear if there is anything that you would love to incorporate into ChangeNOW next year. And I will have a word with the organizers and we will see what we can do. So live Q&A with speakers, love it. Interactive polls, so you like this, yeah? The tech worked, you enjoyed this is great. Small group discussion, audience commitments, and actually a few of you thinking current level is just right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a fabulous day 2 at ChangeNOW. Thank you for choosing this stage. Have a wonderful Friday, and we'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. If I can ask folks who want to take in this session to grab a seat, we'll get started here in a minute. Welcome and good morning. It's always interesting to start Friday morning, so welcome everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be joining you all here today. Feel free to find a seat if you haven't already. My name is Clover Hogan. I'm a climate activist and the founder of the youth nonprofit Force of Nature. So, as ChangeNOW has demonstrated to us over the past couple of days, we are inheriting a bucket load of different problems. And really, this is kind of a polycrisis, at the heart of which is a deeply flawed economic system. And the crises unfolding around us show us that we can't keep going as we have been. They also show us that we can't expect to solve these problems with the same people and the same types of thinking that created them. And this is why I love working with young people. I think young people have a unique capacity to ask, why is the system the way that it is? But also, what if we did things really differently? And that's ultimately the purpose of this youth parliament today. It's an attempt to not just pay lip service to the generation inheriting these crises, but to really center young people in the decision-making process. So we're going to be hearing a total of 6 position statements. They're going to be presented 2 at a time. We're going to have youth representatives then questioning those position statements, testing them. And then once we've heard those 6 position statements, we're actually handing the power over to you, to our audience, to vote on the statements which you believe would have the greatest impact in the world, those that are most urgent and important. And your input is going to help shape what is a living and breathing policy document. So today is just the first draft. It's going to continue to evolve beyond this point. And what's super exciting is that this policy document is going to be submitted to the UN Youth Office and also promoted as a key youth position paper at COP30 in Belém in Brazil this year. And these statements will also be used by campaigners and activists like myself to lobby decision makers on what young people actually want to see by way of change in the world. So, without further ado, before we dive into those position statements, I'm really excited that we have an incredible guest of honor today who is going to be kicking us off. This person is a friend, and she is also the president and co-founder of Generation Climate Europe. So I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Agatha Meisner.
So the reality is that our economic system works exceptionally well for less than 1% of the population. The wealthiest 1% own more than half of the world's wealth. The wealthiest 1% are responsible for an estimated $200 billion in tax evasion every year. The wealthiest 1% have access to opportunities, influence, and services that most people will never reach, from exclusive healthcare, elite education, to privileged political access. It's like being in a drowning lifeboat when one person is dry, warm, and steering the boat, while the rest of us are frantically getting the rapidly growing water out and being told we should be grateful we're not already dead. We must build an economy that grows the well-being of the planet and people, not fills the pockets of the top 1% of the ultra-rich. It's extreme affluence that drives overconsumption, that drives devastating environmental and social impacts that we're seeing around the world. And we need a new vision of prosperity, one that is focused on meeting the fundamental needs and rights of all people, providing a safe and just space in which everyone can thrive within planetary boundaries. And we have several models of that prosperity. So I'm wondering how many of you have heard of a term well-being economy? Okay. Degrowth? A little bit more. Sufficiency? Donut economics? Regenerative economics? There you go. So as you know, each comes with its own set of solutions. Degrowth is the one that critiques our obsession with growth, that calls for a planned reduction of harmful economic activities. Sufficiency refers to a set of measures that avoid the demand for energy, for materials, for land, for water, all while delivering human well-being. Donut economics, for those of you who haven't heard about it, is a fantastic framework where it consists of a social foundation and an ecological ceiling, all to make sure that we don't fall short of life essentials, but also so we keep within the planetary boundaries. And regenerative economics, which I've heard a lot about this conference, asks, what if our economies didn't do less harm, but actively restored our ecosystems, our communities, and our well-being? And finally, well-being economy says, let's measure success by what truly matters to people: health, equality, connection, thriving ecosystems. But honestly, having worked in this field for several years now, I don't actually think the label matters as much as the system we build. This economy was built by people, and it can be changed by people too. But this can only happen if we start asking the right questions. So it comes down to three main things. Number one, who holds the power to decide? Why is it that a handful of billionaires have more say in our future than frontline communities and entire countries most affected by the climate crisis? Key question number two is, what injustices are we actually accepting as normal? We have communities that face polluted water, destroyed fisheries, and toxic air, while all companies reap massive profits. We have indigenous communities losing access to fresh water in the name of green tech and mining. And we have rainforests destroyed for monoculture and local communities facing abuse when resisting. And finally, question number three, whose well-being are we actually prioritizing with our key resources? Money, time, and energy. We have a system that prioritizes financial returns over social returns, a system that measures success in quarterly profits, not in the societal well-being that it creates. We are pouring billions into AI and space tourism, but public transport is crumbling, hospitals are understaffed, and teachers are striking. Somehow, we have endless money for extraction and uncertain tech solutions, but not for basic care, quality education, and social services. This is one of the biggest hypocrisies of our time. Some of the most crucial jobs of our society, teachers, waste collectors, caregivers, you name it, are undervalued, while we continue to glorify and reward industries that harm the very foundations of our lives. We have created an economy where burnout is normal, rest is radical, and your worth is tied to how productive you are. Even though the planet is telling us to slow down, it's screaming at us to slow down. And we are operating under fundamental misconceptions, those sustainability myths, as I call them, that make us feel great about ourselves and that our actions are just good enough for the guilt not to set in. So let's name them, shall we? Myth number one, if we just decouple GDP from emissions, we can keep growing forever. But the reality is that there is no empirical evidence of sufficient absolute decoupling of emissions and resource use from economic growth to meet the Paris targets. That means at a necessary scale, for a necessary time, and for a necessary impact. Myth number two is that we just need to make things more efficient. But in a growth-driven economy, efficiency and circular solutions very often lead to more consumption, not less. This is something that we call the rebound effect. So unless we address overconsumption, circularity can end up accelerating the problem that we're in. And myth number 3 is that we can fix the planet without changing capitalism. But the reality is that an economy built on endless extraction, competition, and profit can never be compatible with ecological limits and with well-being for all. So our economic system is at the heart of the climate collapse. And if we really want to address the climate crisis, we have to challenge the foundation of the system itself. And for that, we need a meaningful intergenerational dialogue, a dialogue that brings different generations from different backgrounds together in a meaningful way, in a space where everybody is welcome and respected. And over the last years, we have seen more and more young people speaking in various international fora, but youth engagement has since become a bit of a buzzword, too often used by a lot of people without actually understanding what it means. So this puts us at a much higher risk of youth washing, whereby young people are involved in a superficial and tokenistic way. And I very often hear in my work from political leaders that with their commitment and action, young people give them hope for the future. And youth makes them more than certain than ever that the next generations will fix the world. So let me get things clear. Young people are not responsible for giving any of you hope, and future generations are not responsible for fixing today's failed leadership. We want a life where everybody's fundamental human rights are respected, where people are able to live a dignified life. We want a life where the daily news of climate emergency are not fueling our climate anxiety. We want a life where we can experience happiness and well-being without sacrificing our mental health. We want a life where decision makers take ambitious action, based on science and evidence. And a life where human and planetary well-being drives our decisions and our policies. So I'm standing here ready to fight for that future. What are you going to do when you leave this room? History teaches us that the progress isn't made by those who sit back. It's made by those who stand up, organize, speak out. Don't look for leaders on stages, because there's already a leader sitting in your seat. Thank you.
Oh, that was so good. I had chills throughout that speech. Amazing as always. So with that, we now get to dive into the dynamic portion of today, where we are going to be discussing our position statements. So shortly, I'm going to be inviting to the stage our youth representative, as well as our 2 speakers, who are going to be presenting the first and second position statements. So our youth representative, who is going to be questioning our speakers, is Samia Damboya, a climate educator and representative of the 50%. Our second speaker is Inez Yabar, a changemaker and curator of the Global Shapers Lima Hub. And finally, the first speaker to take the podium is Louis Akenji, who is executive director of the Hot or Cool Institute. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Beautiful morning, everybody, and thank you so much. It's just fantastic listening to the first 2 speakers. It almost sounds like I don't have anything to say. But here's the point. Here's one thing we need to hold in mind. None of what we're experiencing now is normal. Not the emotions that go up and down as the stock market rises and falls every morning. Not the levels of anxiety that we're seeing in youth about the prospects for their future. Heck, not the levels of anxiety we're seeing amongst retirees about their pensions, not the school shootings, not the mental anxiety. none of this is normal, and it's not supposed to be. There's always going to be an economy, one way or another, and the good news is it's up to us to design it. But the thing is, at a very basic level, an economy is supposed to be a system that facilitates how we meet our needs and our collective goals as a society. But once the economy becomes a purpose itself, that is a situation of capture. And that's where we find ourselves nowadays. Perhaps a few examples of how to make the economy grow, how to make the GDP grow. Build bigger armies and drop bombs at a few places. Make funerals much more lavish. Cut down the Amazon and make more beautiful furniture. The economy will grow, at least for a short while. Here's one way to not make the economy grow. Take care of your grandmother. Take time off from work and help your local community. Don't get sick. Yeah, you heard that. Don't get sick. It will not help the economy. So what does this tell us? Essentially, the things that we're measuring are exactly the things that are destroying the basis of our prosperity and our well-being. It is not supposed to be this perverse. None of this is normal. And this is why there have been so many calls for alternative indicators on something else that we should be measuring. What is it that makes us feel better? What is it that makes us collectively a better society? What is it that brings joy, that brings happiness, that brings well-being to us? And how do we measure this? Before I talk about a few of the measures here, it is quite important to understand some of the problems with why the GDP is not necessarily even legitimate. We cannot design another indicator that is led by experts and scientists. This is the problem we have with the GDP. You cannot do a backroom deal on what the vision of a collective society is supposed to be. That is why whatever indicator we end up with, it has to be citizens that are driving the vision of where society should arrive at. It has to be citizens that express what kind of society they want, not a bunch of scientists, including myself, just designing it. Of course, it doesn't mean that experts will not take part. It doesn't mean that scientists will not be involved. But they only come in after that vision is defined, and a clear set of indicators are then needed to be measured, or a way of measuring this is. In doing so, well-being stops being just a number or an indicator. It also becomes, measuring well-being also becomes a way of strengthening our democracies. This is why when you hear about a sustainable well-being index, a social tension index, a happy planet index, a human development index, all of these are good, but because they are so estranged from citizens, from collective aspirations, they are not legitimate. A sustainable well-being index really needs to bring together elements of legitimacy and a reflection of our collective well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. All right, Inez, over to you.
Half of the world today is under 30. That includes me and about half of the room I see. We're called inspirational, motivational, yet we're not given space to make decisions. Less than 3% of parliamentarians worldwide are under 30. And only 9 countries have voting rights for citizens under 17. Against this backdrop, documents gavelled end up full of imprecision, lacking vision, leading to rescission. That's why I came. Not to shame or blame, but to offer solutions. It might sound like a revolution to your established institution, but we can solve much of what's at stake. A world beyond GDP, where we measure what's happy, we can get that done. A society where corporations don't rip off our nations, but build a future filled with solutions for our planet. We're already planning it. Transforming education, providing occupations through collaboration, building a world we want to live in, where jobs are meaningful and not full of harm. We can do that too. We're not here to beat you up on choices made, where generations decided to trade our future for the sake of a few coins. We're here to have seats at global, national, and corporate decision-making tables, to be the heartbeat, and to make up at least 20% of those meetings where we're not competing for a share in nature, but we're creating laws that protect today's world and the generations to come. We're not merely being optimistic or altruistic. I've seen the change that can come if simply some, young and old, come together with bold ideas, not being told what to do. Take plastic, for example. This seemingly fantastic material littering our shores. Yet back home in Peru, people like me and you took matters in our own hands. We took weekend upon weekend to make a change. We picked up pieces. We picked up data and shared those findings with the government. And after 7 years, a law is now in place banning single-use plastic bags from taking up public space. Woo! But it's not just my country. Young people around the world have been pushing forward and bringing major change from shorelines to mountain range. Have you heard of the 16 youth in Montana who, knowing that the earth matters, took matters in their own hands and took the state to court? They won, and they deserve a clap too. They have the right to a clean and healthy environment and made sure it was protected. This should not be the exception. Young people should be involved from the inception, co-creating strategies with policymakers and business leaders. There are even more examples of transformation when you simply choose to include half of the world's population. An impressive 70% of young people worldwide are actively involved in social and political causes. In this very room, I see Cecilia over there, who leads an NGO encouraging people to build social connections through volunteering. I see Mara. Mara is actively engaged in global climate processes. I see a sea of young people working in science, education, and nature conservation. We get things done, not just for ourselves, but for everyone, because problems that span generations require leadership that does too. Now, let me hear from you. Raise your hand if you will vote in favor of under 30s constituting at least 20% of global decision-making spaces. Amazing. Clap once if you will work to engage young people in democratic processes. And shout, "I will," if you commit to ensuring accessibility and inclusivity in forums and councils.
I will.
Let's do it. Woo!
Thank you so much, Inez. So we have all just heard two position statements. The first from Lewis is around implementing comprehensive well-being frameworks to drive policy decisions beyond GDP. And then from Inez, we heard our second position statement on ensuring economic democracy and youth representation in policymaking. So two complementary, albeit distinct policies. So I would love to hear from you now, Samia, just some general reflections on what you've heard.
Hello?
There we go.
Yeah. So I think a lot of thoughts are just swirling in my head, and we had two inspirational proposals. What I really loved was the community aspect of it. I liked, Lewis, what you said about collective aspirations and making the processes and mechanisms legitimate and making sure that people's voices are centered. And with Inez, it was just so interesting when you're saying young people already doing the work. It's not some aspiration, it's not some goal. People are already doing the work at the moment. And I just loved the idea, Lewis, that you used the word joy. When we talk about economics, we don't usually think about it, we don't see it as a joyful topic. And I'm someone who's heavily involved in the economic space. I'm working on reform and economics education in the UK. And joy doesn't really come up in the conversations. We're just thinking about how do we make sure that people have lives filled with dignity and making sure that they're respected. And when we bring up joy, it seems like people respond to us and say, "Oh, that's so naive. Why are you bringing joy and celebration into the conversation?" But how come we're restricted from dreaming when we talk about reshaping and reforming our economic system? So I found the proposals really hopeful and really I think it brings a spark into the conversation, and I just really appreciate you guys. I think a question I have is, what does meaningful engagement look like in the world that we live in today? Because you talked about collective aspirations and legitimizing community engagement in these processes. So Lewis, I'm curious to know, what do you think about that?
Thank you so much. Can I just preface this by saying the entire enterprise of our economy involving youth, looking at new indicators, it is all aligned towards one purpose: securing our well-being within ecological boundaries. So I really love this idea of youthful participation. And it's such a perversion that we even have to make this point. Almost every culture around the world builds security around its youth rather than exploiting them for gainful purposes. So the fact that we even have to make the point that youth should participate in this is just an indication of how far we've pushed what normal is in our society. Fortunately, we have a number of models that are coming up. One example is citizen assemblies, right? Where we're getting, with different formats, people take different formats, but where we're getting decisions, some of the decisions made not just by the policymakers and the bureaucrats, but by a representative group of citizens that actually prioritize certain aspects in society that would otherwise not fit in the budget. What it then does is, if the government accepts this, hopefully we'll find a form of getting them to accept this, it forces the government to then allocate resources to realize this. I would take this even further, if you don't mind me using this. We have a system where we have a United Nations Environment Program sitting on one side, Economic and Social Affairs on one side, IPCC on another side, and then we give them zero power, and we give something called a Security Council all the power to decide on where to drop bombs around the world. If we are truly concerned about the stability of the planet, about representation of people, about our well-being, why don't we bring all of this collectively into a UN Council on Ecological Justice and Stability and give them authority across national governments to even stop some of this nonsense and make sure it is participatory enough, reflective enough, not just in terms of different income level representation, but different cultures, different genders, different races. Really, truly make it reflective. We cannot make the mistake of individualizing this problem. If we say we're in the same boat, we need to reform across the board all the way to the top.
Thank you, Lewis.
And Inez, thank you for your proposal. And Lewis just mentioned an intersectional approach that is more integrated, more interconnected, and eliminated silos when it comes to engaging all forms of different stakeholders. And when it comes to youth participation in particular, I'm sure some young people here in the audience can relate. Young people will tend to feel tokenized when they enter high-level decision-making spaces. We tend to be dismissed. We tend to be just pushed to the side and used for photo ops and opportunities. And we feel that our voices aren't really valued. And I'm just curious to know, what can young people do to make sure that their voices not just feel valued, but actually taken into consideration and actually making sure that their voices are actually put on paper?
Thank you. Yeah, I think probably all of us on stage at some point have felt tokenized in some space, and many of the people in the room as well. I think one of the things is prepare. I mean, no one can stop you from being well prepared when you come into a room and then they're like, oh my goodness, we need this person in the room. Oftentimes maybe, and I say this being in this space, and it can be glamorized. I'm on a stage and maybe someone's like, I want to be on the stage too. Prepare for that. Be ready. And then when you will be there, you will be prepared to answer those questions, to be part of the conversation. That doesn't mean that people won't tokenize you anyway, but you're in the room already, and you're ready to be in that room. And you mentioned integrated, interconnected. I would add intergenerational. I think we shouldn't, and those silos that you were mentioning happen because we're putting people into boxes of young, old. I'm 29, so in some categories I'm older than a lot of young people, right? And it shouldn't be because of my age that I can or cannot engage. It's because we care and we want to do it collectively. I love that you mentioned taking care of grandmothers. I was with my grandmother last week as I was preparing this speech, and I think sometimes even they might feel left out. Like that generation might feel like young people aren't caring about them. We've gone on to do funner things, we're elsewhere. But actually it's caring about those people too. And so I think if we build that collective sense of we're doing this together, it doesn't matter how old you are. In this room we can see there are people from different ages, right? And so if we work together and we build this movement that's so huge, I mean, I was looking for examples and there are so many, yet we don't talk about them enough. And the media will often highlight the bad things that are happening in the world, which we should mention and we should talk about. But if we highlight this movement, then it's not just you in a room, maybe you're not in it, but someone's there representing you. And it's not just you on a stage, but a lot of people in the room that are doing things too. And so I think that tokenism may still exist and probably will. It was gender at one point, now it's youth, later it will be indigenous people. Like, it will be something. You'll have to have the token person on a panel that's how the world is built right now, but we can't deconstruct that. And in the meantime, we can just keep being there and showing up. And the fact that we're here, we showed up. We came today. And I think that shows that tokenized or not, we'll be present and we'll be taking action still.
Thank you, Inez. I have a quick follow-up question for you, Inez. So Lewis shared some of the kind of structural proposals from Citizens Assembly to the implementation of UN councils that prioritize well-being. So I'd be curious from your perspective, looking at this from a structural kind of perspective, what are some of those interventions? What might they look like on a policy level, either at the national or at the international levels?
And I think even the corporate level as well, right? I mentioned 20% of young people in global decision-making bodies. We are 50% and we're asking for 20%, so I don't know if we're under-asking. But I think just having the right people in the boards, in the decision-making bodies, in the workforce, and I think Mayada will talk later about education and how people can be prepared for the workforce. We need young people at all of those levels. And so it could be establishing quotas in certain spaces and making sure that there's at least that amount of young people there. But when we talk about young people, we often generalize, right? We might be like, oh, young person, I'm a young person, but I'm from Peru. It's not the same experience that you have or that you have, right? So how do we make sure that it's young people that come from the right places and not the young people that maybe are in all of the rooms? Because then we're reproducing a system that is the same, it's tokenizing each other, right? So first of all, yeah, creating those percentages that people can be a part of, but also making sure that we're democratizing information, that the right people are getting the right information. And that's hard. That doesn't happen in Paris, for instance. We need to go to the communities where things are happening and see how we can involve them. And to what you were saying earlier, it's not to our system today. It's to a new system, to something that we're creating where citizens are sharing what it is they want to do. And that sometimes doesn't happen in a boardroom. That can happen in a forest. It can happen on a beach. It can happen wherever. So making sure we're intentionally being in those spaces too, and kind of cross-pollinating both those spaces, I think is vital.
Absolutely. And I think also, in the UK, for example, there's currently a proposal to lower the voting age to 16, which I think is brilliant. The young people who are inheriting these problems, I believe, should have more say than people who are perhaps at the end of their lives and won't see the consequences of those decisions. And Lewis, I'd love to come back to you as well. So you focused on, the well-being economy and its many intersections around mental health, gender justice, racial equity. I'd love to hear from you, how would you go about measuring some of those indicators of what a well-being economy might look like?
Thank you so much for that. Maybe it's worthwhile looking at a few alternative measures that have failed, just so we learn a few lessons. We obviously know that the GDP is a mess. But how about a green GDP? Several years ago, China decided, well, yeah, GDP is not good, so we're going to fidget around a little bit and do something called a green GDP. What it does, essentially, it takes the GDP and then it adjusts for resource extraction and then pollution. So, sounds really good, right? But except once you start adjusting for resource extraction and pollution, they measured over a couple of years and they noticed the green GDP was not growing. And because we're so obsessed with something growing, they quickly dropped it. Like, that's too hot, right? that's one example. We also have perhaps not so much of a failure, but a seed of possibilities. Bhutan struggling with the concept of gross national happiness here. What it does is essentially it looks at the sustainable development, especially with a focus on inequality in development. It looks at the environment, it looks at governance, and something interesting, it looks at culture as well, as a reflection to measure gross national happiness. Just because we have such interdependent countries and in a highly globalized society, it's found it very difficult to stand alone with such a measure when the rest of the world is pushing in different directions. So of course, it's been very difficult to sustain that as a measure that has some degree of authority. Now, I say this aware that I'm part of the representation of the problem. The logic that has constructed our society right now essentially boils down to what men think and what men prioritize and what can accommodate men. The first thing we need to do is to very deliberately start changing that constitution on who is present in many of these decision-making positions and roles. People keep talking about a lack of experience or a lack of inequality. What has all the experience we've gathered done to the world today? It's helped in ruining it. So there's nothing sacrosanct about experience alone. That's one. Two, we need to start leveling the playing field so that everybody has access. Just take, for example, we know that food, mobility, housing, consumer goods, leisure, and services are areas that have the highest impact on the environment. They also happen to be areas that are quite around our fundamental needs. How is it that we understand that these are our fundamental needs and we leave it up to speculative financial investments? We need to take a universality approach to provisioning for this. That is why we talk about universal basic services or public services, to make sure that everyone has access to this as a fundamental right before we start deciding on where to go make profits in different sectors. Three, we need to create a social floor below which people should not fall and start protecting them. Quite often, when we get policies that are so focused on the economic growth or on investments in technology, what it does is it forces other people below a certain threshold and they bear the brunt of it. We need to create this social floor and start protecting people that they don't go under. How do we do this? Wealth caps are quite important because all this green technology is for wealthy people. We need to get very brave and put wealth caps. Two, incentives for flexing all this super wealth, flying to space and back, really need to get delegitimized in one form or another. Three, things like intergenerational transfer of wealth, making sure it stays within the same families over centuries, need to be capped and stopped. We, in fact, need to make sure that we put in place measures that secure that we collectively benefit from our common resources instead of individualizing them. In this regard, we should also avoid something else, that we don't create a new order in which people that felt not seen or that felt delegitimized in this current regime suddenly start doing the same thing to other people.
Thank you so much, Lewis. So with the final minute that we have, I would love to give the floor back to you, Samia. We've heard a lot. We've heard two very compelling proposals and what each of those would mean. What are you left reflecting on by way of what you think would have the biggest kind of impact in the world? And particularly in the context, this is, I will say, a bit of an echo chamber, but I know in my own experience, whenever I try to tackle subjects like, growth and limitless growth, you can kind of be laughed out of the room for seeming naive or being too idealistic, even when there's so much evidence that this system is no longer working. So what are you left reflecting on from the conversations we've had today?
So what I picked up from this conversation was just making sure that voices are not only centered, but amplified. And I think listening to Lewis and Inez, the word that came up in my mind was storytelling, because we already have people doing the work. It's not that the work hasn't started just yet. So how can we amplify the efforts that are already happening and eliminating those silos and making sure that cross transfers of information is happening? And how can we ensure that our efforts aren't fragmented, aren't distorted, and yeah, I think it's important that we share our resources and tools with each other. And in the 50%, we have a booklet called The Young Person's Guide to Systems Change. And Vanessa at the front in a lilac suit, she has the booklet, and it has actual tangible resources and suggestions for people to take this conversation further. So please share, have intergenerational conversations, have interconnected conversations, and have a good day. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for our panel. Thank you. Fantastic. All right, that has given us lots to chew on already. So it's time for our next two position statements. Our youth representative who will be questioning our speakers is Mohammed El Amir, an oceans activist, change maker, and the co-founder of WOMI, which is an incredible social enterprise tackling plastic waste. Our second speaker is going to be Mayada Adil, who is a UN Young Leader for the SDGs and a Senior Specialist on Sustainability and Development. And our first speaker to be taking the podium is Thomas Brezard, there's my French accent, struggling, who is co-chair of the B Corp movement in France and a self-proclaimed playmaker for a more inclusive and sustainable economy. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Hi guys, thanks for spending your Saturday with us. And because it's going to be quite a long journey together, I'd like to start with a quick activation because you're sitting there for already 45 minutes. And as we talk about propositions that are really important to manage to change the way companies, governments are trying to fight against climate change, I'd like to ask you 2 or 3 very quick questions. And if you agree, please stand up. Who believe in this room that governments are acting rapidly enough to tackle climate change? Do you think governments are going rapidly enough? If you think they don't go rapidly enough, please stand up. Ah, well, that's kind of a bad news, but not a surprise. You can sit. Who believe companies are going rapidly enough? If you think they don't go rapidly enough. Okay, thank you. Final one, and promise it's done. Who believes citizens are doing enough to tackle climate change? Ah, okay. So I'm going to have, I assume, 3 minutes, that's going to be very short, to talk about how companies should do differently. And this is the key third proposition, accelerate corporate accountability. I'd like to focus on 3 major ideas within that proposition. I do believe, even more as part of the B Corp movement, that time for statement is over. Companies for 30 years have announced great new policies, actions, projects to tackle climate change, and here we are. It's not enough. It's time for impact. Measure what has been achieved already. This is exactly what B Corp is doing. And believe me, for companies going from announcing something to proving that they have done it, it's a huge difference. And that's at the heart of this proposition. I really believe we need to dig for that a lot. Second point, regenerative economy. It's going to become the new big thing. I'm pretty sure about that. Because for 30 years again, companies have driven the strategy to lower negative impact. The problem is the same companies are all looking for growth. So even if you lower impact for 1 unit, in the end, you still manage to develop more negative impact. That's a huge issue we have. And this is why regenerative economy can change everything. Because you're going to go from lower negative impact to create positive impact through innovation process, through the products you distribute, through the way you cooperate with other stakeholders. That's another major point of that proposition. A third one that is very important to me, I'd like to share. We've talked about with Lois and the panel about how we need to integrate youth within governance bodies of the companies. Well, I think we are missing someone within the room. It's called nature. We need to create a seat for nature within governance bodies of companies. Nature and stakeholders. We've done that very, very recently in my own company called Northeast. We have a seat for someone who represents nature. He has a veto right. Imagine what it can change in the way we discuss within the board of directors about innovation, investments, product development. Because nature can say, I don't agree with what you want to do, and I have a veto right to force you to do differently. That's a major change too. So integrate within companies the youth to influence decisions, integrate nature, integrate stakeholders is the third key point of this very dedicated proposition to manage and change corporate accountability. I think I'm done. I don't want to be too long. I'm a bit frustrated. I have 10 seconds left because for the first time in my life, we are in the youth parliament and I'm the old pal of the band. So, I need to assume I'm becoming old. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas.
Hello, everyone. Hello, my young tribe and the young people by heart. You're not excluded as well. The people that challenge the status quo. Today, I put the global education on trial by speaking on behalf of the people who are not in the room with us. Let me tell you about Amina. Amina, she's 12 years old. She walks 3 hours every morning, not to school, but to seeking for water. The well is drying up. The land is cracking. Her parents whisper about leaving home, becoming refugees of a drought they did not create. Amina does not know the word climate change, but she knows this. Her future is shrinking faster than she can grow. And the irony, if she goes to school, the school will teach her to multiply numbers, but not how to multiply rainwaters. To memorize borders, but not how to stop deserts from crossing them. This, my friends, is not an accident. It's a systemic failure of the global education system. 1.3 billion people, young minds, currently being schooled for economic systems that are quite literally burning their future. And the verdict? Guilty, unless we intervene. So my argument is transforming education. It's the most radical climate technology we possess. They tell us climate education, it's a luxury. I say, tell that to the child drinking poison because no one taught her how to filter it. In Bangladesh, girls as young as 10 years old are given disaster drill instead of diplomas, trained to survive cyclones, but never to stop them. In Sudan, where I come from, children draw pictures of the earth, the world, the trees that they can never see because the classrooms have no windows to the outside world. Well, since the UNASG, Dr. Felipe is here with us today, we, the youth, demand global funding to bridge climate literacy to the most vulnerable, not as an elective, but as a lifeline. They tell us these children need jobs first, then green dreams. I say, since when is a survival a choice between eating today and breathing tomorrow? As a kid in Lagos, burned plastic waste to pennies, inhaling toxic to buy bread. What if he was paid to recycle them instead? A girl from Syria sorted through trash because school never told her that the very waste in her hand could turn to be a clean energy. We're not preparing youth for the future by this systemic education. We are burning them in the past. We need employment programs that do not force children to choose between feeding their families and fueling the crisis that's killing them. They tell youth, choose between feeding your families and saving the planet. This is a psychological welfare, and we must call the bluff. The green transition will create 30 million jobs by 2030, but only if we train for them right now. Senegal's solar farms hire Europeans because local schools do not teach them how to recycle and to know how to renewable engineering. But here is where it gives me hope, okay? In Kenya, students who had never seen a textbook of renewable energy are building solar panels from metals. In the Amazonian forest, indigenous girls are mapping deforestation on smartphone, tools they were told they were only used for entertainment. They are rewriting the curriculum with their bare hands. Our jobs, the privileged people in this room, all of us, is to amplify them, to fund them, and to make it clear it is the only way is to advocate for them. So to Amina, where she is, I don't know if the world will change fast enough, but we are the youth of today, can promise you, and I think everyone can promise as well, that we can make the systemic change. We will fight to teach her and to teach everyone in the Global South and the vulnerable people in communities that who are not in the room today, just not how to survive the storm, but how to calm the storm. Because Amina is not a one girl, but she's the millions of girls that are waiting for us to help them. Thank you.
Brilliant. So we just had two incredibly powerful position statements. From Thomas, we heard around the importance of accelerating corporate accountability for social and environmental well-being. And from Mayada, we heard about the power of transforming our education systems to support sustainable economies and meaningful employment. So Mohammed, as our youth delegate here today, I would love to come to you and just hear your initial reflections on what we've just heard.
Thank you, Clover. Thank you, Mayada, and thank you, Thomas, for the powerful words that I've heard. As a young, representative and someone who started his life as an activist, trying to learn more about climate, trying to understand, what is the danger that us, the young people, are going to face in the next few years. And how unprepared we are. I can really reflect on what Mayada mentioned here. I'm originally from Egypt, so I'm surrounded by we're surrounded by seas. We see pollutions around us a lot, and sea levels are rising in the north of Egypt. We see the government is trying to tackle this, but we don't see them trying to teach us how important this is and why this is happening. The same time as well, growing up and studying something that studying my master's in biomaterials, for the goal that I would like to tackle the problem of plastic pollution specifically from an education perspective. And then after that, founding a startup, trying to see what is going in the corporate world and how much greenwashing is happening and how much misleading information that the companies are putting. I can really reflect on what Thomas also mentioned in his statement. We don't have we don't really see the difference as happening. We don't also see the integration of young people and the integration of nature and imposing nature, restrictive rules and laws that can prevent these corporates from really destroying our planet further and further as more than it is what it is now. So yeah, now I'm in between here and there, and I'm also really in favor of both statements. But for me personally, what I would like to see for the education side is that would be really great to see more and more innovations. That for myself, studying material science and working with a team, innovating new material that replaces plastic foams that are one of the biggest kind of challenges that the planet has seen now. Over 90% of plastic waste that are in the ocean are basically just styrofoam waste and other plastic foams, debris that are floating in there. And from there, we managed to get a very good formula of a cellulose material that you can recycle within cardboard. Something that, we turn a research into an innovation. So with also the background of being well educated about how impactful these innovations can be. So through education, we can actually create more and more impactful innovations that can literally change the world. But at the same time, we need to support impactful startups as well, that they can grow into a healthy corporate that really not only support our economy, but advance real change. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot, the consumer power is like increasing year after year, and there's the demand that's happening year after year. So we cannot rely on the old ways of doing business. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk too much. This is for me. But, yeah.
Thank you for sharing. I think we've heard about the problem from two different angles, right? It's kind of like if you have a bath that's overflowing, do you try to clean up the mess first, or do you try and turn off the tap? And so I think we've heard of, from two different perspectives. First, we have to tackle the problem from the corporate perspective to actually turn the tap off. And equally at the same time, the climate crisis is already here. We need to be equipping communities to be able to respond in real time. So maybe, Tomas, if we go to you, we'd love to hear a little bit more around what you think that corporate accountability looks like in action. And we've seen the lengths that corporations will go to lobby against regulation, to hold them to accountable, and to, influence policy and governments. So how likely do you think it is that corporations are going to hold themselves to account versus the role of policy in forcing them to move?
Well, not sure to have got everything you said because the sound is not that good, but I think I got it. Maybe what we can share today is that I personally feel a lot of anger and sometimes depressed about what the economy world has been doing for 30 years, honestly. Lobbying for bad reasons. My bet is that today we have means and we understood how positive economy, impact economy, Big Corp movement, and all the other ones can use the same means to do good influence, do good lobbying, and we will need to go for that. You said we need to get the tap through companies. Well, they're part of the solution too. That's why I'm trying to fully involve myself, especially in collective action. So we talked about Big Corp movement, but here in France currently, there is a huge trend of companies and movements getting together to try and influence more policy makers, the government, and also use citizens' will to make things happen and push with them. Of course, no company is perfect. Never mind. I hope one day we will be, but it's a long journey. And I personally think Northeast, we will maybe meet the targets we need to reach so that we really tackle issues within 10 to 15 years. It's a long journey, but we know we have the solutions. Collective action can help to do a better impact. The thing is, statements are not enough. Policies are not enough. I believe we need citizen pressure to force companies. And you all have in your pocket two weapons. This one to spread information. The second one is called a credit card. Use them for the good reasons.
Thank you, Thomas. And Mohammed, coming back to you, I wonder, you spoke to the role of education. Do you have a follow-up question to Mayada on the importance of education, but where we should be prioritizing our efforts when it comes to preparing the generation who are inheriting the problems?
Yeah, I would like to ask Mayada one thing, because since you mentioned that so many of young people are unprepared, it's I was doing a quick research on that, and during 2022 there's a survey that was done, and so I kind of the survey result is that 70% of youth nowadays are unprepared totally to climate change consequences. And so how you see, for me personally, coming from Africa and then coming to Europe and seeing the young people here are more and more active into this climate activism and kind of more into educated more and know more stuff. And from where I come from, this is not something that everybody has. It's more like a luxury or a welfare education. So how can we implement this and have institutions to better help the government to also implement new ways of educating young people? That's number one. And the second part is, how can we also kind of have our educations are working for for the benefit of the climate, like to create more innovations, for example, to work on researches that are actually useful that can one day save our planet?
I think the question is about the global south, right? You're asking us for the global south. Yes, I am also grew up partially in the global south, and I have seen the education system when I moved to the West or Europe. It's completely different. There is a huge steps. I have to take the gaps and learn and unlearn a lot of things. So because I had an access, and I was aware that I had the privilege. So when we talk about the global south, what we notice that they lack of access, and they have smartphones, but they don't know how to use them, and they don't know how to use the AI. And all what we can do simply, we can go to those global, the vulnerable communities. Maybe we teach the daughter of the farmer, give her a training on the data science or AI trainings beside the ancestral knowledge, and imagine how creative, innovative solution that can come from the global south by bridging between those gaps. So what I'm saying is trying to use our privileges as a young people, having the spot, having the exposure, having the access, by giving back to our communities in home, and give trainings, prepare for trainings, ask for global funding, work with organizations, collaborate with civil society organizations. There's many solutions can be done to tackle the communities. And we also need to think of every approach we should take it from the ground to the top. Because when you talk to the people on the high level, they're kind of disconnected of what's going on the realities and in our communities. So we need to take the knowledge from down there and then blend it with the technologies and give it back to the world.
Thank you, Mayana. And I think what I'm hearing from you as well is that we obviously need to reform the standardized education system, but something that I've observed in the young people that I work with is typically young people aren't learning about climate or social justice at school. Even in the UK, climate is still like a voluntary subject toward the end of high school, which is mind-boggling. But so many young people are looking to alternative sources of education and different ways of learning as well. So ideating those kind of alternative innovations and approaches. But I'd love to come back to you, Mohammed. Is there a question that you have for Thomas on the role of corporate accountability?
Yeah, I actually have like a short question for Thomas. I would love to know also from your experience also working with B Corp, how like can we ensure that corporate accountability framework actually works and not just for reporting? That's one, and how can we also have more and more examples like you mentioned, having youth representation or having nature representation in corporates. From the one example that you mentioned, how can we integrate this to more and more corporations? And is it possible to have it in the biggest corporations and the lobbyists that we have now? Can we change this?
Maybe not for now, to be honest. Because the thing is, when you want to bring nature on board, you need to share power and money. And most of the companies won't go for that. But you can do it anywhere, in any kind of companies, within other governance bodies. You could do it within an ethics board, a mission board, I don't know, an employee board. You can do that first, see how it works, how useful it is, and then make it happen everywhere in the company. That's what we are doing currently. And I'm really sure that this is going to become a trend in the future because we need that. And always remember, all of us here, but also people outside, even the bad guys of the story we are talking about, when they were kids, they were in love with nature. So if we manage to get everyone reconnected to that, I'm sure it will work. As for kids, I've got my 3-year-old daughter right here who is trying to play, and it's becoming very emotional for me. But I've heard stories also about CEOs that are working for huge corporations. When their kids started to say, "Dad, stop harming the earth," it turns into something they cannot really manage to push away. So we need to use that also. Talking about corporate accountability, I've done consulting in the past, and I've got a problem with the way for 30 years companies have tried to manage the strategy. Lower negative impact is not enough, but also these statements, these reports, well, making everything seems bright and shiny, perfect. whereas under the carpet, we know it's very different. We need to focus on proofs, on impact, measure what has been done already. It's the only thing that really matters. And it's the only way we can try to make sure a company is sincere in what she does. That's why when I got my own company certified as a B Corp, which is not perfect, but which is a great proposition to measure impact, I wanted to involve in the movement, becoming co-chair for Friends, and we just reinvented the whole structure of our standards. Maybe I'll finish with that. Because for 17 years, we've measured 200 data points. It's quite long and hard to do. Now we focus on 7 themes: climate justice, inequality, social justice. And every company that will be looking to become a B Corp in the future will have to prove that she has done and achieved great actions on these 7 topics. This is how we are going to manage and make sure the 10,000 companies we now have, and maybe more in the future in the world, will meet the targets we need to meet to make sure we tackle climate change and fight against injustice, climate injustice.
And Mayada, you had a follow-up question.
Yes, I have a question for Mohammed. As we are approaching the 2030 SDGs agenda, how you vision that we can revolutionize our communities in Africa to at least come closer to managing, to change a systemic education, to change, how do you vision that? Let's say Sudan and Egypt, for example.
Yeah, that's a very, very tough question, to be honest. But like, I would answer from my perspective. From what I see now, we go back to going back to the Global South, and all we talk about is climate awareness, climate awareness. This is what most people are interested in. We're not actually there in the next step where we can make climate impactful projects, like positive impactful projects there. So what I would love to see is that if we can implement more and more practical educational systems and practical scientific researches on the academic level, yes, but also on the young people level, like on the children's level, they can just innovate or create something or a small project that be creative about how you would solve like plastic pollution, how you would solve like the energy crisis or like stuff like that. But like talking it from a children perspective, like teaching these materials in school and practicing them. We can learn a lot from the West in that. So let's take experiences from that as well and like apply it in our countries. But yeah, that's quickly what I would say on this.
Fair enough for them.
And that brings us to time. We had a very far-reaching conversation, but I think, yeah, again, with each of these position statements, we see how complementary they are. And I think one thing maybe we didn't have time to touch on is also education within corporate spaces. I think something that always strikes me when I talk to business leaders is actually they know less than many of the young people I'm working with in schools. And so starting with education to also be able to motivate action within those boardrooms so that business leaders truly appreciate the urgency and the consequences of their actions. So please join me in thanking our incredible panelists. And we're moving at pace to our final 2 position statements. So our youth representative who is going to be joining us shortly is Jadi Fonseca, who is from Global Shapers Paris. She is a project manager and lead designer at Worthy, a social impact agency. Our second speaker is going to be Helena Gualinga, who many of you know, an incredible environmental and human rights activist from Pastaza, Ecuador. And finally, our first speaker who is going to be taking the podium is Fadl Kaboub, who is president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, a round of applause also to all the change makers in the house and change makers all over the world. Thank you. We're here at Change Now. We're talking about change, we're talking about transformation, not just reform and tweaking the system around the edges. But the system that we are trying to change has been designed to produce pollution, designed to produce inequality, designed to produce injustice, designed to produce hierarchies of socioeconomic exclusion. This is a system design, not a system flaw. But we're also been taught to think of solutions that tend to allow the system to persist, but give us the illusion that we're making progress, that we're doing the right thing, that we're making ourselves feel good about the effort that we're putting in. And one of those illusions that all of us love, myself included, is redistribution. It feels good to say we're going to tax the rich to give to the poor. It feels good to say we're going to tax polluters so we can invest in renewables. It feels right, absolutely. But that doesn't change the system. It allows the system that produces pollution and inequality and socioeconomic exclusion to exist. And then it gives us this idea that if we just take and redistribute, things will be better. Every billionaire that exists on this planet is the result of a policy failure. The system is failing. What we need to do is a system redesign at the national and global level. System redesign meaning we change the engine of the system altogether so that by design it produces justice and equity and sustainability and inclusion. So that is the goal. The question is, how do we get there? Redistribution is a first step, a step in the right direction. So when we're talking about taxing, I always say tax and regulate the system. In other words, tax and regulate polluters out of existence, not because we need their money or their permission to invest in renewables. Tax and regulate speculators out of existence. Tax and regulate the billionaires out of existence. Again, not because we need their money or their permission to have a just and an equitable society, but because we need to decarbonize the system, because we need to redesign the engines of the economy. I'll give you a quick example. If you are designing a healthcare system in which you tax smokers to fund healthcare, then by definition, we would want more people to smoke so we can collect more money to have a good healthcare system. So if we're talking about polluters or billionaires, we want them to get bigger and richer and more powerful and more influential so we can get a little bit of their money to have a little bit of our renewable economic system. That is not the long-term goal. So tax and regulate polluters out of existence by design. So we need to be very clear about separating the funding that needs to go to the good things that we want and the taxation and regulation that should not be exclusively focused on collecting money in order to invest in the good things. And that's a paradigm shift that all of us need to jump forward into this new paradigm. At the global level, redistribution at the global level, again, we want a system of pre-distribution, not redistribution. A system that, by definition, allocates resources in a way that produces justice and equality and so on. So that is the global colonial economic architecture that was not designed by us, not designed for us. Why do we expect it to deliver justice for us today? The World Bank, the IMF, the WTO, the international taxation system, the entire economic architecture was designed for extractive purposes, was designed to lock the global south at the bottom of the global value chain as the producers of raw materials, cheap raw materials, as the places where you outsource obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing that is no longer needed in the industrialized world. That needs to change. So decolonizing the economic architecture is the system redesign that we need today. Thank you.
Thank you, Paro. Lena, right to you.
I come from an indigenous community called Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian Amazon, and throughout my life, I have seen how every year we lose more and more forest. When I was growing up, it was to oil and due to oil spills. And more increasingly today, it's because of mining and the resource exploitation of minerals. A lot of times, this is masked by the idea that for the green transition, we need to stop drilling for oil, which we of course need to stop drilling for oil, but that it's justified to continue to destroy the Amazon rainforest and other critical systems, other critical ecosystems for the green transition. I think this speaks a lot to the mindset that we have and the relationship that we have to the earth and the planet. Because we haven't really shifted our system, have we, if we just replace one resource for another while we continue to harm our planet. Indigenous people make up 80% of the world's, 5% of the world's population, but we protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. And yet we see, again, increased criminalization of indigenous land defenders, and the pressure on our territories is stronger than ever. And I see this back home every time I go to one of the rivers that's just a little up north from where I live. Mining is kilometers and kilometers further and further into the rainforest. And governments continue to give out concessions, and you can still apply for a license to mine or drill for oil or log, cut down trees, you name it. I think we have come to a point where the Amazon rainforest needs to be declared as a complete no-go zone. At this point, these ecosystems, there is no economic justification for any type of resource extraction in these areas. And unfortunately, a lot of these economies are pushed onto us in the South from what is known as the global North or the larger nations or the larger economies. COP 30 is coming up, and it's a critical moment for us to truly discuss the future of my homelands, of the Amazon rainforest. And I think it also represents a unique opportunity to make sure that the leadership and that indigenous leadership is actually centered in the decision making. And it also represents an opportunity to actually look towards those communities who know, and for millennia, for thousands and thousands of years, have been the stewards of this lands. If I go back home and I talk to my grandmother, she knows exactly every single thing that is going around her in nature, whether it is the water patterns or the birds or how to grow the land or anything. You can ask her anything, and I'll ask her, where did you learn all of this? And she'll tell me she can account, 5-6 generations back from when this knowledge was sourced. And imagine that knowledge has been in our communities for thousands and thousands of years. There's so much we can learn from our communities. And it's also, we can learn from the balance that has been maintained. I was speaking on a panel yesterday about critical mining, and when we think about mining and all these minerals that are needed for the green transition, most of these concessions that are happening right now, they're all on indigenous land. And I think we can all ask ourselves, so why is it that indigenous lands are being targeted? It's because those are the only places where resources are still left, because we've been able to preserve them. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Okay, so we've just heard our two final position statements. From Fadl, we heard about the need to enact progressive wealth redistribution policies alongside regulation, both within and between countries. And from Helena, we heard about the importance of advancing climate justice by centering indigenous leadership and nature-based solutions. So, Jadi, I would love to come to you. What are your initial reflections on what we've just heard from our speakers?
Well, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here and speaking with all of you and hearing your propositions and your experiences. So the first thing that comes to mind is that we are living in a system that continues to propel unjust normalities. Unjust normalities when we are talking about economy systems that don't serve the people that are most impacted by it. Unjust normalities when we are talking about indigenous people, 5% of the global population, taking care of over 80% of the ecosystem, and then we're just normalizing that we can go into their land and take minerals and take the trees? I don't think that's a good idea. So basically, one thing that I wanted to highlight, especially for Fadel, is that how can we make sure that unjust normalities like the one that's happened, like we're celebrating in quote unquote, the Haiti debt, for instance. How can we make sure that this unjust normality that have been carried on for 200 years do not happen again in those propositions that we are putting forward?
Yeah, I think it's very important that we shift the narrative, we change the narrative, because that's the only way that will allow us to move away from the false solutions, the dangerous distractions that are being thrown at us in all negotiations, whether it's a multilateral space for climate or debt or development. And I'll give you an example on the climate front, because of the climate discussion we're having. It should be a very straightforward idea that we have countries that have exceeded their carbon budget by far and countries that didn't. So, in other words, we have a climate debt that is owed to the global south. And the concept of debt is very straightforward in economics and law and finance. Everybody understands that if I owe you $100, I'm supposed to pay you $100. You're not supposed to give me anything. But instead, the climate finance space, we're told, instead of me giving you $100, I'm going to give you $3 and tell you exactly what to do with it, with conditionalities. And then I feel bad and I lend you $7 and tell you exactly what to do with concessional loans, noblesse oblige. And then I clearly recognize that you need more than $10 for climate finance. So I'll give you $20, but you have to give me your forest to offset my pollution so I can continue emissions. That's called carbon markets. That's pollution permits, essentially. And then I invest $20 in your economy for you to produce green hydrogen for me, using your water and your resources and your land. And you're looking at me at the end and saying, where's my $100? Why am I supposed to give you my forest or my land or my hydrogen, right? But this is exactly what happens at COP. We go to COP and the Global North is saying, you have to de-risk your system so that our investors come and extract and greenwash everything. And everybody's looking at this. What the hell? Exactly. So changing the narrative, calling out the BS, the greenwashing, is part of the strategy. And you do this in the climate space, you do it for colonial reparations, you do it on debt. We have to do it systematically. Radical thinking, radical solutions, as in going to the roots of the problem, not surface level tranquilizing drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Fadel. Yeah, and I love this point that you make as well. This is a system design, not a system flaw. And so we need to stop giving airtime to solutions that just tinker around the edges, that continue to uphold those structures of power. Jadi, did you have a follow-up question for Helena?
Yes, and I kind of want to expand on what Helena was mentioning, on the fact that, again, just this number, 5% of the global population, 80% of ecosystem protection. There's something that is wrong there, right? So how can we make sure that we ourselves that don't see ourselves as indigenous people take and share their responsibility with them? How can we make sure that when we are making the decisions that we are pushing forward for our companies, for the group of people that we are living in or sharing a space, we are thinking about the responsibility we have to take care of where we live? So for me, the question for you is like, how can we learn from you and make sure that we put in the proposition or we present to the people that's going to be at COP30 that how can we become indigenous and responsible for the world that we're living in?
I think building on what you said, which I think you put so greatly, which was decrease your risk so we can come and take your resources. Oftentimes when we look at like the kind of internal policies that companies and so forth have, And if you look for the word indigenous, indigenous peoples are often like in the section of where they talk about investment risks, which means that we are considered as an obstacle and as a risk for profit. And they're not even embarrassed about it because they actually write it like in their documents and in their papers. And it's kind of absurd to, for these same companies, they come to our lands and they want to talk to us or whatever, and then, they officially consider us as an obstacle to their profit. And instead of maybe thinking, oh, I might be an obstacle for them to have a good life, or I might be a risk for a healthy life for these communities. So I totally just agree with kind of like the narrative shaping and how important that is. And to your question, I mean, I think also like when we speak about like indigenous knowledge and like the contributions of indigenous peoples, it tends to be like put in one box when it's so diverse that like not one person or one people can speak to it, but it's very like local, and it's very attached to small communities and countries and contexts, and that's how we need to decentralize kind of knowledge and how we interact with nature and how we go about sustainable development. Like there's nothing universal about it, and I think once we understand that like there is no universal pathway forward, we can start finding those answers.
Thank you, Helena. And there's quite a dangerous narrative that I keep hearing in a lot of climate spaces, which is that humans are the problem, right? And I think of this as a very kind of like eco-fascist narrative that if we just got rid of the global population, and I remember at the start of COVID, it was like, oh my God, people are indoors, suddenly nature is coming back into the streets. And yet, what we've learned from indigenous communities around the world is that that is absolutely untrue, right? When communities work in symbiosis with nature, we've seen how they actually enhance biodiversity. And as you highlighted, we are depending on these indigenous communities as well to actually preserve our planet's ecosystems. So I'd love to get into a little bit more of the practical with the time that we have remaining. And I'll go to you, Fadl, first. From this kind of macro approach of redistributing power and resource, what, from your playbook, does that really look like practically in terms of a step-by-step process? If you have the world's leaders, around the table, or you're in a boardroom, what are the recommendations that you're putting to them to start reforming the system?
Well, there's some, as an economist, there's a basic, common knowledge that the general public understands, but somehow economists and policymakers, especially when it comes to the Global South, tend to neglect, which is no society can function without food, without energy, right? These are the basics. And yet these are the two building blocks that we're told we should not worry about, right? Especially food. I'll just focus on food today. We're told that we need food security. And on the surface, who doesn't like food security? Of course we like food security. But food security is a dangerous colonial concept that was introduced in the 50s because it means securing the caloric nutrition of your people, either by producing the food yourself, which we're told we shouldn't do, or by buying it from abroad, which we do, or even worse, by borrowing money to buy it from abroad, which is the debt trap, or even worse, receiving it as food aid. Food aid is the worst thing you can do to your farmers because they can't compete with free food coming from USAID or other. So we need to go back to the concept of food sovereignty, not food security. Food sovereignty means you focus on native seeds and native crops using traditional methods of farming. But post-colonial Africa, the way the system was transformed to the point where Africa today imports 85% of its food is by forcing African farmers to stop farming wheat and rice and barley, the core crops, and corn, and start focusing on cash crops for exports, coffee, tea, tobacco, all the other, crops for exports to Europe primarily. And when you do that, you're supposed to start serving the needs of your customers, the taste of your customers. So you start planting non-native seeds that are not acclimated to your soil, which means they need fertilizers and pesticides and irrigation systems, all of which is imported to get you into a debt trap. And you do that to your soil for 30, 40 years, you just burnt the fertility of your soil, which means your yields decline, which means you have to double down, bringing more potent seeds and chemicals to continue in this trap, right? And I'll say this publicly, in every multilateral space where civil society groups from Africa and the Global South have pushed for the language in official declarations to be switched from food security to food sovereignty and agroecology, there is a red line for Europe, for the United States, for the developed countries. No, you guys need food security, you don't need food sovereignty. This is official thinking at the highest level, which means the colonial hierarchy must persist. This is official thinking. And we need to educate, empower, mobilize people in the North and in the South to end this injustice. And this is a question of life and death when it comes to the climate crisis. And that has to be exposed.
Thank you, Fadl. So this theme of colonization keeps emerging, right? The current climate crisis, it is a product of centuries of colonization and power imbalance. I'd love to come to you, Helena, on, you kind of touched on the fact that oftentimes indigenous voices are very tokenized when it comes to global negotiations like COP. Either it's, an indigenous person or a young person being brought on stage, but not actually integrated in the decision-making process. So I'd love to hear from you, when so many of our approaches to tackling crises like climate change are deeply rooted in a colonial way of approaching and thinking about the problems, how would you invite people to decolonize the way that we think about climate change and where the solutions are going to come from, particularly in the context of centuries of indigenous resistance to these colonial systems?
I think one thing that, I feel some sort of sadness about is that, our communities put so much time and effort into protecting our lands. It's a full-time job that our entire communities have been doing for, decades. And there is little to no space to focus on what development looks like in a modern world in an indigenous community. My community is extremely remote. You cannot get there by a car, which for some reason is astonishing to people. But no, you have to take a canoe, and it's very traditional. It's out in the rainforest. And yet we live in a globalized world, and we have access to technology, and we want to, have education and healthcare, and obviously there's some sort of fusion between two different worlds, and that's okay. But we're never allowed to explore what that means or how we can do that on our terms. Because first of all, we're so busy trying to just defend our lands and trying to defend our territory, or our territories and rights, because they're constantly being undermined. And if it's not my community specifically, it's going to be my friend's community. And the attacks are so diverse. They've diversified attacks. There are economic measures. There are, direct militarization. There are, it's all sorts of things. And it's, as I said, it's become this generational full-time job. And what I wish for my children is that they would not have to continue that. I wish that they do not have to continue that kind of legacy, that they can have the freedom to, explore what they want to do and look for. And in the context of your question to, colonial thinking, I think, first of all, let's just remove the pressure off of indigenous territory so that we ourselves can understand how do we bring in our perspectives into a world that's been colonized. We don't really have time to think about that. And And so I think just like providing indigenous communities this, freedom of doing so would be a great start. And when it comes to decision-making spaces like, COP and so forth, well, yeah, don't have us speaking on panels and smiling at crowds. Actually, when we speak, let's make sure that those texts are included in the official language. That's the issue, that yes, a lot of indigenous folks actually attend the negotiations. Some are in the room, some are representing their countries, and they speak, but it's not included in the language. And if it is, it's not actually enforced. And so there's this whole system that is just designed to continue to undermine indigenous participation. I think we've gone a little over time.
We are at time, unfortunately, but I just want to say a huge thank you to the three of you. This has been an incredibly enlightening conversation. So please join me in thanking our speakers. Alrighty, folks. So we have now come to the voting stage of the day. I feel like I need sunglasses up here. It is so bright. So we've heard our 6 position statements, and as we have heard from our speakers, each and every one of these statements is so incredibly vital. But what we're going to attempt to do now is to vote on which statements you've heard which you think are most urgent and most importantly needed when it comes to global negotiations, including COP. So we now have a QR code that is up on the screen. And we're going to ask you to scan the QR code. We're going to take a couple of minutes, have a breather, deliberate upon what you've heard, and select which position statement resonated most deeply with you today. And then once we have those votes in, we will have a look at the results and we will invite our final speakers up on stage. So just take a couple of minutes now to put your votes in. Okay, just 1 minute left to put your votes in if you haven't already scanned the QR code. Alrighty, folks, so we have the final votes coming in. In first place, we have enacting progressive wealth distribution policies. We then have transforming our education systems. And in third place, we have, by a narrow margin, accelerating corporate accountability. So keep popping your votes in if you haven't already. These insights are going to be used to directly inform the policy briefing document that I mentioned with all of you here today. So thank you for voting. Oh, we've got some excited crowds in the background. All right, so to close out our session, we are going to hear from 2 incredible trailblazers. We're going to be hearing from Felipe Polier, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs from the United Nations, and we are going to be hearing from Santiago, who many of you know, of course, the founder and CEO of ChangeNOW. So please join me in welcoming Santiago and Felipe up onto the stage. Hey, nice to see you. So Santiago, do you want to share a couple of words with us on what you're holding and the significance of this policy briefing?
Well, thank you, Clover, and thank you, Felipe, for your presence. It's a real pleasure to have the UN Youth Office represented here at ChangeNOW. Just a quick word, because this is like a youth parliament. We wanted to create for the first time in this hemicycle a stage which really shows this where you can participate and be more active and more close to the public and you with the people on stage. I have here the policy paper I would like to share. This is the result of what has been discussed here. This is the 6 priorities for global policy implementation from what we've seen. This will be completed with the results of the votes. And so this is the result of the job done by ChangeNOW with the Club of Rome, with Earth for All, with the 50%, Ashoka France, and Generation Climate Europe, and the 150 young parliamentarians that are in this room. So I give that to you. Yeah.
Thank you. And we're going to take an opportunity to grab a photo quickly. So I'm going to invite our photographer to snap a quick photo. Oh, there he is. Going to put this down. Big smiles for the camera. All right, and now we would love to take a photo from this angle, and we want to get all of you in this photo. So if you don't mind, please stand up. We want you to be included in this moment. Santiago's also going to take a selfie, because why not? Amazing. Big smiles. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Santiago. I'm very excited now to hand the podium over to Felipe, who's going to share some closing words for us before we wrap up our Youth Parliament today.
Good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here on behalf of the United Nations and to receive this policy brief, these recommendations that I know that this is just the first version, and in the upcoming weeks I will be receiving the final one with our team. So I will be speaking, really reflecting a little bit about what I've heard. And although with my colleague Shihui we have prepared some things to say, I'm going to change a little bit, so sorry Shihui for that. And I hope I don't make a big mistakes. But I think the first thing to do is really to thank everyone here in this room, everyone involved in this whole process. Thank you to all the amazing panelists we had at the beginning. It was really a space to learn, to hear, to understand, to see different positions and see how through a dialogue we really build a community-based approach. I need also to thank Santiago and his whole team in ChangeNOW for bringing all of us together, for bringing all this global movement together. And I believe that the most important thing of this platform is not really what happens in conferences, but it's really what happens across the streets, across the space, drinking a coffee, having a conversation, and probably being behind the walls in informal dialogues. So I'm Felipe. I have this responsibility within the United Nations when it's about leading internally as an institutional office inside the United Nations, the way we are advancing the youth agenda and how we are better or trying to improve the way we engage young people globally. And I think it's very important to say that my role within the United Nations is an institutional role. I'm not here to represent young people's voices, because young people's voices are extremely diverse to be represented by one office, by one structure, by one institution. And I think all the young people we heard really reflect that, you know. They are speaking from different space, from different backgrounds, from different personal stories, and they are bringing their perspectives. And that's a little bit of what we have here in this policy brief. But fortunately, we have many of these policy briefs across the world. We have many young people showing up, wanting to participate, wanting to be part, you know. And you know, the inclusion of young people in decision-making is not only a will of young people. With the United Nations, some time ago, we carried out an investigation in relation to youth and their political participation. And one of the facts from that process that was called Be Seen, Be Heard was that 70% of the population of every age believes that we will have better politics if there's more young people involved in politics. And that's showing something very, very clear. We need them, not only to have more inclusive societies, but we need them in terms of really having better policies, more effective to address the challenges we're currently facing. You know, every time I have a chance to be in a global platform such as this one, and because of my role, I have the responsibility of being in many of them, I tend to reflect about the complexity of global politics and the complexity of influencing and changing global policies. And allow me to make 3 reflections about that, because I strongly believe that every time we're proposing solutions, and definitely here we're having amazing solutions coming from certain perspectives, from certain backgrounds, but the world is extremely diverse and extremely complex. And that's why global policy frameworks are so complex to be influenced. I think there are 3 things that we need to have very clear, and I saw them here in this policy brief. The first one is the purpose. You know, it's what's the purpose behind all what we are trying to change, you know? And I think we've been very clear in this discussion that we should have a well-being centered purpose in all of our frameworks at a global and at a national level. The second reflection is the importance of community building, you know, and building community among different stakeholders, you know. Global policy is influenced not only at global levels, you know. It's not influencing, and it's not only happening when we have a COP or when we have a Security Council meeting, you know, because those centering, those that are seated in those rooms are coming also from national governments. So the way to influence global politics is really about how we can influence national politics, how we can influence regional platforms. And that's why the community building, what we are doing together now here in this platform, is extremely amazing and extremely important. And it's not only about what happens during these days, it's what's happened when we come back and what we do with these connections. And the third thing is really about disruption, you know. I think it's very clear that we need much more disruption. But you know, disruption will come through a dialogue. The real disruption won't come from all of us sitting together in a room and reading talking points that we prepared before we arrived here. It's really about how we can create those conversations, you know? So to say what's my commitment taking this policy brief, you know, as the United Nations, we've been building in the last months a new flagship initiative, a new platform, you know. Our office was established as an institutional response with an intention, which is really that the UN engage better and in a more meaningful way with young people. And this platform, this flagship initiative, we tend to call the UN Youth Compass, because we believe it's a compass for young people to know how to navigate, also influence the global politics, but it's mainly a compass to help global politics to navigate through young people to those challenges and those solutions that we need to influence. And this is going to be part of those processes that are nurturing this global compass that, of course, transcends change now. Because, you know, hopefully, unfortunately, we are having many of these platforms across the world in different regions, not only in countries in Western countries. Fortunately, we're having this platform also in Global South countries, in the Arab world, in Arab countries, you know, and we have much more advancement on this. Finally, my reflection, you know, the real change, the only real change needs to be collective and needs to be intergenerational. I think this space is about that, you know. We've heard young people, but we heard also people coming from other generations. We have this room full of different generations coming together. But the truth also is that although we need to dream big, we also need to identify which is that square of influence we all have, you know. And we all have that square of influence. Some of us have a bigger responsibility in terms of public institutions. Others have a bigger responsibility in terms of civil society, in terms of the private sector. So let's try to identify that area of influence, and let's do our best based on our community and collective values to change what is happening for a better for all of us. Thank you very much, and happy to be here.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you. Thank you so much, Felipe. I love your closing remark around the change needs to be intergenerational and it needs to be collective. None of us are going to solve these problems alone, so we need all of us. And to that end, I just want to take a quick moment to thank all of the incredible people who contributed today. For one, to the partners of the Youth Parliament, the Club of Rome and Earth for All, as well as the youth networks who made today possible. Ashoka France, Generation Climate Europe, the 50% Global Shapers, Changemaker Exchange, Economic Policies for Global Bifurcation, as well as the Learning Planet Institute. And I would also love to thank the experts who contributed to the position statements in the document, which I can see many of you are now holding. The Donut Economics Action Lab, the Cercle des Économistes, and the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. Someone else I would love to give a shout out to is Maëlle. She is the person from the Changemaker team behind the scenes at ChangeNOW. We often don't hear from or see the brilliant people who are responsible for putting these sessions together, but Maëlle has been working day and night to put on today. And of course, I want to thank our brilliant speakers who contributed their time to be here, the AV team who made sure everything ran so smoothly and beautifully. And finally, I would just like to thank each and every one of you for making this incredible Youth Parliament possible. So thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be joining you all here today. Feel free to find a seat if you haven't already. My name is Clover Hogan. I'm a climate activist and the founder of the youth nonprofit Force of Nature. So, as ChangeNOW has demonstrated to us over the past couple of days, we are inheriting a bucket load of different problems. And really, this is kind of a polycrisis, at the heart of which is a deeply flawed economic system. And the crises unfolding around us show us that we can't keep going as we have been. They also show us that we can't expect to solve these problems with the same people and the same types of thinking that created them. And this is why I love working with young people. I think young people have a unique capacity to ask, why is the system the way that it is? But also, what if we did things really differently? And that's ultimately the purpose of this Youth Parliament today. It's an attempt to not just pay lip service to the generation inheriting these crises, but to really center young people in the decision-making process. So we're going to be hearing a total of 6 position statements. They're going to be presented 2 at a time. We're going to have youth representatives then questioning those position statements, testing them. And then once we've heard those 6 position statements, we're actually handing the power over to you, to our audience,
to vote on the statements which you believe would have the greatest impact in the world, those that are most urgent and important. And your input is going to help shape what is a living and breathing policy document. So today is just the first draft. It's going to continue to evolve beyond this point. And what's super exciting is that this policy document is going to be submitted to the UN Youth Office and also promoted as a key youth position paper at COP30 in Belém in Brazil this year. And these statements will also be used by campaigners and activists like myself to lobby decision makers on what young people actually want to see by way of change in the world. So, without further ado, before we dive into those position statements, I'm really, really excited that we have an incredible guest of honor today who is going to be kicking us off. This person is a friend, and she is also the president and co-founder of Generation Climate Europe. So I'm very, very excited to welcome to the stage Agatha Meisner.
So the reality is that our economic system works exceptionally well for less than 1% of the population. The wealthiest 1% own more than half of the world's wealth. The wealthiest 1% are responsible for an estimated $200 billion in tax evasion every year. The wealthiest 1% have access to opportunities, influence, and services that most people will never reach, from exclusive healthcare, elite education, to privileged political access. It's like being in a drowning lifeboat when one person is dry, warm, and steering the boat, while the rest of us are frantically getting the rapidly growing water out and being told we should be grateful we're not already dead. We must build an economy that grows the well-being of the planet and people, not fills the pockets of the top 1% of the ultra-rich. It's extreme affluence that drives overconsumption, that drives devastating environmental and social impacts that we're seeing around the world. And we need a new vision of prosperity, one that is focused on meeting the fundamental needs and rights of all people, providing a safe and just space in which everyone can thrive within planetary boundaries. And we have several models of that prosperity. So I'm wondering how many of you have heard of a term well-being economy? Okay. Degrowth? A little bit more. Sufficiency? Donut economics? Regenerative economics. There you go. So as you know, each comes with its own set of solutions. Degrowth is the one that critiques our obsession with growth, that calls for a planned reduction of harmful economic activities. Sufficiency refers to a set of measures that avoid the demand for energy, for materials, for land, for water, all while delivering human well-being. Donut economics, for those of you who haven't heard about it, is a fantastic framework where it consists of a social foundation and an ecological ceiling, all to make sure that we don't fall short of life essentials, but also so we keep within the planetary boundaries. And regenerative economics, which I've heard a lot about this conference, asks, what if our economies didn't do less harm, but actively restored our ecosystems, our communities, and our well-being? And finally, well-being economy says, let's measure success by what truly matters to people: health, equality, connection, thriving ecosystems. But honestly, having worked in this field for several years now, I don't actually think the label matters as much as the system we build. This economy was built by people, and it can be changed by people too. But this can only happen if we start asking the right questions. So it comes down to three main things. Number one, who holds the power to decide? Why is it that a handful of billionaires have more say in our future than frontline communities and entire countries?
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session on AI at a crossroads. Progress comes with responsibility, where we'll be looking at the profound impact of artificial intelligence and exploring its transformative potential, whilst also addressing its critical challenges that accompany the rapid growth. Over the next 90 minutes, we're going to be discussing AI's environmental and social implications, whilst highlighting how, when used correctly, it can be a force for positive change. Coming up shortly, I'm going to be welcoming to the stage Anthony Virapan from Microsoft, Shani Gwynn, to talk about increasing inclusivity in AI development. We'll then have a panel looking at how AI can drive positive societal change. And we're going to be exploring this in three different sectors: research with the CNRS, healthcare with GSK, and social services with Bayes Impact. I'll then be welcoming Axel Lemaire from Soprasteria and James Martin of Better Tech to address the environmental impact of AI and our consumption of water, energy, and hardware. First, though, let's set the stage. Let's start with a video address from UNESCO and from Mexico's candidate for the position of UNESCO Director General, Madame Gabriela Ramos.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, we are living through a transformation that is not only profound, it is incredibly fast-moving. In just a few years, the technological landscape has shifted dramatically. I still remember when the spread of mobile telephony was considered revolutionary, especially across the global south. But since the arrival of generative AI in November 2022, the pace and scale of change had reached an entirely new level. Today, we're not only dealing with generative AI, we're seeing the emergence of reasoning AI, capable of solving advanced problems and coding autonomously. Agentic AI systems are becoming able to perform complex tasks that once required entire departments, like managing corporate accounting or automating logistic chains. And this is not science fiction. It's a reality. It's a transformation that is not just technological, it's financial, it's organizational, it's structural. Initially, these advancements were concentrated in the hands of few players with deep pockets in the US, in China, in the UK. Now we see models like DeepSeek being developed using less energy and less money. And the recent open source AI dynamics are contributing to trigger another turning point, one where a broader range of actors can engage in the development, deployment, and even governance of these systems. The core issue is not simply what these technologies can do, because we all marvel. The real question is what they can do for us and what society wants them to do. This is a societal conversation, it's not a technological one. AI does not follow an unstoppable destiny that is separated from us. It's the result of our decisions about policies, guardrails, regulations, investments, inclusion. It's all about ethics. And the danger is not just technological failure, it's a social cost of disruptions, labor market instability, inequalities, privacy violations, algorithmic biases, environmental degradation, and the use and abuse of our data, which reflects the way we act, we think, and live. What we need is a smart, context-sensitive, and effective public policies. Some countries are ready to leap forward with advanced infrastructures. Others are still building foundational capacities. And this is why I commend the work that UNESCO has been doing with the Ethics of AI recommendation and the Readiness Assessment methodology, an initiative that I was actually proud to lead during my time as Assistant Director General. And today, as Mexico candidate for the UNESCO Director General, I remain fully committed with the principles of inclusive, ethical, and human-centered governance that so many institutions, including also the OECD, where I was also working, have championed. And the fact that now we have 70 countries around the world doing the RAMs and more with the UNDP doing their assessment tools is proof that tailored, context-aware strategies are not only possible but needed. We need these contextual information and strategies, but we also need to work with the major platforms like the G20, the G7, the AI Action Summit in France, where these discussions are delivering possible solutions, and where in my time as Sherpa of these groups, I could see how much institutions like the OECD or like UNESCO can provide with evidence and with inputs to deliver for good in their outcomes. We have, for example, the G7 toolkit for AI in the public sector that was translating the principles of ethics into actionable policies to leverage AI to improve the efficiency of internal operations, the effectiveness of policy making, and the responsiveness of public service and overall accountability and transparency. Or, for example, the toolkit for artificial intelligence and readiness and capacity assessment, which is an analysis of the way the public services leverage AI and what are the drivers and what are the obstacles that we need to address. And so we are really proud that we have launched these reports, as we are proud to have contributed to the G20 Osaka Summit, where the US OECD principles inform the G20 AI principles. We need all hands on deck. And this confirms that AI can do a lot for us if it's ethical, if it is sustainable, and if it is inclusive. And this is why it's so important, more than ever, not to forget about some data that we need to address. Only 22% of AI professionals are women, and this is not acceptable. We're just reproducing the gender gaps. But we can change it, including through public procurement policies, support for women-led enterprises, or deliberate market incentives. These tools exist. They are called well-designed inclusive policies. And so again, my message is, let's not think what AI can do for us. Let's ask us, what do we want AI to do for us, for our societies, for our problems, for our ambitions, for our dreams? And let's build the ethical frameworks, empower governments, and give people the skills they need to make this transition work for themselves and for the common good.
Thank you, Gabriela Ramos. As we just heard there, AI is very much a societal conversation. And I was particularly struck by one data point that she gave us. Only 22% of AI professionals are women. Now, as low as 22% is, I'm sure this number is much lower if we look at underrepresented communities and indigenous communities. We need to prioritize inclusivity and accessibility in AI development as well, ensuring that it's from its conception to its benefits, it's available to everyone. Here to discuss ways in which we're making AI inclusive for all, please welcome my next two guests. Founder of PP Guan Pitaguan, Shani Gwyn, and world leader from Microsoft Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact, Anthony Virapan. Welcome, come up. Welcome to you both to Change Now. Shani, you're committed to building capacity within Indigenous and non-Indigenous organizations through public relations, meaningful impact, and inspiring design and strategic communications. And I'm particularly looking forward to hearing more about the AI assistant you've created shortly, Tina is good.
Wasigan Kisowatsuen.
Thank you. I was never going to pronounce that correctly. Anthony, at Microsoft, you're working with entrepreneurs and startups to scale impact with a special emphasis on education, including underrepresented communities in AI development. Welcome to you both. Now, we've met our speakers. I'd love to meet you very quickly and understand a little bit about our audience and who we're addressing. So hands up, please. How many of you are actively working to promote and advance inclusivity? All right, good number of hands going up. That's great. How many of you are actively working in AI development? Okay. How many of you just put your hands up to both of those questions? You are both working in AI inclusivity in development. Okay, there's a good number of hands that we have here. Fantastic. Our aim is that through our conversation and over the next 20 minutes, we're able to help everyone be better informed as to how we can do this. Let's start off by thinking about what does it mean and how do we prioritize and ensure that both individuals and communities have the skills and agencies to shape and design AI that serves them and that serves their communities. Anthony, how are you doing this through your work with entrepreneurs and startups?
Yeah, that's an important question. And when we heard about, Gabrielle Ramos, she started about speaking about the change with AI and the opportunity. If some of you participated this morning in different sessions, we mentioned this number about the opportunity, and by 2027, we know that AI could create about 70 million new jobs, new opportunities. But to do that, we need to prepare the people, to skill the people with new digital and AI skills. And that's what we are doing at Microsoft. So it's part also of our responsibility to help people and train people to be ready for this next generation of jobs. And that's why we helped more than 14 million people in the world with AI certifications, with new skills. And we do that in different countries, with different type of people and underserved community. But to do that, that requires collaboration with the different key stakeholders. That includes governments, educations, non-profit organizations, and entrepreneurs. That's why I really want also to make a connection with the startups world, with the tech startups. I will add a question to what you asked to the audience, Kristen, about how many of you are entrepreneurs in the room? So we really need you. I mean, in this skilling initiative and on how we really make sure this is concrete for people, we need entrepreneurs because that's required to go fast and to help people with concrete solutions. And that's also why I like ChangeNOW, because it's really designed with concrete solutions and showcase some startups and entrepreneurs with innovation. So I can also share more examples about that, but yes, wanted to share that first.
Fantastic, thank you, Anthony. Yes, speaking to entrepreneurs, it's definitely our audience here. We have one also entrepreneur and someone who's doing a lot of work for advocacy for indigenous communities here. Shani, what does it mean for you, and how are you prioritizing individuals and communities in AI development through your work?
Tanse, Mahagan, Oyoyo, Esqueo, Natsiga-san. I just want to talk about how I am just a walking example of including. I don't come from an AI background. I'm not technologically savvy. I can't even say the word apparently. But I found an opportunity. I saw a need and I involved myself. And when it comes to Indigenous people, specifically to Canada and the US, a lot of our folks do not have access to high-speed internet. And so we can't actually even try to play around with AI, never mind trying to develop our skills. So one thing I think is really important is seeking out relationships, building those opportunities in. Anyone can be trained. Anyone can learn about AI and what it can do. And here's an example. Settlers brought beading to our lands, and look what we did with it. We created something beautiful and new and special. And I think that's what I'm doing now with AI is we're trying to ensure that it has the perspective of indigenous people. A lot of our histories have been rewritten, or AI tends to honor the perspective of a colonial white cis male. And so when you go to ask it questions, it doesn't necessarily know the truths of our people. And there's so many opportunities. There's lots of indigenous people getting involved in tech. But don't let it stop you even just with indigenous people. There are so many unique perspectives. There's so many ways that we can combine collective and individual sovereignty. They work together, and I think if we keep that at the forefront of our mind when we're developing our AI projects and our work, it's going to get you really far.
Thank you, Johnny. And one of the things I picked up on there and listening to you actually was I was thinking about, we talk about all these different types of training data that go in. We talk about artificial intelligence, but what I was hearing there was also ancestral intelligence, which is critical, putting all of that and bringing it in, the richness that we have in our communities. What are the indicators that you both look at to ensure that the work, the efforts, the energies that are going into this is indeed taking us in the right direction? This is all new territory. Okay, so we're all kind of feeling our way out there. So what is it that you're looking at to see what needs to be done and if you're moving and taking down the right path? Shani.
Sure. Well, in terms of our tool, Wasigan Kisawatsuin, which translates to kind electricity, we are testing our model up against other models. So we'll see what answer we're getting from Wasigan with our fine-tuned data compared to Gemini or ChatGPT or other models out there. And what we'll find is if you were to ask Gemini if Kalivik is a residential school, which are schools that were created by the Canadian government and the church in Canada to assimilate and essentially harm our communities. If you ask it about that school, it says no, it's a boarding school, and it starts to give a very interesting answer about why it's come to that conclusion. Whereas Wasigan Kisawatsuin will say, yes, it is a residential school, and it was the last residential school that closed in 1997, which is not that long ago. And that's a very important distinction to make because in Canada, Canada has that responsibility to make amends for the harms that happened in those schools and has a responsibility for what has happened there. And so if AI is already starting to change that narrative, change that history, that's a problem. And what we are also doing is we're seeing how Indigenous knowledge works alongside Western knowledge. It's not one or the other. There isn't one right or wrong. They're different. And one of the stories I think of is in the West Coast in Canada, there were First Nations there that worked with a university, and they were just looking at the grizzly bears, and they knew that there were 3 genetic variations of the grizzly bears in the area, and the First Nations there were saying, yeah, we know there are relatives and they're actually in these territories. Well, the university was like, well, let's see about that. And so they went about it with their methods, and what they found was that the map from the university of the genetic 3 grizzly bears perfectly aligned with the map of the First Nation language maps in the area. So again, we're just confirming ancestral knowledge that we've always had. Both are right. Both tell us different things, but we have to ensure that the colonial perspective isn't the favored one, that you can present all different types of data and be able to see that transparently where it came from as well with AI.
So you're actually going out there, finding these questions, running these tests, and you're able to see in the data and the responses that the LLMs give you back. Are you then also partnering up with any of these to try and evolve their models and incorporate more of your indigenous, that sort of factual heritage knowledge into their models?
Yeah, so we're working with data that's validated by indigenous people, but we're also going into community, working with them, collecting that information, but it's done, again, in a very relational way. We're not looking at transactions. We're not looking at making it a capitalistic endeavor. We're looking at how do you want to be involved? How do we create this together? And that way we're making something that's much more meaningful and that they become champions of. And with that, we also have a guidance circle of 9 elders from all across Canada, and they're helping inform how the tool should be built. So we have all of these elders using AI right now, which is awesome. So if you don't think you can use AI, know that there's 70 and 80-year-old women in Canada that are using it for the first time and really enjoying themselves.
Fantastic. Well, I think that is also an indicator that you're going in the right direction. But Anthony, I'm going to come back to you with the same question. What is it that you're looking at to see and make sure that you are progressing in the right direction with your work at Microsoft?
Yes, actually, our mission at Microsoft is really to empower every person and every organization to achieve more on the planet. And the every and person is super important. So what we are always looking is the reach we can have and we can generate with all the initiative we have. So we publish every year a report with a lot of numbers and data about our impact, but also our commitments and the advance. And the goal is not only to share the data, but also the lessons we learn from what we learn from different countries. And I mentioned the reach as an example. I lead this initiative called Microsoft Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact, which is designed to help impact startups and impact entrepreneurs that address environmental and societal challenges like the one we just discussed on scaling AI. And we measure the reach of this program, and we have today more than 2,500 companies in this program. But the goal is also to measure how we can help them to make impact. And as an example, we partner with a company called Goldwall, based in Switzerland, now a global company actually. They are like a social network for Gen Z. They are helping to train about 2 million people, Gen Z people, with AI, and we are partnering with them. Same in France, we have built some partnership with France Travail and a startup called Kokoroe, with a target to train by the end of this year 300,000 people with AI. Same in Brazil with social entrepreneurs and social non-profit, actually, Nova Escola, and we train the teachers. So 3 million of people will be trained in Brazil. So that's the type of things we are sharing in the impact report. That's how we measure the success and how we can make advancement. But more than the numbers, again, it's also the learnings and insight we can also share to others, and not only with the startups and the non-profit I mentioned, but also with other corporations, which is also super important because we cannot solve it alone, right? We need to work as an ecosystem. We need to work with others. And again, I would say that working together, working as one instead of just silos is really, really becoming crucial in this time.
Okay, so the reach, definitely in the numbers, but also those learnings, and I'm guessing that's feedback loops as such into your programs. Fantastic. Now, let's just think about the context of inclusivity today. It's not an easy one, okay? Diversity, inclusion, equity are all things that over the last couple of months have been removed from our priorities, from policies, from funding. What does it actually mean, the future of inclusivity in an increasingly AI-driven world in this context? Shani, for you.
I think it's a story of my life and a lot of my ancestors' life is these things, they come and go, and nothing changes for me. I'm still going to be an indigenous, still woman, I'm still going to be Métis, I'm still going to be Cree, I'm still going to have my perspective of the world, and I'm still going to continue pushing for the things that I know are right. In Canada, Indigenous people are actually rights holders, so we're not supposed to be lumped into DEI. That's important because we're supposed to be partners, or our relationship is actually with the king, but that doesn't happen. So there's lots of work to be done, and in some ways I think getting rid of DEI may be good in that we can actually rebuild it the way it's supposed to, by actually bringing people in as partners, as co-collaborators, rather than a marketing or branding opportunity. When you bring those perspectives in, the product always gets better. It always reaches more people. The information is better. You learn more things. There's no real bad to including more people at the table. You're always going to get something more important. And maybe we can move around some of the language as well, from getting LGBTQ2S+ and BIPOC, when really it means you're not straight, you're not white, you're not a man. We're really creating this illusion that we are all minorities, when really, when you flip it, the minority is those folks that are in control and have most of the power in the world, and creating this model, to be frank.
So less labels, more rights, and included in. I love that. Anthony, how about for yourself? What does it mean in this increasingly AI-driven world?
I fully align with Shani, actually. I think even if things are changing in the world, we need to continue and to push and stay consistent. That's super important. And that's also part of what I call the positive leadership, to stay focused on that motion if we believe it, and I believe it personally. So it will need to continue, even if we have a lot of things that moving, etc. That's super important, again, to stay consistent and have courage. We discussed a lot, in ChangeNOW about that in leadership, in thought leadership. So I would say, yeah, fully aligned with you, Shani.
Fantastic. Do either of you, for anyone out there, all those people with their hands up who are in AI development, in inclusivity, do you have any quick best practices, resources, podcasts, books, things that they should turn to help them continue their work in the sector? Anthony?
I mentioned a lot about collaboration. So I think if some of you are working on large corporations or are entrepreneurs, I recommend you to join maybe some initiatives we have around this learning and best practice. We are part of an initiative in the World Economic Forum called AI for Social Innovation and Corporate Leadership Council. So I'm happy to share more details with you if you want to reach out. We have a booth, Microsoft booth, so I'm happy to share that. But it's a good opportunity to learn each other and share some practices. In terms of podcast...
sorry, I'm going to ask you to, because we have 1 minute left on the clock, and I do want to get to Shani, but grab Anthony off stage to get his podcast.
I have also other recommendations, so yeah, happy to share that.
I think for me, I always just question what is best practice, especially when it comes to AI. It's something that's so new. Best practice is going to be based on, I'm going to sound like a broken record, on the white perspective. So try to break that down, bring people in, listen to others, create something new, work in the unknown, partner, co-collaborate, listen to Indigenous people. I have so many books, 21 Things You Didn't Know About the Indian Act by Bob Joseph, Indigenous Rights by Chelsea Vowell, The Big Melt by Emily Riddle, Unreserved is a podcast, Two Crees in a Pod is a podcast. Anything that you listen to about Indigenous people is going to improve your project. You're going to see how you can do it in a relational way, and how everything you do impacts 7 generations in front of us, 7 generations back. If you keep that in your mind, you're going to create an amazing product.
Thank you, Shani. Both Shani and Anthony, you've definitely impacted our audience here. Thank you so much to you both. Now, inclusivity is just one of the ways that we can be sure that AI is developing and being applied carefully in order to serve us. And carefully choosing how and where we apply it is critical to make sure that we focus and we're getting the best out of it. That's what we're going to be talking about now, how AI can be used for the greater good. Please welcome the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the CNRS, Antoine Petit, the General Manager of GSK, Thibaut Desmarais, and Chief Operations Officer from Bayes Impact, Elodie Juan-Julia. Come on up. it's fantastic to have you here on stage at Change Now. Antoine Petit, you are the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer at the CNRS, which is one of the largest fundamental science organizations in Europe, if not the world, I believe. Elodie Welcome Bay's Impact's mission is to use technology to tackle social issues at scale. Founded in 2014 in the US, was one of the first not-for-profits to go through the world-famous Y Combinator Accelerator program. Welcome, Elodie. And Thibaut Desmarais from GSK. You've studied science, biology, and business in France and the US. GSK today is one of the 10th largest pharmaceutical companies, headquartered in the UK. Welcome to you all. What I have is we have three very different fields here. What I want to ask you all is, what is the most striking, transformative example of AI for positive societal change that you've witnessed in your field? Antoine.
Okay, I would say that it's AI itself. Because what is AI? AI is computer facilities, computer power, it's data, but it's also, and perhaps before all, human intelligence. And so AI is not an alien who arrived yesterday from Mars or I don't know where. AI is just a result of brains, human brains, who develop algorithms for years. 4 years. You have to know that the first algorithms of deep learning, everybody speaks of deep learning, the first algorithms of deep learning date from the late 80s, which means more than 35 years ago. And so that's, for me, the most striking example of AI is AI itself. So never forget that AI is done by men and women. And if we want to work on frugal AI, on sustainable AI, we will need more human brains. And that really what brings science to AI. In fact, we build AI in some sense. And after that, of course, AI has been transferred to the whole society. But don't think that AI, once again, is an alien. We built AI, and so it's also our responsibility to decide what is the AI we will want in the years to come.
Thank you for bringing us back down to earth and recognizing that fact. It is quite amazing that we do have that here today. Elodie, how about yourself? The most striking positive impact you've witnessed?
Yes. Let's start by a number, 85%. Actually, that's the number of social workers reporting feeling burnt out in a recent study in the UK. Not because they are lacking of motivation, but because of the caseload and the fragmented information and the tools that don't work together. So at Base Impact, we recently developed an AI-powered case management tool to give superpowers to social workers and help them provide personalized care to their beneficiaries more effectively. Right now, we are running 5 pilots in France. Amongst them, we're running one with France Travail, another one with the liver transplantation service of Paul Bruce Hospital, and another one with e-Enfance. We're also running one in Japan with young people in a vulnerable situation, and another one in the US with the foster care professionals. Giving more time to the people for human interaction is what AI now is providing, and which is very impactful.
Definitely, anything that we can give, that we can do to give more human impact in that sector is vital. Thibaut, how about yourself in the healthcare world?
So I've got the chance to work for a big pharma organization, and I can tell you without any doubt that AI is definitely a breakthrough in all the research and the discovery. You know, our job in the pharmaceutical industry is to innovate. It's bringing science, technology, and the talent of our researchers together to really get ahead of disease. And you know that developing a drug today, it's super complicated. It's about 10 to 15 years. It costs almost $1 billion, if it's no more. And in 90%, 90, we are failing. So no success. So AI here is really playing a very, very active role in terms of improving the productivity and the effectiveness of the research. And more than a long speech, no, let me give you two concrete examples. Number one is in the patient identification. So what we are doing at GSK in the cancer, where we still have a lot to do, it's developing what we call organoid. Organoid is a 3D tumor model, so it's virtual. And we can better understand how the cancer is working. And with the organoid, we take in a library of molecules, old molecule, new molecule, and we screen and we test them very, very quickly in the virtual world. And thanks to that, you can match, depending on the pathway and the mechanism of action, the right molecule. And on top of that, you can identify who should be the best patient for the best outcome. And as an example, in the endometrial cancer, which is a cancer where more than almost 8,000 women every year in France is impacted by this cancer, we've been able, after 20 years of no innovation, to find a treatment where we can target specific women with a very high percentage of efficacy. And AI also told us, you know what? There is the same type of profile for another cancer, rectum cancer, and we've got 100% efficacy in this cancer just by matching things with AI. So you see, it's very, very concrete, and it's striking, and it's giving me tons of hopes for new potential treatment coming soon.
So both in terms of reducing the amount of time, but increasing the precision that we have here. Now, I want to riff on a question that I just asked Anthony and Shani, actually, which is that when we're working forwards with AI, we're out there in the unknown as such, but you guys know what you're doing. You have roadmaps that you're working to. How do you make sure that both your AI roadmap leverages AI for good, whilst also taking into account and managing the impacts that are potential, the environmental impacts and social or healthcare impacts out there? Elodie, how are you doing this at Bayes Impact?
So actually, we co-designed Case AI with a caseworker. We met a lot of caseworkers in different sectors, making sure that what we were creating was responding to a need. So every feature that we created are a response to a need expressed by caseworker in the field of health, in the field of foster care or employment. Our tool, Case AI, is there to organize, summarize information, making suggestions, but it's never deciding. It's only making suggestions, and it's always the caseworker which decide what the best option is. Also, we set some ethical boundaries because this is very important. We are not making automated scoring. There is no, it's not a black box, so everything that is provided can be verified and everything is transparent.
So that's how you're making sure out there. Thibaut, how about yourself?
So for me, the impact of AI, no doubt, as I just mentioned, research, discovery, we know. But our mission at GSK is really to impact the life of 2.5 billion people in the world, which is massive. And we strongly believe that AI will help us to achieve our mission. But AI is not only for pharma in research and discovery. As you know, we are producing drugs, which is super complicated. And we are really leveraging AI to help us also to reach our very ambitious target in terms of climate, nature. We have a target of net zero by 2045. And just to give you also a concrete example, so in the manufacturing process, at the time where I'm talking right now, we've got 54 digital twins, so it's kind of digital production sites, fake production site, working on 12 products to really look at how to best optimize the development plan, how to simplify, how to make sure that the quality is the best quality, and that it's really a concrete application of AI. Another application is definitely on the transportation. Mm-hmm. We want to reduce our carbon footprint, so we are working with AI to find the best route for the product by decreasing also the carbon footprint. And the last example that I can share is we are doing with a global team some work on the reduction of water. You know that water, as we are discussing here, is really precious. And by leveraging AI in our production cycle, we've been able to reduce by 28% the consumption of water in the last couple of years. So it's very concrete examples having direct impact on the planet, direct impact on human, and direct impact on the health of people.
Okay, and if anyone can do anything for the direct impact of the glare on the stage right now.
I've got my sunglasses,
Yeah,
but I was
we surely need our
hesitating, should
sunglasses.
I go, yes or no? But anyway.
But we've been talking about research, and Antoine, you and I had a chat beforehand. And when I asked you about the roadmap, you said, hang on, research is risky out there. We don't necessarily have a roadmap. But I want to come to you with the same question and ask as such, what does the future of AI-developed research look like then, if you don't have this roadmap?
No, that's the principle of research. We never know what will happen. And even concerning AI, if you look back to 10 years ago, nobody imagined really the impact of generative AI. I think that for researchers, AI has to be considered as a tool, a fantastic tool, but as a tool, as telescope, microscope, lasers in other disciplines. And the difficulty is precisely to understand how we can use this tool the most efficiently as possible. And it requires to have skills. If you want to apply AI on a discipline Y, you need people who have skills in the discipline Y, of course, but also in AI. And that's a challenge for us. And probably the key point is not to imagine that the same man or same woman will have all the skills, but we need to develop cooperations between people coming from different fields. That's something we used to do in research. Most of the big challenges require collaborations with people from very, very different disciplines. If we look at the climate change challenge, you need people from a lot of disciplines, including people from humanities and social sciences. And so now for science, I think the big issue is for each discipline has to make an effort to understand how AI will impact this discipline. Some disciplines are used to do that. For instance, particle physics or astronomy, they produce huge amount of data, and so they use to use some kind of AI. But on other disciplines, the way AI will impact is still to discover, and we have already some ideas. Just to give you an example. Before AI, when you want a new material or a new drug, and then you define a new material or a new drug, and then you studied the properties of this material. Now, thanks to AI, you will say, oh, I would like to have such a material or such a drug with such properties. And then AI will propose you some candidates with the highest number of probability that this new drug or this new material verifies these properties. So AI is not only a factor of acceleration. It forces us in some sense, or it opens new directions of new research, and that's why AI will have an impact, has already an impact on science, of course, but will have an impact, and I'm convinced that in fact we are, as somebody don't understand probably, we are at the very beginning era of AI, and not at the end. AI is just we don't know what will be exactly the impact of AI in science, but in daily life. But it's also to us to decide what AI we want for the future, for the best, and not for the worst.
Certainly, and what I've understood also through this is at CNRS, you're both consuming AI, using it, but you're also producing it.
Yeah, we do both. In some sense, we produce AI thanks to our mathematicians and computer scientists, because don't forget that AI is before all mathematics and computer science, but we also consume AI, as you said. And there is a very virtual loop between the two, because when you consume AI, it needs that you will probably, if you use AI for chemistry, probably chemists will ask for new algorithms, and the questions will be asked to producer of AI, so mathematicians and computer scientists. So there are very interesting virtual loops between different communities. And of course, in the loop, there are also people from humanities and social sciences in order to understand what we are ready to accept, what we are not ready to accept, And citizens, we are not always rational. Sometimes we accept things and sometimes we don't without any precise reason for that. But it's precisely one of the big questions. All the question about deontology, ethics of AI, or studies of research also in CNRS.
I want to come to that subject now because we've talked about sort of like the roadmap, okay? But what I want to ask now are what are the indicators that you're looking at? What are the measures? What are the guardrails maybe that you are putting into place to make sure that we're going in the right direction? And are there any red flags that you're looking at out there? Elodie, how about yourself?
So we have different ways to track that we're going the right way. I would say the first one, we are checking that actually caseworkers are using Case AI, are using our tool. So if they are using it, it's helpful for sure. But if they are not, that's a warning sign actually. Also, we have some indicators, impact indicators, such as the time saved, because the time saved not doing paperwork, reports, etc., is to the benefit of the people supported. So when we see that there are X tasks that took 3 minutes instead of 30 minutes, that's a big impact. And finally, we get feedback from the caseworker on a regular basis to make sure that they are using our tool properly too, because we don't want them to go blind using AI. We want them to be conscious of the decisions they are making. So we want them also to rely on AI for the suggestions, but not for the decision making.
Okay, so adoption, but not kind of blind reliance. Finding that balance between them. Thibaut, how about for yourself? What are your guardrails and your ethics red flags?
So for us, it's two dimensions. The first one is just a number, 3,600. This is a number of GSK employees here in France. And we want all of them to be familiar with AI power tool in their daily life. So we are doing training, we are doing everything we can to really bring that to each and every one, even in the manufacturing sites everywhere. Very often I've got the question, but we will be replaced by AI. And my answer is no, you will not be replaced by AI, but you could be replaced by people using AI. So learn, know how it works, and don't be afraid. So that's really the first, I would say, dimension. The second one is because we are working in health, and it's extremely important to protect, and I have privacy with the data, is making sure that we've got the right governance. So we have an AI governance board in London, but we have also an AI governance board in each and every country. And on top of that, our CEO, Emma Wamsley, she's working and an active member of the Center for Strategic International Studies, which is a global organism defining how to use AI, how to regulate AI, and how to make sure that we are doing the right things with AI. So we really take it very, very seriously. We don't want at all to have any suspicion, any risk on that one. So it's a very important topic for us, in terms of governance.
Okay, Antoine.
If I may, I think that for science, the red flag or the danger, the main danger is if we let AI standardize thinking in some sense. The most talented researchers are the most innovative, the most originals. So they don't have to let themselves driven by AI. They should be really aware to drive AI, which is of course not the same. And so if we let too much room to AI, then it will standardize thinking, and for science, it will really a nightmare.
That's very similar to what Elodie was just kind of saying, have to not become blind or to remain curious. But then at the CNRS, what are the measures and what are the indicators that you're looking at to see that that's indeed happening and you don't have people, sort of just relying on AI all the time, or that the progress that you're making into these new, unknown fields and areas is indeed taking us in the right direction?
Yeah, in fact, as we said, we don't know. But I think the key point for us is education. Clearly, education at all levels. Education also for researchers who are not specialists of AI, to help them to interact with specialists of AI. But I'm convinced that education to AI is absolutely crucial. We don't have to be afraid by AI, but on the converse, we have to be aware of the risk, the dangers of AI, and it really requires to educate at all ages. And so that's for me really the key point. And even if CNRS is a research organization and not a teaching organization, we are convinced that to educate citizens, to educate politicians, to educate decision makers is absolutely crucial.
Okay, you're one of the largest organizations in Europe, if not the world, out there. Is collaboration also an indicator with different countries? Is that something that you're also looking at to see that you're progressing in the right direction?
Well, we really, it's complicated to measure quality of research by numbers. It would be easy, but it does not exist. If you consider a journalist, is it possible to measure the quality of a journalist by a number? I don't know. If you consider an actor, it's the same. But what we really want is that all discipline should take AI into consideration. No discipline can say, "Oh, AI is not for me." Outside of science is what some years ago the medicine and lawyers say, "Oh no, AI is not for us," and we see now that is not the case. So that's for us the key point, that all discipline should think to how AI can be an efficient tool to go further, to go faster, but also taking into account the energy consumed by AI. We had a small exchange on that, but it's clearly an issue because the most powerful AI is also the AI we will until now consume the most. So there are a lot of research also devoted to make new algorithms which are able to learn on a smaller amount of data. Like our kids learn very fast. AI is much less efficient than a kid, so we study new algorithms in order to let AI learning on smaller sets of examples. That's all we try to do.
Well, in fact, our next guests are going to be talking about sort of like the consumption, not just from data, but also resources. We have a few more minutes left on this panel, and I want us to bring it right down to here, to this stage, okay? A few months ago, there was the AI Action Summit happening in this very venue, okay? We have on stage with us here 3 organizations, 3 speakers from Europe. I want to ask the question, how can Europe drive AI for the greater good, for our societies, for our communities, for our individuals? What do you believe are the strengths and the competences that we can and should be leaning into here in Europe? Thibault?
So for me, I think it's a no-brainer that AI for healthcare, it's essential. It's not a negotiation, and Europe really need to take advantage of it. We've got, as you may know, but 1/3 of all the data in the world are health data. And we've got in Europe tons of very, very good data on health. And we've got the chance of having a good regulation. You can see it as sometimes a negative way, but you can also see it as a very positive way because it's clean data with great privacy, it's well organized. But now we really need to invest on our data. We need to make it accessible. We need to really leverage it for concrete application. Today, all these data are sitting somewhere with no real use of the data. And for me, Europe as and our President Macron mentioned that, a couple of months ago at the AI Summit, that we really need to accelerate the access to the data, organize the data in Europe and in France, and that could really make a big difference. And it's on the long term. So I'm really hopeful that if we invest, it's not too late, but we need to invest and take action now on how to best leverage all this data that we've got in the health system.
Okay, so the fact that we've got some great data, we've got some good regulation to protect ourselves with our data and lean into investment. Elodie, how about yourself? What are we going to need to do?
Yeah, in Europe, we have a legacy of strong public services and social protection. AI won't disrupt that, but it will improve it, actually. Base Impact has been working in this system for over 10 years. And what I see is that we have this European regulation, which is a strength and not a weakness, because it forces us to build a transparent AI, a transparent and accountable AI, and so that is trustworthy. So maybe we won't go as fast as in other countries. However, what we are building right now in Europe is completely transparent and trustworthy.
Okay, so the fact that we have strong services, social services already, and that we can build on that, but do it in a way that's transparent. As you say, maybe not so fast, but do it right. Antoine.
Well, several points. First of all, as I said at the very beginning, behind AI there are mathematics and computer science, and in Europe we have very strong education systems in this discipline. So we produce talents and we produce skills that we should use. The second point I would like to mention is the fact that if I look at CNRS, we create every year between 80 and 100 startups, and 6 of them are here. And about 30% of them use AI. They're not pure actors of AI, but it's AI in energy, AI in health, AI in transportation. I think that for Europe it's really important to understand how they can apply AI in given fields. And the last point that I would like to mention is around values. We have in Europe some values which are not better or worse than the value in other parts of the world, but which are different. And so we have to pay attention to develop AI which correspond to our value. That's very important. And it's also like that people will accept AI. People, I think, will accept AI if this AI corresponds to our values. And once again, I don't say that our values are better than the others, but they are different in some aspects. And we have to pay attention to that, to not use an AI which is based on values which are different than ours.
So lean into those different values that we have, make sure that we're doing it well and with transparency going forward, and really sort of make sure we're using our data in the best possible ways and investing in that as well. Listening to these 3 different sectors, but very strong voices on the future of AI here in Europe certainly gives me hope for our future moving forwards. I want to thank you very much, Antoine from the CRF, Elodie from Base Impact, and Thibaut from GSK. Thank you very much to the 3 of you. Thank you. Okay, so we've been looking at ensuring that how AI can be more inclusive. We've just looked at making sure that AI is being used for the greater good. But the fact of the matter is, if we're using AI, we're consuming more resources than before we were using AI. And yet that's despite the fact that we all agree that we need to focus and do more to protect our planet and for our environment. AI is taking us away from our environmental goals, but here now to keep sustainability and the environment objectives clearly in our sights. Please welcome the Global Head of Sustainability at Sopra Steria, Axel Lemaire, and founder of Better Tech, James Martin. Welcome.
Hello, Kristen.
Hello to you both. Axel, welcome back to Change Now.
Thank you.
James,
hello, everyone.
Welcome to our blindingly bright stage
Thank
here.
you. It's bright, isn't it?
Axel Lemaire, Sopra Steria, you're in the top 5 actors in this space in Europe. You've got over 51,000 collaborators in 30 different countries, so clearly have a role in shaping tech in Europe. James Martin, founder at Better Tech, a leading expert on technology's impact and how to reduce it. James, you've become a go-to reference for environmental data. You keep a critical eye on what people are reporting, but also what they're not reporting, which is just as important in this. So our session title is Reducing AI's Environmental Footprint. Okay, James, can you start off by giving us some facts? What is our footprint data and facts, please?
There isn't an easy answer to that question. It's Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI. He tweeted recently, I really enjoyed this tweet. He said, anti-AI people like to make shit up about the impact of AI. Well, Sam, if you told us a bit more about the actual impact of your AI, we wouldn't have to make shit up. I'm not anti-AI either, but my point is, if I don't know how many of you created some of those legally doubtful Ghibli images with ChatGPT recently, or those starter packs, just based on the latest estimations we've got, making one of those images uses enough energy to charge half a smartphone, at least half a smartphone. So if you put all that together, now I don't want to go too far with that sort of example because it depends a lot on the data center, where you're doing it, etc. But what we are totally sure of is the bigger trends, which are that people are using AI so much right now that data center energy consumption is going to at least double, or if not triple, by the end of this decade. That's one. And the water that these data centers consume is going to triple, or if not quadruple, by the end of the year. So you say that's people that, like Sam Altman, and they would say, it's okay, we've got it under control, it's going to become more efficient, we're going to use less energy and time. Well, actually, if you look at the next generation of NVIDIA GPUs that are allowing all this AI, generative AI to happen, the 2027 generation of NVIDIA GPUs will use 5 times more energy per rack than the current generation. So we're not on a good path, and we're even on such a bad path that in America, where most of these data centers are, it's around a third to a quarter of coal energy stations, which were going to be shut down, are now being kept going so that we can keep making Ghibli and starter pack images. Essentially, this is what's happening right now.
Okay, so thank you for setting the scene for us there, Axel. Across to you. We've heard a little bit about the impact. Clearly, we're not going in the right direction. But just out there with regards to the title of this session, what's the most impactful thing then that we can do to reduce our AI footprint?
Well, I'll complete what you've just said about Sam. So Sam, CEO of OpenAI, if you're listening to us, please give us the figures. And I think the most impactful thing we could start with is measuring, because the reality is we can share some facts and figures, but we do not have access to the environmental information from the cloud providers. When they train the large models that then they put on their platform that being used by developers, we do not have the carbon impact of that training. To the extent that we altogether do not realize now the reality of what's behind AI in terms of environmental impact. Let me share some information that will help you realize that reality. The electricity consumption on an annual basis of data centers was on average 200 terawatt per hour between 2010 and 2020. And it didn't grow, it didn't increase that much. In the last 3 years, it reached 415 terawatt per hour. That's according to the first and latest report from the International Energy Agency dedicated to AI, right? And until by 2030, that figure will not be multiplied by 2, it will be multiplied by 4. And that's for the electricity consumption only. But look at this smartphone. It's using more than 50 different electronic components. And in the digital industry value chain, all in all, almost all of the elements that have been identified in the periodic charter, so that's 118, are part of the value chain, right? And we estimate that by 2030 again, the volume of electronic wastes related to electronic chips, so the GPUs, right, that are used to train and to stock models, will be multiplied by, can you guess? 1,000. Okay, so this is the reality, Sam. So I'm not anti-AI either. 10 years ago, I was a government minister in France in charge of digital affairs, right? We did pass regulation on open science, on open data, on open source, in order to create the conditions to feed AI, to make sure that it would be positively impactful. Okay, so maybe 10 years ago, during the Paris Agreement, we didn't know what we're talking about now. But 10 years later, honestly, Sam, we have no excuse.
Okay, so that's quite chilling, but I love the amount of data and facts you're both bringing in to really make this very real. AI is not going away. Our footprint definitely hasn't gone away. In fact, the opposite, it's getting bigger. And our experts are warning us of Jevons paradox, which is that, in fact, any efficiency gains that we may be making are being eaten up because there's an increased demand. The Ghibli images and other, for example, out there. So I'm going to come at you now both and ask how we're going to mitigate this and then maybe compensate it as well. Okay, so to mitigate, to start off with, Axel, R&D, ways to find ways in which we can mitigate this risk in some way, shape or form. What can we do?
There are promising research being done at the moment to stock data in different ways. So, for example, using NDA or stocking it on a kind of new glass material, right? But this is R&D, so it's not happening now, whereas what we're talking about is really happening now, and we see the very rapid spread of the use of ChatGPT, for example. I think nowadays 800 million people are using it, so that's a fifth of the world population with a very, very rapid adoption, right? Mm-hmm. So we have no time. So we need, and Antoine Petit was here, we need to massively invest in R&D. But for the moment, what can we do? Well, first, choose the right data centers in the way they're being built and in the way they stock the data, and choose their location. Because of course, if you look at the difference between France and Germany, if the data center is located in France and in Germany because of their energy sources, it's 7 times more polluting and more energy emissive than in France.
This is actually just, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because I want to get through a lot. I've got 2 brilliant minds on stage here. But research, definitely for the longer term, but there are things we need to be careful about right here and now. Where we do things, the data centers that we use. James, I know, has a list of things in here as well. So I'm going to ping pong across between you both, okay? We're going to do ping pong on this. What can we do to mitigate our risks right here and right now, James, also?
You need to be aware of what you call the Jevons paradox. It's also called the rebound effect. These are the indirect effects. So what we were talking about, energy, water are direct effects. Indirect effects are, for example, Microsoft has enabled ExxonMobil and Chevron to find more petrol with AI. This means that they those 2 projects alone will generate 3 to 4 times more emissions than Microsoft itself. So it's not just indirect emissions, it's enabled emissions. What can you do at your level? Well, another way you're being pushed into generating these rebound effects is when in Microsoft Office or in WhatsApp, when it says, would you like to write this message with AI? Well, one of the best things you can do is just go, no, write it yourself, because that's not necessary impact. Then the other way to mitigate is So if you've established, do I really need AI? Well, if you do, maybe you can use a kind of AI, like symbolic AI, which can use thousands of times less emissions to do the same thing. You can also do things like try and use smaller models. So the data center example is very good, because if you're using a European cloud provider whose data centers in Europe, they're, like Axel was saying, because of the better energy mix, you'll be generating less emissions than in the States or even in Germany. So that's great. But the real problem with AI, and with what I was hinting at before, is that we're in this sort of bigger is better race. It was mentioned on the previous panel. The next models, the next processes, everything has to be bigger, 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 better. Stargate is a 500 billion project, which is just going to be ridiculously huge. The fact is that smaller models can do just as good a job as bigger models. So companies like Soprasteria need to be encouraging their clients to be using less impactful models and not always going for bigger, 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 and bigger, faster, stronger.
So being very conscious about what we're doing today is one way in which we can mitigate. Axel, I interrupted you because I want you now to also talk about something else we can do, something that us Europeans are very good at. Okay, regulation. What role can regulation do and help us in terms of reducing our footprint?
Well, first, let me share my conviction, which is regulation for business is not necessarily a burden. And when it comes to ESG topics, we actually need it. And not only to make sure that private companies work in responsible ways and produce values in responsible way, but also I'm convinced that it is a source for better competitiveness because it's distinctive and it's quality competitiveness, right? The thing is, I'm not sure everyone shares that conviction, because the AI Act was passed recently, is being implemented by the private sector at the moment, and the level of lobbying last year was so big that the objective of introducing some regulation on the environmental impact of AI was dropped, which means that Article 95 of that piece of legislation now only refers to voluntary code of conduct. And I've been on both sides. I've worked in the public sector and now work in the private sector. And I can tell you that having a regulatory framework actually helps to set, principles, help developers to understand what their clients can expect. So actually having rules help, and we, I think, need rules on the environmental impact of AI, and that could be a huge differentiator for companies who have activities in Europe compared with other regions of the world.
Fantastic. Yes, so regulation not just for the competitiveness, but also I think for the resilience that we have, our companies' resilience, our economic resilience out there as well.
I mean, there are many studies that demonstrate the direct relation between resilience and resilience of operating model, resilience of supply chain and sustainability. When we develop digital technologies in sustainable ways, we actually end up being more efficient and being more resilient. So the idea that small is beautiful actually both helps the planet and the people on one side and helps the competitiveness of companies on the other.
I'm delighted to agree with you so much. It's great. And I want to talk a bit about France, why France is such a great place for developing this newer kind of what we call frugal AI. Not only do we have data center, we have a low rate of carbon in our energy in France, but also we have this thing called, so the regulation is not there yet, but there are guidelines which are developed by the National Standards Authority called AFNOR. It's called the Frugal AI, basically guidelines, référentiel in French, and it says that if you want your model to be considered as frugal, you need to prove that you couldn't solve this problem with another solution than AI. You need to prove that you're using the very best practices to make your model as lean as possible, that it consumes as little energy as possible. And the best bit, the real kicker, is it's great for business too, because if you want to work with the French government, you have to prove that your AI model is frugal. So France is like really leading the way right now. Ça tombe bien, but France is in a lot of ways really setting the standard. And then there's all sorts of innovation coming from also the associative sector. There's a way to measure the impact of your models, which is called Ecologits.ai. It's one of many tools, but it's a really good one. It's developed by an association which I'm part of, called GenAI Impact, and they're really working to push, like we were saying before, for more transparency. We need to be able to measure, or we can't improve.
Okay, well, thank you to you both. I love this panel. I love having two such strong voices giving such solid data, but also pathways forwards to help us continue to both maybe use AI, but significantly reduce through through mitigating, but also compensating and seeing how we can use AI differently. Unfortunately, our time is up. I'd love to keep talking with you for ages, but please make sure you broadcast this information and everything that James and Axel have just shared as widely as possible so that we can make sure we're taking care of AI's environmental footprint. Thank you very much to you both. Thank you very much to our audience. Thank you.